When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 1751 Enemies meet again. In an extremely large room in the Flying Dawn Immortal Tower, at least 10 people were waiting here. Yimo knew most of them. They included Elikuan, Jishu, Inhui, Shibaitson, Joroyan, and Likuan's martial brother Siishiyu. Ethereal Immortal Pan Ning and that brother Chen also sat here. There were also a few Yimo hadn't seen before. The room seemed heavy. After a long while, Ning sighed. Sister Shiyu, we've waited for 2 days and your brother still isn't here. If we keep waiting we might miss the immortal ship. Likuan fell silent for a moment and said I would wait for him. If I go now and he comes without seeing me here, he would be worried. How about this, Martial's sister Ning will go first. Shiyu goddess can wait for her brother here. If we're short on time, we can go first and make the immortal ship wait for a while first. The handsome man next to Ning said. A few people heard this and immediately nodded in agreement. Likuan's face sunk. She said plainly, since martial brother Fengchen is in a rush, you guys can leave first. I'll wait here alone. Baitsong sneered. Martial brother Feng's influence is really great, even the immortal ship can listen to you and wait. I admire you. Clearly most people knew that Fengchen claiming he could make the immortal ship wait was bullshit. The handsome man didn't seem to hear this and still had a face of smile. A purple-robed goddess sitting next to Ning with her face covered said calmly, Martial's sister Ning will wait another half day. If Yimo still doesn't come we'll go. Yes. Ning and another female immortal immediately nodded. Clearly they were very respectful to her. Brother Yi is here. Jishu suddenly laughed. Yimo appeared at the door of the room. He was confused. Likuan said to go find Pengyu immortal fruit with him. Why were there so many people? Then, he saw Baitsong in them and immediately went up to greet them. The atmosphere brightened up. But only Jishu and them greeted Yimo. The rest of them didn't move. These were all great eternity immortal here and Yimo was only a great extreme immortal. I knew you would make it. You broke through again. Likuan looked at Yimo joyfully. She saw Yimo reach Great Extreme Immortal Middle Stage from Great Extreme Immortal Primary Stage. She was planning to introduce the others to him, but since they couldn't be bothered waiting, she couldn't be bothered. Yimo showed an awkward look in sound transmission to Likuan's sister Shiyu. I've actually hidden my power. I've reached Great Eternity Immortal Primary Stage a few years ago, but I've hid my power to Great Extreme Immortal Middle Stage. The room fell silent and then instantly burst into laughter. Some were benign, some were malicious. The weakest here was Great Eternity Immortal Middle Stage Peak. The rest were either Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage or Halfway Immortal King. Yimo was a Great Eternity Immortal Primary Stage and still hid his power. This was funny indeed. This wasn't the funniest. The sword on Yimo's back clearly didn't look like something good just looking at the sheath. Yet he put such a sword on his back to show off. Everyone here wasn't simple. They at least had top grade immortal artifact or even extreme grade immortal artifact. Yimo didn't care about these laughter. If he was willing, people definitely wouldn't be able to hear his sound transmission. He just wanted to reveal his true power and thus spilled his sound transmission. Likuan was very shocked. She knew how powerful Yimo was. Yimo was no weaker than any Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage. She suspected Yimo hid his power, but she knew that if Yimo really wanted to only sound transmission to her. The only explanation was that Yimo did it intentionally. Did Yimo really reach Great Eternity Immortal in 5 years? This was too shocking. Likuan was very smart and immediately knew why Yimo did this. She pretended to be unhappy and said, "You're the weakest here, what is there to hide?" Oh. There was extreme embarrassment on Yimo's face. He breathed easy. He knew Likuan would be suspicious, but he didn't worry. He trusted his eyes that Likuan wouldn't mention it. Brother Yi, you tricked me so hard. I really thought you were Great Extreme Immortal. So you're actually a Great Eternity Immortal. Your stealth cultivation method is quite good. Jishu laughed. Then, Inhui, Baitsong, Joroyan and them complimented Yimo's stealth cultivation method. Zhou Ruyan said joyfully, I was wondering why you knew something about great eternity immortal cultivation. So you're great eternity immortal already. Martial brother Yi, I will be troubling you more in the future. Yi Mo quickly said, it's fine, if I know I won't keep it a secret. Another reason he revealed his power is because little immortal king would definitely know he killed his great eternity immortal middle stage henchman. It wasn't rare for great eternity immortal primary stage to kill great eternity immortal middle stage, but if a great extreme immortal primary stage killed a great eternity immortal middle stage, this would definitely arouse suspicion. Ning Yiyu's face was expressionless. Seeing her with the handsome great eternity immortal, Yi Mo knew that ethereal immortal pond probably chose a new saint. Feng Chen got up and said, since everyone is here we should hurry up. We'll discuss on the immortal ship. Where are we going? Yi Mo asked. Li Kuan smiled and gave Yi Mo a jade card. This is the card I got for you. Take it, we're taking immortal ship to the first heaven domain Changwei heaven and listen to the arrangements of immortal emperor. Seeing Yi Mo being confused, Shi Baitsong patted his shoulder. Brother, you don't underestimate this card. Not anyone can get this, your sister spent quite some effort to get this. Yi Mo still asked, since we're going to Qingwei heaven why not take teleportation formation? Li Kuan explained, because we still have mission this time. It would take around 1 year to go to Qingwei heaven. During this time, all the immortals with the jade card must capture void flying snow. Only the top 1,000 can get to see Immortal Emperor Master. Yi Mo immediately wasn't too willing to go, plus Qingwei heaven is very far. If we all take teleportation formation there, ordinary immortals won't be able to afford it. Zhou Ruyan said. Yi Mo nodded. Li Kuan did this for his benefit. If he didn't go, Li Kuan wouldn't be able to decide it even if she got the fruit. Yi Mo thought that when he was great extreme immortal primary stage, that middle-aged man still didn't find the golden page world. Now he was great eternity immortal. As long as he kept his golden page world in the depth of his sea of consciousness, even the immortal emperor wouldn't be able to find it. Thinking about this, Yi Mo breathed easy. Everyone went to the teleportation formation to go to Fendu Heaven's Jiakuei Immortal City. The immortal ship was stationed there. Hearing everyone discussion, Yi Mo realized that Qingwei Heaven's position was like Yuanla Heaven in the Middle Heaven domain. It was the Num 1 Heaven domain in the Grand Heaven domains. It was extremely far from the other 10 Grand Heaven domains and needed to cross the realm border. This super long-distance teleportation formation is insanely expensive. At the same time, Yi Mo knew the purple-robed female immortal is the new saint of ethereal immortal pond, Niyun. Yi Mo had heard of the Fandu heaven. When he was in the pond in the Chaos Star realm, the skeleton told him to kill 9 Fan immortal ponds Yujinxiang. He rejected it immediately. He was only a golden immortal at the time. There was no way Yi Mo was going to 9 Fan immortal pond. He couldn't be bothered asking where it was either. After coming to the immortal city, Yi Mo followed them to the place where the immortal ship was. When they got there, the place was filled with immortals from other heaven domains. Most of them were Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage, some were Great Eternity Immortal Middle Stage. It's you? A cold voice sounded. Yi Mo shook upon hearing this voice. He knew this voice all too well. He turned around and it was the young Yan Zhoutian who stood before him. Chapter 1752, Yan Zhoutian's Secret. Intense killing intent came from Yan Zhoutian. Yi Mo clenched his fists. He knew why Yan Zhoutian wanted to kill him, but what made him feel unacceptable was that Yan Zhoutian's cultivation level was higher than his. Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage. Yi Mo was certain he saw right. Yi Mo bit his lips with a calm face, but his heart was rumbling. No matter how talented Yan Zhoutian was, how could he be Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage? This was impossible. When he got the time formation disc, that weakened essence spirit said his time formation disc couldn't be found in the immortal realm. If he didn't have time formation disc, where did Yan Zhoutian's power come from? Yi Mo had time formation disc and was constantly looking for resources. His fortunes were very good too. On top of that, he AHD the Golden Page World and Bitter Bamboo. Only then did he reach Great Eternity Immortal Primary Stage. This speed was unparalleled, and yet Yan Zhoutian was faster than him. Even if Yan Zhoutian had the time formation disc and top-grade cultivation resource, he couldn't reach Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage. His foundation wasn't stable, nor was his mind state. This was a big taboo for cultivation. There was no way a prodigy like Yan Zhoutian didn't know this. You had power last time like me. I was wondering how there could be an abstruse immortal as powerful as you. Yemo stared at Yen Zhoutian and said, Yen Zhoutian's eyes shot out with icy coldness and said, I trust one didn't see wrong last time. You definitely didn't hide your power like last time. Your cultivation speed is so fast that I don't dare to believe. I'll tell you this, I didn't hide my power last time as well. Yemo's eyes narrowed. He knew that Yen Zhoutian didn't fear at all. Yen Zhoutian was certain he didn't dare to spill his secrets. Yemo's killing intent also rose and stared at Yen Zhoutian. His killing intent rushed over like crazy too. Did your little worm get crushed to death last time? Yemo felt happy seeing Yen Zhoutian's killing intent seep out like crazy. He was certain Yen Zhoutian didn't dare to fight here. As expected, Yen Zhoutian's face went black hearing this. A dark mist rotated around his wrist. Yen Zhoutian seemed to be able to control himself very well. That black mist just spun once and disappeared. Yemo frowned. He suddenly had this strange feeling. He knew that mist was Yen Zhoutian's trump card in best magic artifact, but this time when he saw the mist, he had a familiar feeling, not because he fought with it before. Ha, what little worm! Chi Baitsan laughed and stood by Yemo's side, then he looked challengingly at Yen Zhoutian. Chi Baitsang saw Yen Zhoutian's killing intent for Yemo. Yen Zhoutian sneered. He glanced at Chi Baitsang and said, I hope you're as lucky next time. I will let you know the consequence of taking my things. Then he turned to leave. He knew he couldn't fight here. Kid, you're very cocky. Do you think you're Heaven Domain Heaven Lord or Ancient Divine Emperor? Idiot. You're just a mere great eternity immortal. Why are you so cocky? Chi Baitsang spat. Yen Zhoutian was furious. His killing intent went crazy and that black mist appeared at his wrist again, but he still forbeared this time. Hearing Qi Baitsang's words, Yemo suddenly woke up. He finally remembered that familiar feeling. Yen Zhoutian's black mist line had this ancient chi that was similar to the ruin in the immortal graveyard range. This meant that Yen Zhoutian's line probably came from the ancient ruin, but when he saw Yen Zhoutian he was only abstruse immortal. What right did an abstruse immortal have to touch ancient ruin? Even if he went there and obtained the black mist, how could he use it so easily and fluently? Yemo saw with his own eyes how Yen Zhoutian could change the black mist into spear, arrows, rivers. Yemo had used Zisu for decades, but his control of Zisu was far weaker than Yen Zhoutian's control of the black line. Yemo had the feeling that the black line was a part of Yen Zhoutian. How old was Yen Zhoutian? Yemo was certain that Yen Zhoutian was younger than him. How could such a young person have such experience in controlling an ancient black mist? Yemo thought of his first encounter with Yen Zhoutian. He called himself immortal. According to what Yemo knew, all immortals below great immortals were considered cultivators and didn't have the right to call themselves immortals. Of course, there were shameless heaven immortals who called themselves immortals. Clearly, Yen Zhoutian wasn't this type. Thinking about how young Yen Zhoutian was and how fast he progressed, Yemo suspected that Yen Zhoutian was possessed. Yen Zhoutian's essence spirit before possession was very complete. He didn't need to possess to recover his body, but he chose possession. If this was really it, Yen Zhoutian's cultivation speed could be explained. An ancient immortal had the ability to recover his body, but instead he chose possession. This meant that the target was definitely the best amongst best talent. Such person had no bottleneck. He would be able to keep progressing if he had resource. Or perhaps recover his power. Last time he met Yen Zhoutian, there was one small level difference, but now, there was two small level difference. The next time they met, the difference would probably be even greater. Yemo was desperate, but there was nothing he could do. No wonder he could know space law when he was abstruse immortal. What worried Yemo more was if this person recognized the World Rock. He just hoped that since World Rock was spirit controlled by him and Yen Zhoutian's power was too weak at the time, that he didn't have the time to check his World Rock during battle. But Yemo knew quite possibly that Yen Zhoutian might have recognized it. Yemo, what are you thinking? It's a mere great eternity immortal tertiary stage. No need to be scared of him. Chi Baitsang patted Yemo, who was frowning, and thought, what's wrong? Li Koan and them all came over. Yemo shook his head. Nothing. I met an unfriendly person, never mind. Seeing this, the people deigned task. They discussed about how to capture void flying snow. The group gathered together in discussion. Yemo didn't listen in at all. His spirit sense net improved greatly. He would be able to capture void flying snow easily. Yemo suddenly asked, if you can control a law and use that law to capture void flying snow, would it be very easy? Li Koan looked at Yemo in confusion. She knew Yemo knew a sliver of space law, but she warned Yemo to not tell anyone. What was Yemo doing now? Jishu shook his head. First of all, it's extremely hard for great immortal to control law, even if they can it would only be a sliver. That would still be very hard to use to capture void flying snow. What law is the strongest? Yemo asked. Everyone was used to how clueless Yemo was. Unexpectedly, the saint from ethereal immortal Pond said, in fact, any law is the most terrifying power in the universe if you cultivate it to the extreme. Of course, if you had to divide it, then for us low-grade immortals, time law is probably his strongest. Yemo felt strange the saint didn't laugh at him and instead explained to him, but he continued asking, thank you Martial Sister Saint for enlightening me. Then if you cultivate space law to the extreme, would it be not as powerful as time law? Yemo asked the most idiotic question and people couldn't be bothered looking down on him, but they all felt strange why ethereal immortal Pond Saint would answer him. The saint thought for a moment and replied seriously, in fact, if you cultivate space law to the extreme, it's no weaker than time law, but no one has been able to. Then since the ancient times, which people in the immortal realm have great mastery over space law and time law? Yemo finally asked the question he wanted to ask. If Yen Jiutian was possessed by an ancient immortal and could control a sliver of space law as abstruse immortal, this meant he was previously a powerful being who controlled space law. Chapter 1753, a mere Grand Emperor, a great eternity immortal whom Yemo didn't help the saint answer. It's probably Truth Divine Emperor who knows time law the most. Other than him, there's Scorch Divine Emperor. He can even make time flow backwards. Compared to time law, there are much more powerful beings who know space law, such as Ancient Pang Emperor, Dallas Grand Emperor, Wushuan Grand Emperor, Lingu Grand Emperor. Yemo saluted with his fists. Thank you Martial Brother, I know Truth Divine Emperor, Pang Emperor, and Wushuan Grand Emperor. But who is Scorch Divine Emperor, Dallas Grand Emperor, and Lingu Grand Emperor? Seeing that Yemo was low cultivation level and didn't know much but seemed very respectful, he nodded in satisfaction. Some people who didn't know this also listened on the side. Scorch Divine Emperor's name is Bai Zhuahe. It said he has the number 2 rare flame of the world, Astral River Red. It also reached God Flame and devoured Astral Flame Marrow, becoming the King of Flames. He used God Flame to vindicate Tao and is a powerful being just below Truth Divine Emperor. It's said that after the battle with Truth Divine Emperor, he never appeared again. Hearing this, everyone sighed. At their level, Truth Divine Emperor and Scorch Divine Emperor were Tao vindication divinities, but they still died. One could see that in the vast universe, there were no immortals who wouldn't die. Great Eternity Immortal saw everyone was listening in and continued. Dallas Grand Emperor's name is Yen Wudao. He came later than Truth Divine Emperor and Scorch Divine Emperor. He's also a very powerful being. In the ancient cosmos, powerful beings weren't as rare as today. There were tens of half-divine emperors. It's said he disappeared after Tao vindication failure. Hearing Dallas Grand Emperor's surname was Yen, Yemo wanted to keep asking, but someone asked first. Scorch Divine Emperor vindicated Tao through God Flame. How did Dallas Grand Emperor vindicate Tao? Dallas Grand Emperor was extremely talented. His Tao vindication method is something others don't even dare to think. Everyone listened in wanting to know what it was. The great eternity immortal side. Dallas Grand Emperor is indeed a rare prodigy of the heavens. He wanted to use the 33 heavens to vindicate his Tao. No one can understand his prodigy idea, but one thing is certain. If he could vindicate Tao through the 33 heaven domains, his power would be unimaginable. Yemo didn't understand how that would work, and neither did the rest of the people. That great eternity immortal said no one can understand that. It's said that Dallas Grand Emperor suddenly failed after vindicating the 24th heaven domain and died. Ever since then, there was no news of Dallas Grand Emperor. The great eternity immortal continued to talk about Lingu Grand Emperor, but Yemo was 80% certain that Yen Jiutian was Dallas Grand Emperor. After vindicating 24 heaven domains, he was 9 heaven domains away from success. This had become his obsession. He chose the name Yen Jiutian, 9 heavens, probably because he still wants to vindicate the 33 heavens. Yemo heard the great eternity immortal say that the Dallas Grand Emperor only cared about his own thoughts and thus offended many people. Yemo thought this meant that Yen Jiutian wouldn't dare to let others know who he was. Yemo finally rested easy a little now. Yemo suddenly thought of one thing and saluted with his fists, asking Martial Brother, I heard you said Scorch Divine Emperor used God Flame Astral River Red to devour Astral Flame Marrow. What does Astral Flame Marrow look like? I saw in an ancient jade slip that Astral Flame Marrow is a soft ore that is very high temperature. Is this true? The great eternity immortal smiled and shook his head no, the reason astral flame marrow is rare is because it's very hard to grow. The soft tofu-like structure you mentioned is the first state of the astral flame marrow. These usually exist in very desolate places in the immortal realm or some cultivation realm, if it's in the cultivation realm. This state of the astral flame marrow is the hardest to collect. Even the truth realization state cultivators wouldn't be able to get near it. However, this state of astral flame river is the most precious. If you get it and use it to nirvana heaven flame, it would be the best. When this flame grows to a certain level in the cultivation realm, it would gradually expand its range until burning a radius of 100 million km till everything in the entire realm. Then it would hide into the void. Only astral flame marrow that hides into the void is real astral flame marrow. It would be stealthed and protected by void flame. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to see it. Even if they see it, they wouldn't be able to get it. That's why it's so precious. In this state, the marrow would gradually lose its temperature. When it matures to a certain level, it would be covered by void flame outside while the inside is liquid. This liquid is extremely cold but doesn't form ice. Only this is true void flame marrow. Yemo suppressed his excitement and saluted with his fists in gratitude. He didn't expect he accidentally got astral flame marrow in the first state and used it to nirvana blue like morning sky. Suddenly, an extremely loud voice sounded. Those with a card participating in the fight for Pinyu immortal fruit get on the ship. Yemo had been on the immortal ship many times, but this was the first time he saw one this big. There were a million immortals, but each had a good cultivation room. Yemo got one too. It was large and there were 2 rooms. The immortal spirit chi was very dense too. The grand heaven domain was indeed different. Now, everyone went into their own cultivation room. Yemo stayed inside his thinking about things. He wasn't going to cultivate as he would need too much resources. Yemo only sat in his room for 2 hours or so when the restriction on the door was touched. Yemo waved it open and Yen Jiutian quickly came in and set up his own barrier restriction. Yemo got up and stared at Yen Jiutian coldly. He wasn't afraid of him. Yen Jiutian didn't dare to fight in here. Even if he did, Yemo didn't believe he would lose. When he was abstruse immortal middle stage, Yen Jiutian was abstruse immortal tertiary stage. They were almost evenly matched. Although Yen Jiutian was 2 levels higher than him now, he learned a few powerful god arts coming out of the Tao-seeking tower. Yemo didn't dare to underestimate this Yen Jiutian, however. He was a half-divine emperor. He probably knew much more about god art than him. It was probably very hard to win Yen Jiutian. You have quite some secrets. I thought that World Rock was your biggest secret, but you also have time formation disk. If I'm not wrong, Truth Divine Emperor's time formation disk is on you, right? Yen Jiutian's voice was so bleak that it made Yemo feel he went back to the immortal graveyard range. Yemo's heart sunk. Yen Jiutian indeed knew about the World Rock and now even the time formation disk. But it wasn't hard to guess. Without the time formation disk, how could he cultivate so fast? Yen Jiutian's voice was even colder. Give me time formation disk and spirit will 9 transformations. I'll let you live. Yen Jiutian didn't ask for World Rock. He knew that Yemo would definitely not give him that. Although the World Rock was far from as precious as the time formation disk, but World Rock was what Yemo relied upon for survival. Looking at Yemo's contemptuous gaze, Yen Jiutian wasn't worried at all and continued, if you infuriate me, I'll just say you have World Rock and time formation disk. Even if I don't get it, you will be dead for certain. Yemo sneered and pointed outside. Go say it, I'll be waiting. Yen Jiutian's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Yemo wasn't afraid of this. Did this guy know that he didn't want others to know the time formation disk appeared? The time formation disk was much more important to him than Yemo. At least to a mortal emperor, he would have no bottleneck. He just needed to convert cultivation resource to power. You're not scared? Yen Jiutian's killing intent rose, forming invisible ripple around the space. I even took Truth Divine Emperor's World Rock. Why would I be scared of a mere dullest Grand Emperor? You overestimate yourself. Yemo sneered. Chapter 1754. Threaten each other. Yen Jiutian's face changed. Immediately a black mist line appeared with screeching killing intent. Yemo sneered and his power also rose. Yen Jiutian eventually didn't attack. That black mist slowly retreated. But he didn't look at Yemo with just killing intent. There was deep concern too. He knew that he couldn't kill Yemo here. If he attacked, it would startle the immortal ship people. If his identity was spilled, he would have no place to bury himself, much less vindicate Tao. how did you know who I am? Yan Zhoutian put up a few more restrictions and asked coldly. Yi Mo felt great. Yan Zhoutian knew some of his secret, but comparatively, he knew more his Yan Zhoutian's secret. He could deny he had time formation disk, but Yan Zhoutian couldn't deny he was Dallas Grand Emperor. How I know that isn't important. More importantly, I know that you'll probably have to chance your name and face after coming back from Qingwei heaven. Yi Mo sneered at Yan Zhoutian. Someone like Yan Zhoutian wouldn't talk to others. Even if he had to contact them, he wouldn't use the same identity. If it wasn't for the Pangyu immortal fruit, Yi Mo knew Yan Zhoutian probably wouldn't come. But Yan Zhoutian probably never even dreamed that an abstruse immortal he saw in the Middle Heaven domain would be on the same boat to Qingwei heaven a few decades later. Yan Zhoutian didn't answer and just asked Yi Mo again, how did you know it? Who do you think you are? I need to tell you? Piff off, otherwise don't blame me for attacking, Dallas Grand Emperor. Yi Mo said plainly, shut up. The veins on Yan Zhoutian's head was bulging. He was scared of Yi Mo calling him Dallas Grand Emperor the most. Really? I'm going to call you Dallas Grand Emperor. When I go out, everyone on the immortal ship will know that Dallas Grand Emperor is here. Yi Mo laughed, not taking Yan Zhoutian's threats seriously. Die. Yan Zhoutian couldn't resist the fury in his heart. Ever since he came out, when was he threatened like this? His black mist turned into a very fine needle that was 10 meters long. Yi Mo's room wasn't big, but this long needle had completely bound the space in Yi Mo's room. Yi Mo didn't dodge. Yan Zhoutian used to be an immortal emperor. Even if he couldn't use immortal king domain, he was able to seal the space nearby with his great eternity immortal tertiary stage power. Plus, this person was experienced in space law. At the same time, Yi Mo's world rock fell. He used almost 80% of his immortal essence on his first attack. He didn't dare to take Yan Zhoutian lightly. Although the world rock looked very scary when falling down, it wasn't a real god art. Yi Mo knew this wasn't a life and death battle. Yan Zhoutian didn't use full power, he didn't need to as well. He just needed to create a big scene. Seeing Yi Mo act like this, Yan Zhoutian's face changed. Yi Mo's immortal essence was far beyond his expectation. If the world rock fell like this, even if he smashed the world rock to the side, it would startle other people. He was scared of that the most. He had concerns, but Yi Mo didn't. Even if Yi Mo had time formation disk, he only needed to hand it out and he might be able to live, but he would be dead for sure. Instantly, Yan Zhoutian took back the black mist line and changed into a net. Stop the world rock. Yan Zhoutian knew that Yi Mo's immortal essence was only that much weaker than his. This meant he couldn't instantly kill Yi Mo. Stop, there's no benefit in fighting for either of us. Yan Zhoutian yelled. Yi Mo sneered but didn't have any intentions of stopping, while his immortal essence kept urging the world rock as though preparing for the next attack. He said coldly, if you want to fight then we fight, if you want to stop then we stop. Who do you think you are? Yan Zhoutian knew that Yi Mo was only threatening him, otherwise Yi Mo could release his sword. He was furious, but he could only say stop first, we'll discuss. Yi Mo didn't take back the world rock and kept exerting pressure while saying, what's there to discuss between us? I only have a world rock. If the immortal king wants it, then take it. I don't care. By the way, I didn't get the time formation disk, believe it or not, up to you. Yi Mo's world rock broke free from the net and was going to smash down. Yi Mo was never going to admit the time formation disk. Even though Yan Zhoutian was certain it was on him, he wasn't going to admit it. Stop, I'll agree to a condition of yours. Yan Zhoutian eventually succumbed. He was beginning to suspect if Yi Mo really got the time formation disk. If Yi Mo got the time formation disk, he should be scared to show it. Oh, okay then. Yi Mo let the world rock hover above his head. Yan Zhoutian knew Yi Mo was acting, but there was nothing he could do. To him, his life wasn't on the same level as Yi Mo's life. Even 10,000 Yi Mo wasn't worth his life. If this idiot brought out the powerful beings on the immortal ship, he would be over. Seeing Yi Mo stopped fighting, Yan Zhoutian was about to leave. He regretted coming here. He should have found an opportunity in the void to kill Yi Mo. I haven't said my condition, are you going to go? Yi Mo said plainly. Yan Zhoutian turned around. The fury was gone. He said calmly, say it. I paid a heavy price to come to the Grand Heaven domain. How did you come up here? Yi Mo asked. Because I have a low-grade god artifact time-space boat. Yan Zhoutian said, low-grade god artifact?
Yemo was immediately interested.
Even though he refined Blue Moon many times and brought it to top-grade flying immortal artifact,
it wasn't enough compared to God Artifact.
If he had low-grade God Artifact, he would be able to fly from Grand Heaven Domain to Middle Heaven Domain in 5 years and Middle to Low Heaven Domain in a year. He needed this desperately, otherwise taking Immortal Ship would take decades to get from Grand to Middle Heaven Domain and the ticket was a fortune. Seeing Emo about to drool, Yen Jiutian said in contempt, Time Spaceboat has countless replicas.
Emo said with joy, yours is the real one, right? Mine is only an ordinary replica. Yen Jiutian said calmly.
He'll leave it with Emo for a few days. He wasn't afraid he couldn't kill Emo in the void. Emo was shook. Even a replica low-grade God artifact was this powerful. How powerful was the real one? Emo looked at Yen Jiutian and said, give me your Time Spaceboat and you can go. I won't spill your identity. Unexpectedly, Yen Jiutian threw an extremely pretty boat to Emo without hesitation and left. Emo destroyed Yen Jiutian's restriction and closed the door before setting up his own restriction. He knew what Yen Jiutian thought. The reason he gave it to him so quickly was because he considered him dead, but Yen Jiutian can keep dreaming if he thought he would be able to get back things from his hands.
Unless Yen Jiutian reached Immortal King, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if he can't beat Yen Jiutian wouldn't be able to keep him. Emo scanned his spirit sense in the boat. There seemed to be countless restriction.
Emo was afraid Li Kuan and them would come for him, so he hung a solitary cultivation card outside the door before going in the room to spirit control the spacetime boat. Anything could happen in the void, he would be able to use this to escape. Yen Jiutian was extra careful while controlling this boat.
He found all the marks that Yen Jiutian left on the boat.
Chapter 1755, Someone Wants to Kill Chi Baitsong. A month passed quickly. During this time Li Kuan, Jishu, Chi Baitsong, and them came to see Emo, but seeing the solitary cultivation card, they could only leave speechlessly. They were very little people who even cultivated on the immortal ship, much less go into solitary cultivation. This ship was going to stop halfway and then people would be going out to capture void flying snow.
There were very little people like Emo who used even this time.
However, they did admire Yemo's hard-working attitude. Li Kuan came to Yemo a few times, but Yemo was always in solitary cultivation. Seeing that the time for capturing void flying snow was coming, Li Kuan was desperate, but there was nothing she could do. 2 months later, the time spaceboat in Yemo's hands buzzed and the dark blue color receded. Everything inside it cleared appeared in Yemo's brain.
Yemo was overjoyed.
He had completely spirit-controlled this time spaceboat. The inside space was tens of times larger than Blue Moon and the layout was also very grand. Spirit-gathering immortal formations were already set up, one only needed to put immortal crystals inside to use.
Even the defense formation was far stronger than Blue Moon's. There were all sorts of sensory formations too.
It was like the void flying snow and could avoid dangers in the void. At the tail of the boat, there was 2 propelling formations. If the time spaceboat went forward at full speed, these propelling formations would activate and accelerate the time spaceboat. What Yemo liked the most about the void location disk at the front was that although it couldn't pinpoint the exact location in the void, but it could point the approximate location of each heaven domain as well as its name. It might not be as fast as the void flying snow in the void, but the void flying snow was a headless fly in the void. After flying for a few decades it might get back to where it started, but the time spaceboat had a clear direction and can be controlled. Yemo was very happy with this. He finally had a decent flying magic artifact.
Even a fake time spaceboat was this powerful, then just how powerful was the real one?
That magic artifact would on the same level as his time formation disk. Thinking about this, Yemo realized that although he had a lot of insane treasures, most of them are supplementary. He didn't have a real offensive and defensive treasure. He upgraded Zisu relentlessly before finally bringing it to a level 8 immortal artifact. The World Rock was just a small rock on the World Rock. The only decent magic artifact was the How Heaven Drum, but Yemo didn't dare to use it. If he did, then even an idiot would know he got the How Heaven heritage. He lacked a defensive magic artifact. Yemo sighed. He was a level 8 immortal forgery grandmaster and could forge a top-grade defensive immortal artifact, but that really wasn't exciting for Yemo. After sighing, Yemo put away the time spaceboat and took off the solitary cultivation card. Just when Yemo wanted to go find Li Kuan, he saw the ethereal immortal Pawn Saint come over to him. Yemo quickly saluted with his fists. Greek martial sister Saint. The Saint helped him a lot. If it wasn't for her, he might not even know Yen Jiutian was Dallas Grand Emperor.
That way, he would be the one threatened this time. Under that situation, he might even lose the time formation disc. Marshall brother, you just call me Mi-yun. I want to have a sit in your room, is that okay? Mi-yun smiled. Her tone was very soft and charming. Emo didn't know why she came to him, but she didn't look at him with scorn like others and answered his questions too. Marshall sister Mi-yun, please come in. Emo quickly moved aside and said, thank you Marshall brother Yi. Mi-yun then hung up the solitary cultivation sign for Emo again. Seeing this, Emo put on the restrictions again and asked after she sat down, Marshall sister Mi-yun, what business do you have with me? Can't I come see you? I heard you went to the ethereal immortal well, or half a sect member. Saint Mi-yun laughed. There was a sliver of airiness in her tone. Emo dazed, were saints supposed to be formal and serious? Ning Yu found a man and now Mi-yun didn't seem to act like a saint. Seeing Emo daze, Mi-yun took back her smile and acted a little more serious. Marshall brother Yi, I indeed need your help. Emo quickly said, Marshall sister Mi-yun, please say it. If it's something I can help with and not against my heart, I'm willing to help. Mi-yun got up and thanked before saying, Marshall brother Yi can hide your power to be great extreme immortal middle stages, great eternity immortal primary stage, and no one could see through it at all. One could say that Marshall brother Yi's stealth cultivation method is definitely the best. Hearing this, Emo immediately realized that there was nothing free in this world indeed. Mi-yun answered a few questions and wanted his cultivation method. Those questions were life questions to Emo, but clearly she didn't know this. Since she didn't, it was over the line for her to ask for cultivation method. Mi-yun continued, Mi-yun knows this request is over the line, but that stealth cultivation method is very important to me. Marshall brother Yi, you can ask for conditions, as long as Mi-yun can do it, I definitely will. Please just give me a copy of that stealth cultivation method. Emo didn't answer. His stealth cultivation method came from 3 birth chant. Although she helped him, there was no way he was going to give his cultivation method, because my master told me to not spread the cultivation method to anyone else. Marshall's sister Mi-yun is someone I respect, I can't reject you straight up. So, let me think about this again. Emo said, there was no way he would give the stealth cultivation method from 3 birth chant to her, but he had plenty of cultivation method in his storage ring. He would find one and complete it and then give it to her. Thank you Marshall brother Yi. Mi-yun was overjoyed and got up to thank. Seeing Emo get up ready to send her out, Mi-yun left behind a jade slip and said, this is the way to capture void flying snow, hope it might help Marshall brother Yi a little. Just when Emo wanted to rejected this, he remembered he needed this. When Li Kuan came to Emo, she found that the restriction was open. She rejoiced and walked over, but then saw Mi-yun Saint come out of Emo's room. Seeing Li Kuan dazing, Mi-yun greeted politely, Mi-yun greet sister Shiyu. Li Kuan just reacted and smiled awkwardly and chatted with her a little before going in Emo's room. Brother, Mi-yun is ethereal immortal pond saint, don't get too close to her. Due to Ning Yu, the ethereal immortal pond wouldn't allow this thing to happen again. If it does, they might punish seriously, Li Kuan said, immediately worried that Emo would be enticed by Mi-yun. Emo smiled, I know, don't worry sister Shiyu. Li Kuan nodded and added, the reason Ning Yu is fine is because Fongchen comes from Fong Jinshan, a place with a few immortal emperor. The ethereal immortal pond doesn't dare to mess with them. Emo nodded, and seeing a sliver of worry on her face, he asked, what's wrong? Li Kuan immediately said, someone wants to kill Chi Baitsong. I came to ask you what to do. Emo wondered. This immortal ship was going towards Qingwei Heaven. Who had the guts to kill on this ship? Chapter 1756. Of course I go, Li Kuan quickly said. He was challenged. If immortals have conflict on the ship, they can resolve the issue through duels on the battle stage. If you refuse the challenge, you must accept an insulting condition of the challenger. Chi Baitsong was challenged, but with his young city lord status, how can he accept an insulting condition? However, I delayed the time. I said to wait for you to come out first. Hearing this, Emo breathed easy. This meant Chi Baitsong was fine for now. Who challenged him? Emo asked. Li Kuan explained. Chi Baitsong offended Fendu Heaven East Abyss Emperor Sex Xiang Changyong. Xiang Changyong is Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage and very powerful. He's very famous amongst Fendu Heaven Great Immortals, but he's very murderous and violent. During these 2 months, he used challenges to kill quite some people. Emo nodded and put the restriction back on his room before going with Li Kuan to see Chi Baitsong. Chi Baitsong was a young city lord, but like Ji Shu, he didn't have any bad habits and was quite a good person.
He was genuine to friends. The only bad thing about him was he was a bit immersed in lust. When Yemo and Li Kuan entered Chi Baitsong's room, he found there were more than 10 people inside. They all came over from Changrong heaven. Chi Baitsong's face was back. Clearly he knew he was no match for Xiang Sihanyang. Seeing Yemo come here, he nodded. Ji Shu and them got up and greeted the two. Brother Ji, what is going on? Yemo looked at Ji Shu and asked. Ji Shu sighed and glanced at Chi Baitsong that Xiang Changyang is too cocky. Baitsong is too careless and went to chat up Demon Joy sect Hua Rushue. Hua Rushue is an evil woman. She tricked Baitsong's things and told Xiang Changyong to kill Baitsong. Quite a few people Xiang Changyong killed on the ship were due to Hua Rushue. Yemo had heard of Demon Joy sect from Li Kuan. This was an infamous sect. No one inside the sect was good. Regardless, now that Chi Baitsong was targeted, Yemo wasn't going to watch this. When Yan Zhoutian threatened him, Chi Baitsong was the first to stand up for him. I think we should let a person who is as strong as Xiang Changyong to discuss with him. If he knows that we're not weaker than him, perhaps he would step down. Jishu looked at Fang Chen. It was obvious that he was the strongest here. Yemo remembered there was a halfway immortal king guy, but clearly that guy didn't want trouble, so he didn't come. Fang Chen wasn't dumb. Seeing everyone look at him, he coughed that Xiang Changyang is from East Abyss Emperor sect. Their power is no weaker than us. Fang Jin Mountain and those around him are the extreme grade great immortals from Fendu Heaven. Jiu Fan Immortal Pon Saint Yi is just one sliver away from Immortal King. Our power is so much weaker than theirs. I feel like a man should be able to see the times. Martial brother Baitsong doesn't have to fight him head on. Fang Chen clearly meant for Chi Baitsong to surrender. If one surrenders, not only does he ruin his own reputation but the reputation of his sect. The victor can make the other person do anything that was insulting. If Chi Baitsong surrendered, he might as well die. Brother Qi, it's just a small thing. A mere Xiang Changyang is nothing. Yemo ignored Fang Chen's idea. This was an idiot idea. Chi Baitsong's face is bad, but hearing this he laughed. Brother Yi is right. There's only a Chi Baitsong that dies in battle. There's no Qi Baitsong that kneels down. Xiang Changyong challenged me. I'm a great eternity immortal tertiary stage. How can I be scared of him? Who will send the battle invitation for me? Everyone in the room dazed. Everyone knew that Chi Baitsong had to fight, but none of them persuaded Chi Baitsong to fight. Doing that was asking him to die. This Yemo just straight up encouraged Chi Baitsong to die. Ji Shu and them sighed. They were close to Chi Baitsong, and of course they knew Yemo was right. Ning Yu looked at Yemo and shook her head. Fang Chen sneered and said nothing. Even he was no match for Xiang Changyong. Instead of going to die, Chi Baitsong might as well suicide. He came here due to Ning Yu and Ning Yu came here due to Li Kuan. Yemo laughed. Of course I'm going. Ning Yu looked worriedly at Li Kuan and said, Shiyu, your brother. Li Kuan smiled but wasn't worried. She knew Yemo's power too well. He was definitely no weaker than Xiang Changyong. She also knew Yemo wasn't the type to let his friends go die. He lives at Fendu Heaven region, room A138. Help me set it to 3 days later. Chi Baitsong said, I'll go with you. Jishu got up and said, Yemo waved his hand. No need, I'll go alone, it's a mere battle invitation. Yemo said to Li Kuan's sister, you wait for me here, I'll go find Xiang Changyong, I'll be back soon. Then, Yemo turned to leave without wasting any time. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. The one who helped Yemo explain the space law before said, I feel that although Martial Brother Yi is impulsive, his words are right. We're immortal cultivators, how can we fear a battle? Dying in battle is better than living like a dog. Okay, everyone who came here today is my friend. I'm glad you didn't leave me in my most difficult time. I'll treat everyone. Then, Chi Baitsong took out barrels of wine and opened them up. Aroma spilled. Everyone knew this was Chi Baitsong's treasured stock. He probably knew he was going to lose for sure, so he shared it with everyone. The wine was great, but everyone wasn't in a good mood. They even felt guilty. They didn't leave Chi Baitsong, but none of them were able to help him. Instead, it was Yemo who sent the battle invitation for him. If we had a master like Lu Mang, who would dare to challenge us? Yin Hui finished a barrel and smashed it. Everyone fell silent. They knew he was right. They were a group. They grouped up to increase their power and not be abused. But now, Chi Baitsong was about to be killed, but no one dared to say anything. The Heaven Domain regions were distinct on the immortal ship. Yemo left Changrong Heaven area and soon found Fendu Heaven area. a 138 was very easy to find, there wasn't even a restriction on this room.
The room was very noisy. Emo walked to the door and the 30 immortals inside looked at Emo. None of them knew Emo. Who are you? What business do you have here?
A cold voice sounded. It was a great eternity immortal tertiary stage. It doesn't matter who I am, I came to send the battle invitation.
Emo sneered.
Not fearing the 30 great eternity immortal at all, after a brief silence, the room burst into laughter as though finding Emo's serious attitude amusing.
Emo waited for the laughter to calm down before saying, who is Xiang Changyon? I'm challenging you.
A bulky man got up suddenly, at the same time his killing intent exploded out into a line towards Emo and exploded before him. Emo stood at the door and didn't move. It was like the killing intent met an invisible barrier. The force looked dominating, but Emo's hair didn't even move. Chapter 1757, Solo Cultivator Emo. With this, everyone in the room's faces changed. Everyone here was at least very strong in the same level. Emo was a great eternity immortal primary stage and could stop such powerful killing intent without his hair even moving wasn't simple, in fact. Other than Emo, everyone else's clothes moved, but they knew the killing intent was just targeted at Emo. The bulky man's eyes narrowed. He was very strong and had a strong background too, but he wasn't dumb. He investigated those who he challenges. He investigated Chi-Bait-song's friends. Other than that Weicho, who was halfway immortal king, and that Fan Chen, he didn't consider everyone else a threat. He knew Chi-Bait-song also had a great eternity immortal primary stage, but seeing him today, he realized this great eternity immortal wasn't ordinary. I'm Xiang Changyon. When does Chi-Bait-song want to fight? Just say it, I can't be bothered waiting.
The bulky man's surprise quickly disappeared and looked calmly at Emo. Emo scanned everyone else here and said, I need to give this battle invitation to you alone.
Of course, if you don't dare to receive it alone, you can let everyone stay.
Ha ha ha. Xiang Changyon laughed. There's a battle invitation I don't dare to accept?
I will accept any challenge, you don't need to use your little tricks. Everyone please wait for a moment, I want to see what a mere great eternity immortal primary stage can do to me.
Xiang Changyong's tone was very contemptuous. He considered Emo dead too.
After he challenged Chi-Bait-song, he would be challenging Emo next. Everyone seemed to know Xiang Changyong's character and immediately left. After everyone left, Emo put a few restrictions on the door. On the account of you blocking my killing intent sever, I'll give you a chance to speak. Xiang Changyong stared at Emo coldly. Take my punch first.
Emo said and punched. Xiang Changyong didn't expect Emo dared to fight in his room, but his reaction was fast.
He was furious. He wasn't even cocky yet, and a mere great eternity immortal primary stage dared to be this cocky. The next moment, a huge baton appeared before him. Emo's punch seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and swept away all the space killing intent in this room.
Endless killing force was born out of nowhere and formed a killing intent whirlpool in just a second and enveloped Xiang Changyong.
Emo could easily take the space killing intent of 1,000 km radius and control it into the size of a room. Xiang Changyong wasn't Yan Zhoutian, he was far from it.
Emo wasn't even scared of Yan Zhoutian. He didn't need to have any concerns teaching Xiang Changyong a lesson. He had the confidence to kill him and not startle anyone outside. Of course, Emo wasn't going to kill Xiang Changyong. If he was, it wouldn't be in the room. Plus, Xiang Changyong's background was strong. Emo didn't want to mess with the people behind him yet. When Emo punched, Xiang Changyong was still sneering, but when Emo brought all the killing intent in the room and the killing force kept increasing out of nowhere, Xiang Changyong frowned.
He felt Emo was no weaker than him. When Emo's killing intent whirlpool formed and enveloped him inside and found it difficult to even control his magic artifact, Xiang Changyong's heart went ice cold. If Emo's fist wind exploded around him, he would be the center of the explosion and get torn apart. At this moment, Xiang Changyong realized that Emo wasn't on par with him, he was far beyond him. Emo's such terrifying killing intent didn't even touch the walls of the room and knew that this wasn't Emo's true power. If Emo used his true power, he wouldn't last more than 10 seconds in front of this great eternity immortal primary stage. How is there such terrifying great eternity immortal in Changrong heaven? His killing intent sever was worse than a pebble in the sea compared to this punch.
No wonder Emo's hair didn't even move, such killing intent struck straight into Xiang Changyong's heart.
Xiang Changyong felt that the next moment, his life would no longer belong to him. cold sweat fell from Xiang Changyong. For the first time, he felt he was so close to death.
Although Yemo attacked first and made him lose the first opportunity, but even if he was prepared, could he stop this punch?
Even if he did, could he stop the next one? Just when Xiang Changyong closed his eyes waiting for death, that terrifying killing intent suddenly stopped and the killing force whirlpool disappeared slowly.
Xiang Changyong's pale face breathed easy. He knew he just had a stroll in death's doors.
If Yemo didn't take back this punch, he would be dead. Xiang Changyong immediately knew that Yemo used a fist god artifact.
Yet Yemo could control such terrifying fist wind and force with such ease.
Once could see how strong Yemo was. The room returned to what it was before, but Xiang Changyong was sweating cold. He breathed easy, but his face was very bad. I can easily kill you, Yemo said coldly. If Yemo said this when he first came in, he would have attacked already. Xiang Changyong put away his magic artifact. He knew Yemo was speaking the truth. Yemo continued, I didn't come here to kill you. If I wanted to, I would challenge you. Xiang Changyong shivered. If he failed on the battle stage, he would be killed and be scorned for being killed by a great eternity immortal primary stage after his death. After a moment of silence, he said heavily, you're right, you can easily kill me. I was asked by someone to kill Qi Baitsong. If I knew Qi Baitsong had a friend like you, I won't challenge him.
Xiang Changyong knew why Yemo asked everyone in the room to leave. It was to save face for him.
Clearly, Yemo wasn't scared of him but didn't want to start conflict with him. I appreciate your goodwill,
Xiang Changyong added.
He was violent but he wasn't dumb. Yemo nodded. It was the best outcome that Xiang Changyong could calm down and answer his words. If Xiang Changyong was an idiot, Yemo would have to resort to challenging him. Very well, I hope you can apologize to Qi Baitsong and say you were told by someone and cancel the challenge, Yemo said. Xiang Changyong subconsciously answered, impossible. I would definitely not apologize to anyone nor cancel the challenge.
Yemo sneered, in that case I will challenge you first.
I feel that Hua Rushue isn't bad, you and her, wait. Xiang Changyong quickly stopped. I agree to your request. But in order to do that, Qi Baitsong has to agree, or the challenge can't be cancelled.
I will convince Qi Baitsong. He won't make it hard for you. You're a smart person. I believe you know what to do.
I can't mess with East Abyss Emperor sect yet, and I don't want conflict with them, but I don't want something to happen to my friend.
But just because I don't want conflict doesn't mean I'm scared of any power. Yemo's words made Xiang Changyong know clearly that Yemo didn't consider him a threat.
He just didn't want to offend East Abyss Emperor sect. If he did, he would eventually get back at them. Xiang Changyong didn't feel Yemo was talking big. Yemo could easily kill a Great Eternity Immortal Peak stage as Great Eternity Immortal Primary stage. Clearly, Yemo's future was boundless. I agree, but if Qi Baitsong insults me, I would rather die in your hands,
Xiang Changyong said. Yemo nodded and left. He believed Qi Baitsong would insult Xiang Changyong. May I ask of your name, friend?
Xiang Changyong quickly saluted with his fists and asked.
Solo Cultivator Yemo. Yemo opened the restriction. There were still many Great Eternity Immortals outside. Some were Xiang Changyong's friend, some came to see the fun.
They wanted to see if Xiang Changyong would kill this Great Eternity Immortal Primary stage. Chapter 1758, Xiang Changyong's apology. Seeing Yemo leave rapidly, everyone was confused. According to Xiang Changyong's temper, this guy should either be dead or heavily injured, but Yemo left perfectly fine. Moments later, Xiang Changyong appeared at the door. Compared to Yemo, these Great Eternity Immortal felt like a lot about Xiang Changyong changed. His face didn't seem very good and there were slight waves on his immortal essence. Friends, I just heard Qi Baitsong's friend explain. I just realized I was used by someone. I can fight to death, but there's no way I'm going to let myself be used. Xiang Changyong's words made people very confused. Xiang Changyong was using an excuse to kill Qi Baitsong. How come he said he was being used? Didn't he like people using him to kill? Xiang Changyong said seriously. I, Xiang Changyong, am a clean person. Wrong is wrong. I will not let people use me. They want to use me to challenge Qi Baitsong. I'm not going to let them have it their way. This time, I've decided to apologize to Qi Baitsong. Xiang Changyong's words shook everyone nearby. What was this? Xiang Changyong going to apologize personally? With this temper, he would only kill Qi Baitsong and then challenge the person who used him. A few cunning Great Eternity Immortal were already onto something. They immediately joined. Brother Xiang is indeed a clean and upright person.
After knowing he was used, he still uses a nice manner to apologize to an ordinary great eternity immortal. He indeed has the mannerism of a big sect. With Brother Xiang's unparalleled Tao heart, his accomplishment would be boundless. With people leading the way, the rest immediately knew what happened and all clapped. Xiang Changyong felt a little awkward, but he was grateful to those great eternity immortal. At least his status and face was saved. Those smart great eternity immortal already knew the problem was with the great eternity immortal primary stage who sent the battle invitation. If it's said that Xiang Changyong was really powerful, some people even suspect he was taught a lesson inside. This was too absurd, however. As soon as Yemo left Fendu Heaven region, he saw someone familiar, little immortal King Lu Mang. He sneered at him, clearly waiting for him here. No wonder you killed Ming Kai, you're a great eternity immortal. So amazing. Lu Mang sneered. Yemo knew Lu Mang hated him to the bones, but he didn't care. He had time-space boat, he could go anywhere. You're right, my great extreme immortal was fake, great eternity immortal is real. It's better than something that can't be real. Yemo said. Lu Mang was very annoyed seeing that Yemo sneering him for being a fake immortal king, but he couldn't fight here. I'm warning you to stay away from 11U, otherwise you won't even know how you die. Lu Mang threatened again. Yemo ignored him and immediately left. Lu Mang sneered, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, a great eternity immortal came to deliver Lu Mang a message. Yemo wasn't going to let this go and his spirit sense sneaked over. Yemo only heard the words, 5-element item, auction, immortal king. Lu Mang immediately left. He seemed very desperate. Yemo didn't care about auctions, there were ones every day. He cared about the 5-element item. It made Yemo think of his stone stools. Thinking about this, Yemo was in no rush to go back and immediately chased after Lu Mang in invisibility. There were many restrictions on the immortal ship, and in less than 15 minutes Lu Mang disappeared from him. Brother Yi? Just when Yemo was thinking about how to get to the auction, a voice of surprise and joy sounded. Yemo recognized this person. It was Ren Elijah and Chu Chi next to her. To be honest, Yemo really didn't want to see these two. He didn't expect they had the right to go to Qing Wei Heaven. Yemo could only saluted with his fists and greet them. So it's Martial Sister Li Jin and Brother Chu, we meet again. I believe you two are going to Qing Wei Heaven too? Chu Chi quickly said yes, thank you for your help, Brother Yi. Seeing Yemo here, Chu Chi was very shocked. Yemo could appear here, meaning that in the battle at the palace, Warren was probably dead. Yemo being great eternity immortal primary stage was very normal to him. Last time Yemo was great extreme immortal peak stage, Yemo didn't want to mention the past and quickly said it's nothing, you guys should be in Jinshang Heaven, how are you guys here? In order to go to Qing Wei Heaven, the immortal residents used a lot of effort. We know it's very hard for us to get the Pengyu immortal fruit, but it's better to see the world. It's the marketplace ahead, we brought some immortal artifact we want to sell. Ren Li Jin quickly said. Yemo knew that they must be selling the immortal artifact they got in the immortal graveyard range. Yemo immediately said perfect, I want to go to the marketplace too. This was just a marketplace on the immortal ship, but it is popular as marketplaces in some immortal cities. There were mostly great eternity immortal inside, only a few great extreme immortal. Yemo let Chu Chi and Ren Li Jin go set up their stall first. He wanted to find out about the auction and didn't want others to know. Why is Yemo still not back? Jiu Ruyan was worried. Xiang Changyong's temper was bad and they all knew, if Yemo offended Xiang Changyong wouldn't dare to kill him, but he could heavily injure Yemo or destroy his power. Yemo was just sending a battle invitation. It shouldn't take this long. Even Ji Shu and them were getting worried. Li Kuan wasn't worried at all, but seeing everyone worry, she began to worry too. She trusted Yemo's power, but what if they gained up on Yemo? Thinking about this, Li Kuan couldn't sit down anymore and immediately got up and said, I'll go have a look. Sister Shiyu, let me go. Ji Shu got up. He was close with Yemo. At this moment, the restriction of the room move, someone came. Chi Baitsong was a little tipsy, but he immediately felt it and opened the restriction, saying, Brother, you should be back. But when he opened the restriction, he was dazed. It wasn't Yemo at the door, it was Xiang Changyong here, but there was no Yemo. Chi Baitsong guessed that Yemo might be heavily injured and immediately got up in fury. Everyone else realized what happened. Yemo was heavily injured and Xiang Changyong came to show off.
Yimo's friends were only Ji Shu, Chi Baitsong, Zhou Ruyan, and Inui. Everyone else guessed what happened, but no one got up. Where is my brother Yimo? Li Kuan's eyes went red and yelled at Xiang Changyong. Seeing the furious Li Kuan, who couldn't even control her killing intent, Xiang Changyong dazed.
He just came here and didn't attack Li Kuan.
But soon he immediately realized what happened. Li Kuan clearly thought he did something to Yimo. Li Kuan was Yimo's sister. Xiang Changyong was scared and quickly saluted with his fists. Martial sister.
Brother Yi went to my place and sat for a while and left. I don't know where he went, but I believe he should be back soon. Everyone in the room dazed. Since when was Xiang Changyong so easy to talk to?
Was this the violent-tempered Xiang Changyong? What shocked them even more was that Xiang Changyong turned to Chi Baitsong and said, Brother Chi, I was tricked by someone before to challenge you. Luckily I know what happened now. I came to apologize to you and take back the challenge. Please forgive me, Brother Chi. In this instant, the room was extremely silent. Xiang Changyong came to apologize and take back the challenge. Chapter 1759, God Artifact Pill Cauldron. If it wasn't that Xiang Changyong's tone was genuine, no one would believe this was real. Seeing the silence in the room, Xiang Changyong felt very awkward and said genuinely, Brother Chi, what do you think?
Chi Baitsong was a little tipsy, but he instantly woke up now.
He realized that Xiang Changyong came to apologize probably due to Yimo. Chi Baitsong wasn't going to reject, of course. He quickly saluted with his fists. So someone started this conflict using you. Since Brother Xiang came to apologize, this little matter is over.
Please, come have a drink too.
Chi Baitsong gave Xiang Changyong a way down. Then, Chi Baitsong poured a cup of wine for Xiang Changyong. Now, Ji Shu and them all realized that Xiang Changyong was indeed here to apologize. Xiang Changyong really didn't want to drink here but was afraid Yimo would think his apology wasn't genuine, so he quickly finished the cup and said, all the unhappiness and misunderstanding is over with this drink.
Chi Baitsong was very happy and laughed.
Of course, Brother Xiang has an open heart, I greatly admire it, that little misunderstanding is nothing.
With this, Xiang Changyong felt assured and immediately saluted with his fists. In that case, I'll be leaving.
Xiang Changyong walked to the door but suddenly thought of something and turned back. When Brother Yi comes back, if he has the time, I welcome him to come visit. Then, Xiang Changyong suddenly remembered what Yimo said before he left.
Solo cultivator Yimo. Only now did he realize the meaning of that. Being solo cultivator meant that Yimo was alone and could go anywhere.
If he kept looking for trouble with Yimo's friends, Yimo would attack without hesitation. Seeing Xiang Changyong leave, the room full of people went into discussion. They all realized that Xiang Changyong came to apologize due to Yimo, but Yimo was a great eternity immortal primary stage. How could he convince Xiang Changyong to apologize? Only Li Kuan knew that Yimo didn't persuade with words, he persuaded with fists. Since Xiang Changyong came to apologize, it meant that he considered the consequences of not apologizing. Ha ha.
Chi Baitsong laughed and felt very satisfied.
With Xiang Changyong apologizing to him, he would have everywhere he went if he told the story. Many thanks to Brother Yi today.
Why isn't he back?
Chi Baitsong wanted to celebrate, but he realized that Yimo wasn't back. Li Kuan said, my brother probably has some business, don't worry about him. It seems that with Yimo on our team, no one would dare to challenge us.
Ji Shu laughed.
Ji Shu knew a little more about Yimo than everyone else. The depressing atmosphere immediately lightened up with Xiang Changyong's apology. Yimo went to a few shops and still got no news about the auction.
He even wanted to find Lu Mang straight up.
At this moment, he saw a huge sign on a merchant tower that clearly spelled the tower auction. Yimo immediately went inside. 5 minutes later, Yimo came out of the tower. He realized that this auction wasn't the auction he wanted to go to. But he also found out from here that there was a Ding Xiang auction that only invited those with high status. Lu Mang was the disciple of the Changrong Heaven's Heaven Lord. Clearly he had the opportunity. Yimo guessed that Miyun, Saint of Ethereal Immortal Pond, probably was invited too, but he didn't know if Li Kuan was invited. Yimo had decided to go ask Sister Shiyu first and then Miyun. Before he left the marketplace, he heard some ruckus. Ran Li Jin's voice was very loud. Yimo knew that there was probably some issue at their stall, so he went over without hesitation. Brother Yi. Ran Li Jin had this fear towards Yimo. She felt Yimo was very mysterious and powerful.
She quickly greeted Yimo when he came. What's going on?
Yimo looked at the rusty pill cauldron in Ran Li Jin's hands. Chu Chi quickly said, after we saw this pill cauldron, I felt it wasn't ordinary and wanted to put it away, but this immortal friend tried to force me to sell this cauldron to him.
I didn't want to, and he's causing trouble here.
Your stall is clearly selling old products. I just picked this up from your stall.
How am I causing trouble?
If you don't want to sell, then don't set up a stall here.
A Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage yelled.
Renli Jin immediately said, "Why can't I set up stall here?
Does this marketplace belong to you? Show me the cauldron."
Yi Mo reached out his hand. "Brother Yi, if you like this pill cauldron, you can have it. I'll give it to you for free. I'm not going to sell it to this rude person," Renli Jin said. The Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage sneered and just stared at Yi Mo's cauldron, saying nothing. Clearly, he really wanted it. Yi Mo took the pill cauldron and scanned it with his spirit sense. When he saw waves and waves of restrictions, he immediately realized why this Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage wanted it so much. This was a low-grade god artifact. A low-grade god artifact pill cauldron would be worth the same as an ordinary middle-grade god artifact. Yi Mo was immediately interested in this god artifact. "Brother Chu, martial sister Li Jin, this pill cauldron is a good magic artifact. I'm an immortal pill master, it's useful to me." Before Yi Mo finished, Shu Qi said, "Martial brother Yi, you saved us before, if you like it then take it. Plus, martial sister Li Jin agreed to give it to you."
"Then thank you," Yi Mo said.
He really did save them, and to be fair, he abandoned this cauldron. He didn't expect there were really good things in that pile of trash. There's a chronological order to things. I came first. What right do you have to take it? The Great Eternity Immortal immediately became desperate. Yi Mo took the pill cauldron and stared at this Great Eternity Immortal.
"Did you see me buy it? They gave it to me for free, did you not hear it?" The people watching immediately laughed out. "You."
The Great Eternity Immortal was at a loss of words, but he immediately changed his position and saluted with his fists. "Friend, this pill cauldron is really important to me.
Name a price, I will buy it from you. If you have to buy it, then I'll sell it to you."
Yi Mo frowned and said. He didn't believe this Great Eternity Immortal would be able to afford it. The Git immediately said happily, "Okay, thank you, friend." Yi Mo waved his hand. "Don't thank me yet, this pill cauldron is very pricey. If you can't afford it, don't blame me. Tell me," the Great Eternity Immortal said calmly. He believed with his fortune he would be able to shock this Great Eternity Immortal primary stage. Yi Mo nodded. "One extreme great immortal range. If you can take out an entire one, you can have this pill cauldron." Yi Mo didn't know which one was more valuable, but he knew his price wasn't overpriced. To Yi Mo, the extreme great immortal range was more important because he had a Shin known cauldron. This Great Eternity Immortal immediately pointed at Yi Mo in fury, thinking Yi Mo was mocking him. He didn't even have a low-grade immortal range. Not even immortal emperors had an extreme great immortal range. Not even every grand emperors had an extreme great immortal range. At this moment, another voice sounded, "Brother Yi, can you show that pill cauldron to me? Of course the price will be what you say." Chapter 1760, Immortal King Ambush. A white-dressed woman appeared before Yi Mo. She seemed very formal, giving Yi Mo a feeling like she was a lily rising out of the water. Such a pretty woman. Yi Mo thought of Susu and Jinbingyu. They were on par with her, but this woman seemed to have a royal temperament. Yi Mo didn't believe those seductive words were said by this woman, but when Yi Mo looked at the old man behind her, he immediately stopped using his spirit sense. Although the old man hid his power, he was at least Immortal King Peak Stage or even an Immortal Monarch. "Brother Yi, can you sell this pill cauldron to me?" The same voice came out of her mouth, but it didn't have the seduction like before. Yi Mo dazed, he couldn't match that seductive voice to this formal-looking woman. Seeing Yi Mo daze, the woman laughed. There was innocence and naivety in her laugh, as though she was a little girl. "You know me?" Yi Mo asked heavily. This woman saw Yi Mo's look suddenly turn serious and said with some unhappiness as she groaned, "Brother Yi, do you hate me that much? You said you liked me before. I like you?" Yi Mo laughed. "I don't even know who you are, why would I like you?" Even though there was an immortal monarch behind her, Yi Mo wasn't scared. Immortal monarchs wouldn't dare to attack a Great Eternity Immortal here. If it was in the void, Yi Mo would be alert. "So you tricked me." The woman suddenly seemed like she was about to cry. "You told Xiang Changyong you really like me, so you lied to me." Yi Mo suddenly woke up.
He couldn't believe that this woman was Demon Joy Sex Hwarushua. Sister Sia said Demon Joy Sex women were the most shameless. They went around seducing men, they would sleep with them whenever and wherever they could, but this Hwarushua seemed to naive and innocent. Without that, she would be a formal-looking goddess. Yemo really couldn't connect her to her Demon Joy sect identity. Yemo couldn't help being amazed at how quick she received news of it. But it was no wonder Siang Changyong would tell her, she was indeed too attractive. There are countless people called Hwarushua, I might not be talking about you. If you have to think that I am, then I lied to you. Yemo nodded, ha. Hwarushua was at a loss for words, but she quickly reacted and lowered her head as though in disappointment and used a very crisp sound voice. I heard brother you wanted to sell your pill cauldron, will I be able to buy it? Of course, as long as you can afford it, Yemo said. I don't have an immortal range, I only have immortal crystals. Name a price, I'll convert it to immortal crystals to you. Hwarushua changed into a holy goddess manner. Yemo smiled. Sorry, I don't want immortal crystals. Immortal crystals were much worse than immortal range. And an extreme grade immortal range would be very helpful to the golden page world too. The look of disappointment on her face would make ordinary men want to give everything to her to make her happy. Some immortals on the side cursed Yemo for being so vulgar. They would have given the pill cauldron to her already. Brother Chu, martial sister Li Jin, I took the pill cauldron, I will pay for it, Yemo said to Chu Chi and Rin Li Jin. Chu Chi quickly said, it's right of us to give the pill cauldron to Brother Yi. If you say any more, I'll be ashamed. Seeing Yemo about to go, Hwarushua quickly stopped Yemo. Brother Yi, if you really want an immortal range, that's fine. 2 nights later. There will be an auction at the top level of the ship, only wealthy immortals can go there, one must have at least a 1 billion net worth to go. If you want to go, I can lend you 1 billion immortal crystals to participate there. If you sell your pill cauldron there you might be able to get an extreme grade immortal range, I don't have immortal crystals and I don't want to go to some auction. Yemo rejected without hesitation. He wanted to go but he definitely couldn't let people know. Then Hwarushua showed extreme disappointment. Then Brother Yi, do you want to have a sit at my place? I'm willing to talk the entire night away with you. No need, starting from today I'm going into solitary cultivation. I need to spirit control this pill cauldron. I'm an immortal pill master, this pill cauldron is very important to me, Yemo said. Just when Yemo didn't know what to do, the great eternity immortal stopped Yemo. Because of your rudeness to Rushua goddess, I, Miao Chang Heaven's Yenchong Sexugu officially challenge you to a duel. Yemo knew that this guy wanted to use the challenge to rob the god artifact but he didn't have time to challenge this guy. He had 2.5 billion immortal crystals, he could go into the auction. Before Yemo answered, Guya said again, of course, if you're willing to accept defeat, I won't humiliate you. Yemo sneered, this guy just wanted the pill cauldron. Of course he wouldn't humiliate him, if you want to fight I'm down, but I don't have time to play with you now. I need to go back for solitary cultivation, see you half a month later on the battle stage. Yemo turned to leave, ignoring Hwarushua who was waiting for him on the side. Guya sneered. You probably don't know, the challenged can't delay the battle for more than 5 days. You want to delay it by half a month, do you want to lose? Yemo really didn't know this rule. If he had to come out and fight Guya, this would be against his plan. Yemo was thinking about how to convert his immortal essence to a fake Great Eternity immortal tertiary stage. He believed he would be able to do it with the 3 birth chant. As long as he changed his cultivation level, he could forge a mask, only then would he dare to go to the auction. Yemo slowly looked at Guya and said, in that case, I accept your challenge, the time is now. You really want to go to the battle stage now? Guya looked at Yemo in disbelief. A Great Eternity immortal primary stage didn't even fear death for the pill cauldron. Just when Yemo wanted to talk, a powerful spirit sense subtly charged into his sea of consciousness. Yemo's sea of consciousness was different than others. He would even immortal emperor spirit sense checking inside. Yemo's face went pale. He immediately hacked out tens of spirit sense blades and used a spirit sense net to stop that spirit sense. The spirit sense clashed with Yemo and Yemo spat a few mouthfuls of blood and flew back tens of meters into a shop. Top grade spirit sense cultivation method? The old man called out in shock. Yemo got up slowly. If he didn't use spirit sense blade, this old thing almost invaded into the depth of his sea of consciousness. This way, not only would be turned into an idiot, the golden page world would be exposed. This old bastard didn't consider the immortal ship rules and attacked him. Huarushue frowned at the old man. Who let you attack? The old man quickly bowed. This person disrespected mistress. I'm teaching him a lesson. Huarushue ignored him and walked up to Emo bowing. Sorry, my subordinate was very rude. I apologize to you genuinely. Her tone was genuine and had a sliver of pity, making people unable to get angry. Emo nodded. Okay, I know. Huarushue felt relaxed, but Emo didn't even wipe the blood from his body and said to a great eternity immortal not far ahead, how do I report status immortal ambushing a great immortal? Ring the drum at the marketplace entrance. That great eternity immortal saw a status immortal ambush Emo and also felt annoyed, but he didn't dare to talk before. Didn't I apologize to you before? Huarushue called out in shock. I already said I know, do I have to say it again? Emo then walked up to the drum and smashed the stick onto the drum. His sea of consciousness was almost crippled. Could one sorry be enough? The deep drum sound rang through the entire immortal ship. Chapter 1761, Emo challenged. The old man's face immediately changed, his hands turned shaky. He didn't expect that Emo dared to ring the drum. He was more surprised that a mere great eternity immortal primary stage could not only notice but also stop his spirit sense attack. He had never seen such a powerful spirit sense cultivation method. If it wasn't for that spirit sense cultivation method, a mere great eternity immortal primary stage wouldn't be fine even if he didn't attack with full power. He didn't really want to check the depth of Yemo's sea of consciousness. He just wanted to mark it. He thought a great eternity immortal primary stage wouldn't be able to notice this, but as soon as his spirit sense touched Yemo's sea of consciousness, he felt the most powerful resistance. Because of this, he increased his spirit sense attack power, otherwise his sea of consciousness would be injured first. Due to this, he heavily injured Emo. The punishment for status immortal attacking a great eternity immortal wasn't ordinary, it was soul annihilation. How could he not fear? Emo didn't know how heavy the punishment for this was, but even if he knew, he would still strike the drum without hesitation. Everyone looked at Emo with admiration. This great eternity immortal primary stage really feared nothing. Even if a status immortal taught a great eternity immortal a lesson, no one would dare to ring the drum. If he annoyed this status immortal or his friend, even if the great eternity immortal got his revenge, he would be finished himself. Plus, everyone knew the sect where the old man came from. It was an emperor sect. Demon Joy sect was a very murderous sect. You really dare to strike the immortal ship drum? You're so cruel. Huarushue didn't have the naivety from before. Her face was covered in killing intent. As soon as she said this, a few powerful kais came. At the same time, 2 immortal monarchs arrived at the marketplace. What happened? A skinny immortal monarch primary stage asked. Just the pressure from his power made the people nearby feel it was hard to breathe. He was clearly talking to Emo. As Emo was holding the drumstick, Emo put it down and bowed, saluted with his fists. This person ambushed me as a status immortal, making me heavily injured. If I didn't know some simple spirit sense methods, my sea of consciousness would have been shattered and I would become an idiot. As a contestant invited to Qingwei Heaven for the tournament, I kept to myself and have done nothing wrong, but now I have had this disaster brought upon me. Please bring justice, 2 masters. Is this so? The immortal monarch's power rose and locked up the space nearby. This was the first time Emo saw an immortal monarch's killing intent. It was this terrifying and direct. It was as though once this killing intent was activated, he didn't even need to attack to tear people apart. Emo was shocked. This was just an immortal monarch primary stage and he didn't even attack or activate his killing intent, yet he was this scary. Then what about an immortal monarch peak stage or even immortal emperor? And now, Emo doubted if he could guard his sea of consciousness against immortal emperor. Just the immortal king spirit senses attack from before wasn't at full power. If he used full power, would he be able to guard it? Yes, 2 masters. One Bei didn't really want to attack this great eternity immortal. I just wanted to check his cultivation method, but then there was a misunderstanding causing mutual attacks. One Bei is willing to take responsibility. Please take it easy on me, 2 masters. The immortal king bowed. Huarushue also said, Huarushue greet wind and lightning masters, Uncle G is my house servant. This is my fault too. I'm willing to compensate his loss and accept the punishment of the immortal ship, the skinny immortal monarch asked. You know us?
Yes, Wan Bei is Demon Joy Sect's disciple. I'd been on this ship with my master before.
Hua Rushua bowed again. Your master is?
The immortal monarch's tone eased up. My master is Demon Joy Sect's Luozi Immortal Emperor.
Have two immortal monarch masters heard of him?
Hua Rushua bowed again. So it's Master Luozi Immortal Emperor.
The skinny immortal monarch's face changed and his tone eased up.
Even his killing intent towards Uncle Ji was greatly reduced. Yimo's heart sunk. He knew this wasn't going to end well. The two immortal monarchs' attitude clearly changed.
That skinny immortal monarch looked at him with some coldness. The skinny immortal monarch looked back at Yimo and said, "They're willing to compensate and apologize. Are you willing to accept? If you do, then name your condition. If not, then we will take this immortal king to punishment."
Yimo wanted to ring the drum and bring law enforcer above immortal monarch, but thinking about how he had no backup and if an immortal emperor really came and forcefully killed him,
there would be nothing he could do.
They would be able to attack him when he was in solitary cultivation. Yimo sighed and felt very annoyed. No matter where it was, if you didn't have power or backup, you were someone to be abused. I'm willing to accept the apology. I need 2 billion immortal crystals,
Yimo said.
Yimo knew he would be suspected if he went to auction after taking the 2 billion immortal crystals, but he couldn't just let them go for free. Here, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle this well. Hua Rushua just threw 2 immortal crystals cards at Yimo. Young people are brave indeed. The skinny immortal monarch saw this and sneered before disappearing with the other immortal monarch from this place. You probably can't go yet. You said you would accept my challenge. You need to go to the battle stage now, not somewhere else, Guya immediately said. Guya thought if he killed Yimo, his storage ring would be his. Even if he didn't take the 2 billion immortal crystals, he would be connecting with Hua Rushua. If Hua Rushua wanted this pill cauldron, the 2 billion immortal crystals would be compensation. As you wish, lead the way, Yimo said without hesitation. There was a challenge and soon everyone on the boat knew about this, including Li Kuan and them. Xiang Changyong was dazed upon hearing this. He saw Yimo's power with his own eyes. Even he was no match. Who was dumb enough to challenge Yimo? But soon he realized there was a show to watch and took his people to the stage. Brother Yi, I didn't expect someone dared to challenge you, huh? There's a good show to watch. Brother Yi, can you come over to my place for a few drinks after? Xiang Sihanyang saluted with his fists. Probably not these few days. We'll talk about it at Qingwei Heaven. Seeing this, he knew that the problem between Xiang Changyong and Qi Beizong had been resolved. Xiang Changyong was very famous on the ship. Guya knew about Xiang Changyong, of course. Seeing Xiang Changyong so polite and familiar with Yimo, his heart sunk. He knew Xiang Changyong's background very well. Even Hua Rushua could only flirt with him and not offend him because Xiang Changyong's background was even stronger than hers. With what Xiang Changyong said, he was bound to lose. You challenged my brother. Then I'll kill you first. Li Kuan said, glaring coldly at Guya. A mere great eternity immortal tertiary stage doesn't need brother Yi or goddess Shiyu to fight. I, Yin Hui, will be enough. Yin Hui's killing intent forced towards Guya. Guya's heart suddenly went cold. He found he didn't even investigate the opponent he challenged. Chapter 1762, no need to forbear. Magnificent punch, really? This many people ganging up on one? Guya, go challenge this weak little kid. I want to see who dares to challenge you. I'll challenge him first. Since when did Miao Chang Heaven become so easy to abuse? A cold, contemptuous voice sounded. Xiang Changyong and Yin Hui immediately shut up. They couldn't mess with this person, the number 1 master below status immortal in Miao Chang Heaven, Di Wenchen. He was one of the sect members in the number 1 sect in Miao Chang Heaven, Zhou Qian Emperor's sect. Li Kuan raised her eyebrow and wanted to talk but was stopped by Yimo. Sister Shiyu, you don't need to come, I'm fine. Yimo's killing intent soared. Being forbearing constantly on this ship wasn't the way to go. If he was by himself, it was fine, but he had friends here too. His spirit sense cultivation method had been exposed by that immortal king. Even if he kept laying low, Hua Rushua would tell everyone, so he might as well be straightforward. Hurry up, my time is limited. Yimo landed on the stage and said calmly to Guya. Guya was very excited. He didn't expect that after being challenged by so many people, he would get the sympathy of Di Wencheng. With this, he immediately flew on the stage. If you admit defeat now,
You still have a sliver of chance otherwise, don't blame me for killing you like a chicken, Guya said. If there wasn't Xiang Changyang and Li Kuan and them supporting EMO, he could have attacked already instead of making him admit defeat. Di Wenchang was getting impatient. He said to Guya uncomfortably, since you challenged him, then take out your full power. Kill what needs to be killed, there's nothing to fear. With this, Guya's only sliver of worry was gone. Before EMO answered him, he took out a 10-meter-long black spear. Tens of thousands of spear shadows appeared out of nowhere as killing intent spread. EMO was a straightforward person, he didn't plan on holding back. His battle experience was ample and his spirit sense and immortal essence was far beyond Guya's. He didn't even wait for Guya's killing force to send out a punch. Thud, EMO almost used full power. With this, tens of miles around the stage were encompassed by his fist, wind and heaven covering killing intent completely covered that unformed spear force. Even the immortals below the stage subconsciously skipped a heartbeat as though this punch was coming at their chest. When Di Wenchang saw this punch, his face changed. He was the #1 great immortal of Miao Chang heaven. Of course he knew the power of Yemo's punch. This was a god art punch. It was unstoppable. Rumble. Guya's spear was swept by the fist wind and become thousands of times heavier. He couldn't even lift it. Crack, the fist wind struck the spear and a huge explosion sounded. Guya's face changed and burned his immortal essence. If his spear was caught by the fist force, he would only be able to await death. The terrifying killing intent was brought over by EMO. Guya wanted to break free, but it was too late. An invisible killing force whirlpool swept up like a disc and crushed down. Guya found it was hard to breathe as though a huge disc had landed on his chest. Thud thud, the sound of space exploding grew louder and Guya's pupils dilated as though he felt the chi of death and destruction. Guya was completely dazed. Was this punch made by a great eternity immortal primary stage or an immortal king? How was there such terrifying fist god artifact? I admit defeat. Guya called in horror, but soon he found his voice was enveloped by the killing force and couldn't make a sound. Thud, the whirlpool struck Guya head on, blood and flesh flew everywhere and instantly disintegrated amidst the whirlpool. A black spear was shot up 100 meters high before landing and piercing into the corner of the stage while wobbling. Clank, a storage ring fell onto the stage making a crisp sound. The killing force whirlpool disappeared and the stage returned to being calm. Guya was gone, only piles of blood and the spear remained. The area was silent, everyone stared at EMO in shock. At this moment, EMO reached out an immortal essence hand and grabbed the storage ring. It was like a person walking under the afternoon sun and found a storage ring on the road, so he picked it up peacefully and calmly. There was silence. A great eternity immortal primary stage used one punch to instant kill a great eternity immortal tertiary stage who challenged him. He didn't use any schemes nor magic artifact, he used his punch. A few seconds later, a shocking applause erupted outside the stage. The battle process wasn't fascinating at all, but no one believed this battle wasn't exciting. Everyone thought they had never seen such a magnificent punch nor such a god artifact. Perfect, amazing, praises sounded. This was a world of the strong, only strong people were recognized and supported. No one would remember the defeated dead. EMO breathed easy. He saluted with his fists to the people off the stage. He didn't feel he did wrong. His opponent wanted to kill him. He didn't need to act cowardly. He might be in danger if he exposed his strength, but so what? At least no one dared to do anything to him on the ship. He just needed to be careful in the void. As for Qingwei Heaven, he would be able to go anywhere. Li Kuan clenched her fist. She was full of pride. She knew EMO could do it. She knew that Yemo's power was many times stronger than when he fought Ming Kai. She was certain EMO didn't hide his cultivation level before, but she wouldn't tell anyone this secret. Shi Baitsong stared at EMO in shock before murmuring, I finally understand. He finally understood why EMO could persuade Xiang Changyong to apologize. This punch was too terrifying. Facing against such a punch, Xiang Sihanyang would have to apologize if he didn't want to die. Ji Shu and Inhui also stared at EMO in shock. Even though Ji Shu knew EMO was immortal nirvana body peak, he didn't dare to believe Yemo's punch was this powerful. If he knew EMO was actually immortal spirit body, perhaps he would be more shocked. Xiang Chongyong breathed slowly. He knew he was very smart in his decision. EMO could indeed easily kill him. Hua Rushua opened her mouth in shock. She suddenly felt that Yemo's secret wasn't just spirit sense cultivation method, he definitely had more. Yan Zhoutian at one corner saw the battle and frowned. He knew Yemo's power and wasn't surprised Yemo could kill Guya in one punch. He was worried that more people would notice Yemo after this, and that wasn't good for him.
Yemo had Spirit Will 9 transformations, World Rock, and maybe even Time Formation Disc as well as his spacetime boat. He didn't want them to be taken. Di Wenqing's face sunk. He felt this great eternity immortal primary stage was strange. Even he wouldn't be able to easily stop that terrifying god artifact fist. He stared at Yemo coldly, thinking whether he needed to kill this threat on the stage. Chapter 1763, Dangerous Auction. Di Wenqing was thinking if he should challenge Yemo when he suddenly felt Yemo's eyes glance past him. His eyes were very placid and there was not a sliver of killing intent, but Di Wenqing felt his body go cold. He had the feeling that Yemo was waiting for him to challenge him. Di Wenqing clenched his fist and gave up on the thought. He had to investigate this great eternity immortal primary stage clearly before killing him. This was his habit. He didn't like doing things he didn't have confidence for. The best thing was to kill Yemo in the void. Seeing Di Wenqing not planning to come up, Yemo was a little disappointed. He didn't release any killing intent so he could kill Di Wenqing. Since he already offended Di Wenqing, he didn't need to be scared. Di Wenqing's sect might be very powerful, but so what? He was on the immortal ship now. No matter how powerful that sect was, they couldn't immediately come to this immortal ship in the void, right? If that Uncle G wanted to kill him in the void, perhaps he could only run away. If he killed Di Wenqing before running away, there would be a less powerful opponent to challenge Li Kuan in them. Seeing Yemo instantly kill Guya, no one dared to go up the stage and challenge him. There was only sighs of amazement and congratulations. Chi Baitsong and them went up immediately to congratulate Yemo. Ningyi Yu, do you know where this Yemo came from? Fang Chen stared at Yemo and asked Ningyi Yu. Yemo used him once and he felt a little uncomfortable. He was planning to teach Yemo a lesson if he saw Yemo alone. When he realized he might not be a match for this great eternity immortal primary stage, he was very shocked. Ningyi Yu frowned. I don't know. Shiyu brought Yemo over and said he was her brother. I thought Yemo was her Dao partner, but later, I realized Yemo really was her brother. I didn't ask how her brother came to be, he seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Then can you help me ask Marshall's sister Shiyu who this Yemo is? He's too mysterious. Such terrifying power and he seems so young, he's definitely not in Solo Cultivator. If this person is in Solo Cultivator, then the Emperor's sect people really lack eyes. I believe no Emperor's sect would let go such a prodigy. Fang Chen said again. Ningyi Yu nodded. I'll ask Shiyu when I have time, but she seems to be very protective of him, she might not tell me. Fang Chen nodded and said I heard Miyin seemed to have sat in Yemo's room for a long while. What did she do? What? Ningyi Yu called out in shock. I'll go ask her. Then she quickly turned to run. Fang Chen didn't leave with Ningyi Yu and just looked at Yemo in contemplation. Yemo didn't go celebrate with Chi Baitsong in them. He chose to go into solitary cultivation. He promised Li Kuan that he would come out in half a month. He wanted to ask Li Kuan to go check the auction for him, but then he was afraid it would affect her after he ran through the void. He had decided to find little immortal King Lu Mang when they were searching for void flying snow. Yemo collected his things and found that including Guya's 1 billion immortal crystals, he had 6 billion immortal crystals. He didn't even dare to think about this figure before, but now he reached it. Even if he was a level 7 immortal pill great master, it wasn't easy to get this amount by selling pills. Plus, ordinary immortal pill masters have a success rate of pill concoction. Seeing some of the forgery journals in Guya's storage ring, Yemo realized that Guya was an immortal forgery great master. No wonder the guy could recognize the pill cauldron was a low-grade god artifact. After organizing his immortal crystals, Yemo took out that rusty pill cauldron. The rust were all just restrictions, only those experienced in formation and restriction could see something. As for Hua Rushue, it was probably due to her auntie. Yemo was an immortal formation great master who could barely set up level 5 immortal formation. 10 days later, Yemo completely refined the restriction outside. When the rest fell, an ancient pill cauldron appeared on his hands. The pill cauldron even emitted a faint herbal aroma. One could see that this pill cauldron had concocted countless pills before. It had much less restriction than the replica spacetime boat, but even so, Yemo estimated he would need half a month to refine all these restrictions. In the next few days, Yemo found a random stealth cultivation method and used the 3 birth chant to change it. He was planning to give it to Mi Yun Saint. After doing these, Yemo opened his room restriction and saw Mi Yun walking around his door. Seeing Yemo's room open, she immediately greeted up. Yemo knew what she wanted and smiled. Marshall's sister Mi-yun, please come in. Mi-yun quickly entered and helped Yemo put on the restriction before saying awkwardly, Mi-yun, congratulate Marshall brother, Yi showing your power and instantly killed a shameless person. Yemo just took out a jade slip and gave it to her. This stealth cultivation method is slightly different to what I use, but it's rather good. Seeing this, there was surprise and joy, but when she heard what Yemo said, the joy turned to a sliver of disappointment. Clearly, Yemo didn't give her the jade slip she wanted. Yemo knew why she was disappointed but couldn't be bothered explaining. He wasn't familiar with her. Giving her a jade slip he had derived for 5 days was enough to repay what she did. If she still wasn't satisfied, then sorry. Her disappointment quickly disappeared and she took the jade slip. She forced a happy look and said, thank you Marshall brother Yi. Then she scanned her spirit sense and soon her face showed real surprise and joy. This was definitely what she wanted. Even if a mortal monarch didn't use spirit sense to specifically check, they might not be able to see her real power. Mi-yun thanked Marshall brother Yi. Mi-yun put away the jade slip and genuinely thanked Yemo. Yemo just smiled and casually asked Marshall's sister Mi-yun, did anything important happen on the ship during my solitary cultivation? Mi-yun shook her head, no, the ship is about to stop in a day. We're at the place to catch void flying snow. More importantly, the hottest topic for discussion is your one-punch killing Guya. Many people from Miaochang Heaven want to challenge you but was suppressed by Diwencheng. Then, she thought of something and quickly said, by the way, after you went into solitary cultivation, the top deck of the ship help a high-level auction? High-level auction? Yemo asked in confusion but his heart was overjoyed. Yeah, I went into that auction. Many high-level things came. There were 3 extreme-grade immortal artifact, 1 extreme-grade immortal artifact flying ship that can cross the void. On top of that, a level 8 immortal spirit beast core came out too. Mi-yun said, there was also a level 7 immortal pill, E-King pill and a 5-element stool. It said an immortal monarch was auctioning that. Mi-yun continued to talk but Yemo's heart was overwhelmed, he almost couldn't control himself. That 5-element stool might be the one he wanted. If he obtains it, then his golden page world would be complete and become a true chaos world. Thinking about this, Yemo was excited but Mi-yun stopped there. Yemo quickly asked Marshall's sister Mi-yun, what is that 5-element stool for? What price was it sold for? Mi-yun said the starting bid was too high and didn't get sold. The immortal monarch asked for 1.5 billion immortal crystals and a middle-grade immortal range. No one could even afford the starting price. It said that the immortal monarch wanted to sell this and went to many auctions but never succeed. Hearing this, Yemo's heart went cold. He was 70% certain that this immortal monarch was fishing for those idiots who had stools too and wanted to complete it. Chapter 1764, The Terror of Immortal Emperor. Yemo rejoiced he didn't go to the auction now. If he did, if he even just gave the stone stool a weird look, he might be noticed by the immortal monarch lurking on the side. Yemo really wanted to ask what the immortal monarch looked like and what the stone stool looked like, but he knew if he did, Mi-yun would definitely become suspicious. Mi-yun was very excited about the jade slip. When she calmed down she would think about why he cared so much about the stone stool. Thinking about this, Yemo kept asking about the E-King pill. Mi-yun felt it was normal that Yemo cared so much about the E-King pill. After all, almost everyone going to Qingwei Heaven was going for the Pangyu immortal fruit, which is the main ingredient for the E-King pill. Just when Yemo didn't want to keep talking, his restriction moved again. Yemo opened and found it was Li Koan and Ning Yu standing at the door. Li Koan went in seeing Yemo open the restriction, but Ning Yu didn't come in and just stared at Yemo coldly and then looked at Mi-yun. Marshall brother Yi, thank you, I'll be going first, we'll talk if we have time. Mi-yun greeted Yemo and Li Koan before getting up to leave. Yemo ignored Ning Yu and closed the door again. Seeing that Yemo didn't even invite her in, Ning Yu's face was bad. Marshall's sister Ning Yu. Mi-yun greeted, Mi-yun, how dare you, do you not know what a saint should be doing? As the ethereal immortal pawn saint, you cast aside your guardian and often go into other men's rooms. You're not following the rules at all. Mi-yun's face sunk too and stared coldly at her. You're a mere core disciple and you dare to talk to me like this? Ning Yu's face changed and immediately remembered she was no longer saint. She was indeed way over the line to speak to Mi-yun like that. Mi-yun said coldly again, as the saint of ethereal immortal pond, I know what I should do. I don't need you to teach me. But you went so close to a man when you were a saint and you dare to criticize me about this. Nian sneered and ignored Ning Yu as she walked off. Brother, if you really like me Yun, Emo waved his hand before Li Kuan finished. Sister Shiyu, you think too much. It's not what you think it is, I have no fetish for saints. Plus that woman doesn't look as easy to talk to as she seems, don't worry. Li Kuan nodded and said no more. She knew Emo wouldn't lie to her. If she was to choose a Dao partner for Emo, she would rather choose Ning Yu than me Yun. Sister Shiyu, you came to me probably because it's time for capture void flying snow, right? Emo asked. Yes, there's one more day and the ship would be stopping. I'm worried that Di Wenchang would be harming you. Be careful. I also heard about what happened at the marketplace. I can also enter the void when we go capture void flying snow. Be careful of Hua Rushua. Li Kuan seemed very worried. Sister Shiyu, don't worry, I have my own way. The Spirit Will 9 transformations is very useful in capturing void flying snow. Oh, and this. Emo gave a copy of how to capture void flying snow to Li Kuan. I know, I would be entering second transformation of Spirit Will 9 transformations soon. This is indeed a top-grade spirit sense cultivation method. Li Kuan said excitedly, thinking about the use of the Spirit Will 9 transformations. Emo could give such cultivation method to her, meaning he didn't doubt her at all. Brother, we both have Spirit Will 9 transformations. If we work together we can definitely get more void flying snow. I believe other people would be working together too. One can't reach top 1000 alone. We'll work together, I'll give all the void flying snow I get to you and you can see the Immortal Emperor. Emo quickly stopped her. Sister Shiyu, even if someone goes. It's you, not me. Brother, I'm Long Yu Immortal Mountain sect members. If I get the fruit, it might be taken by the sect, but you're different. You will eventually become level 7 Immortal Pill Grandmaster. Once you do, you can use it to forge King Pill. Just give me one then. Li Kuan quickly said. Emo smiled. Sister Shiyu, I'm actually level 7 Immortal Pill Grandmaster already, I just need the fruit. Ha! Li Kuan got up in surprise and joy. Emo only used a few years to reach level 7 Immortal Pill Grandmaster. This meant that her brother didn't need to rely on anyone to buy pills, he could reach the peak himself. Li Kuan grabbed Emo's hand in excitement. Great. This is great. But I don't want to go see those Immortal Emperor. Emo said seriously. After seeing 2 Immortal Monarch primary stage masters, he felt threatened by Immortal Emperor. It was best not to go see Immortal Emperor if he wasn't Immortal King yet. Why? Li Kuan looked at Emo in confusion. Most great Eternity Immortal would do anything to see Immortal Emperor. Sometimes, one word from Immortal Emperor might solve a problem a great Eternity Immortal was troubled with his entire life. Emo said without hesitation. Sister Shiyu, I'm too weak and my cultivation method is special, I don't want the Immortal Emperor to notice me. Li Kuan understood what Emo meant and nodded. I understand. If I can get the Pengyu Immortal Fruit, I'll leave one for you. The two discussed some specifics of capturing void flying snow before eventually deciding Emo to act alone. Li Kuan would stay with the Changrong Heaven team. A day later, the immortal ship stopped and a few 100,000 immortals went onto the deck. Emo followed the Changrong Heaven immortals. Soon, a powerful chi came. An ordinary man in blue robes landed at the top of the deck, just standing there. It was as though all the chi in the world circulated around him. Emo knew this was an illusion, as this person's power was just too powerful to him. This was countless times stronger than an Immortal Monarch primary stage. Emo guessed it was probably an Immortal Emperor. Emo immediately looked down and didn't even dare to use Spirit Sense to check this Immortal Emperor's power. Everyone can call me Emikwan Immortal Emperor, although I just reached Immortal Emperor for 1,000 years, but I need to tell everyone that if status Immortal and Great Immortal is the biggest milestone in the Immortal realm, the difference Immortal Emperor and status Immortals is a natural chasm. Today, capturing the flying snow is your first step towards status Immortal. Emo was shocked. This Mikwan Immortal Emperor was only an Immortal Emperor for 1,000 years, he was definitely an Immortal Emperor primary stage. An Immortal Emperor primary stage didn't even intentionally exert his pressure and he was this powerful. Then how terrifying would Fengkong Grand Emperor and the other Immortal Emperor tertiary stages be? If he saw those Immortal Emperors, there was very high possibility he would expose his golden page world. He was one in a few 100,000 facing Mikwan Immortal Emperor. If he saw Fengkong Grand Emperor, it would be 1 in 1,000. Of course some people don't need this to gain their fortune to Immortal King, but now, there are less and less opportunities to reach Immortal Emperor. The most direct way is to go to Qingwei Heaven and see Immortal Emperor. So I hope everyone can catch more void flying snow here. I also need to warn all Immortal King and Immortal Monarch on the ship, you can go into the void too, but if any status Immortal dares to attack a great Immortal, death. Miquan Immortal Emperor's last sentence was full of cold killing intent. Some Immortal King and Immortal Monarch even shivered. Even though Miquan said this, Emo didn't plan to leave his life to this sentence. If an Immortal King wanted to kill him, would this Immortal Emperor be watching on the side? The time limit is 3 months, now the ship restriction will open. Miquan Immortal Emperor said. Chapter 1765, Only an idiot would leave such a mark. The great Eternity Immortals all entered the void, Emo followed them into the void too. A very ordinary Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary stage squeezed behind Emo and went into the void with him. Emo's spirit sense casually scanned his spirit sense and saw that he was marked by spirit sense mark. Emo didn't remove it and just sneered. He even found that half-divine spirit sense, a mere Great Eternity Immortal dares to mark his spirit sense mark. Going into the void, Emo didn't go with Li Koan in them, he left quickly alone. Half an hour later, he placed that spirit sense mark in a jade box. If it wasn't that Emo didn't who marked the spirit sense mark, he wouldn't take it off at all. If it was by little Immortal King Lu Mang and Diwenchang, he wouldn't be scared at all. If it was marked by Hua Rushue, he would need to worry about that Uncle G. Emo released the spacetime boat replica. He wanted to test this thing's speed. After Emo mobilized the boat, it just shook in the void and instantly disappeared from its spot. Emo scanned his spirit sense out and didn't feel used to this, it was too fast. It had all sorts of heaven domain directions clearly pointed. Emo rejoiced this thing was a necessity for running away. A low-grade god artifact was this terrifyingly fast, just how powerful would the real spacetime boat be? A day later, Emo got off the spacetime boat, he knew he was far from the Immortal ship. If he kept going, he might lose contact with the Immortal ship. Just one day and Emo felt that he wouldn't be able to reach this far even if he flew on Blue Moon for a month. Emo put away the spacetime boat and took out that jade and set it next to an asteroid and bound the asteroid. Then, he chose a rather far place and started catching void flying snow. He was fishing, he didn't know who would be coming. If it was Immortal King level, he would leave immediately. If it was below Immortal King, he would fight first no matter who it was. Emo was just ready and his spirit sense caught a white color flash. Emo knew it was void flying snow. The void flying snow was rare because first it was hard to catch, but second they were rare even in the void. Emo had to wait 10 days before just to catch one, sometimes a month. But here, there were so many. He saw void flying snow immediately. Was this why the Immortal ship stopped here? Emo hesitated for a moment and the void flying snow disappeared. Emo realized the void flying snow seemed faster here, but Emo wasn't afraid. All that mattered was that there were plenty here, he didn't care about their speed at all. He learned the new way to use Spirit Sense Net from the middle-aged man and now his Spirit Sense Net use was far stronger than when he was an abstruse Immortal. Indeed, Emo waited for less than 5 minutes and another figure came. It slowed down quickly in Emo's Spirit Sense domain and was brought up to Emo. This was a high-quality void flying snow. Emo took out a jade box and sent it in. Compared to before, it was almost certain he would catch void flying snow. Most importantly, he used very little time to catch one. He believed with his means, he can definitely catch more. In the next few days, Emo kept catching void flying snow with his Spirit Sense Net and stored them away in jade boxes. Sometimes, he would get more than 10 a day, even during the worst time he would get one every 2 days. In just 10 days, Emo had caught nearly 100 void flying snow. But later on, there were less and less void flying snow. Later on, he only caught one every 3 days. Emo was prepared to leave here. He couldn't even be bothered caring about the guy who left the Spirit Sense mark on him. Just when he wanted to move the Spirit Sense mark, he retreated tens of miles back and went into stealth. Moments later, an obscure shadow landed on that asteroid. Since you're waiting for me, then come out. The figure cleared up. Emo didn't expect this wasn't one of the 3 he had guessed. It was Yan Zhoutian. Emo wasn't scared of Yan Zhoutian just like how Yan Zhoutian wasn't scared of him. He immediately showed himself. Yan Zhoutian wasn't going to join up with someone, so since he was here, he didn't need to worry about more people coming. You're very powerful indeed. You spirit controlled my spacetime boat in such a short while.
I thought you wouldn't be able to spirit control it before coming out. It seems I underestimated you. Yen Zhoutian said. Yemo smiled. You're very strong too, but that spacetime boat isn't yours anymore. I spirit controlled my spacetime boat and you can still chase to here. It seems your spirit sense mark ability is quite good. Yen Zhoutian snorted in contempt. Would I be leaving those garbage spirit sense marks? Since you know who I am and you still underestimate me, it seems even if you don't encounter me today, your future would be limited. Yemo was shocked. He seemed to have mistaken. He didn't expect Yen Zhoutian to not have marked that spirit sense mark. If it wasn't Yen Zhoutian, then who did it? If Yen Zhoutian didn't make spirit sense mark, how did he chase up to him? Did he not refine the mark on the low-grade god artifact? But he threw his low-grade god artifact in the golden page world. Even if he didn't spirit control it, Yen Zhoutian shouldn't be able to chase up. How did you catch up to me? Yemo asked. Yen Zhoutian said pridefully, even if you use it to fly for a few months in the void, I can still find the trace of the god artifact. Yemo frowned. Did the god artifact really leave such an obvious trace in the void? If so, how could he avoid Immortal King hunting him? Don't worry, you're strong, but this time I'm not going to give you any chance. It's my business to worry about the spacetime boat being found. Yen Zhoutian seemed to know what Yemo thought. Ha! Before Yemo spoke, another laughter sounded. A golden-shirted man appeared. Little Immortal King Lu Mang. Yemo didn't expect this dumb pig to have made the spirit sense mark. Lu Mang flew up close and only then did he notice Yen Zhoutian. Yen Zhoutian was on the asteroid, but his figure was one with the void. It was very hard to notice him. You ran quite far and asked a trash to help you. Do you think I would let you go just because of that? Or I can't find you? Lu Mang looked at Yemo in contempt and scanned coldly at Yen Zhoutian. He saw Yemo killing Guya with one punch. He believed he could do the same. Plus, he had even greater trump cards. Idiot. Yen Zhoutian looked at Lu Mang and cursed speechlessly. Lu Mang was furious. A mere great eternity immortal tertiary stage dared to call him an idiot. You're asking to die. Lu Mang attacked without thinking. Two faint black and white things were released by him. Yemo scanned his spirit sense. It was a golden lantern and there were two colors in the middle, but the bottom and top were gold. The lantern spun and instantly enveloped a few hundred km radius around Yen Zhoutian. There seemed to be countless voices calling for the people nearby to go into the lantern. If this wasn't the void, the place burnt by the lantern would have zero life force. It was as though all the life force were sucked into the golden lantern. Yemo instantly retreated 1,000 km away, but he didn't run. He wasn't scared of both of them, but the golden lantern was very powerful. He wondered what would happen to Yen Zhoutian, an idiot indeed. Yen Zhoutian sneered and released the mist-like spear. Lu Mang was already annoyed for not being able to bring Yemo inside. Now that Yen Zhoutian called him an idiot, he was even more furious. The black and white exploded and it was as though void itself within the radius was going to be annihilated. Break. Yen Zhoutian's face had a sliver of seriousness upon seeing this. Crack, rumble, the black mist spear struck the golden lantern, the two magic artifact entwined together, sweeping up waves of life force and destruction. Chapter 1766, Battle. Yen Zhoutian again. The black and white space suddenly became volatile. Lu Mang was swept back and spat a mouthful of blood in the air. No wonder you were so cocky, so you have a yin-yang lantern. Yen Zhoutian snorted in contempt, but that black mist line pierced over without stopping. The nearby space wasn't controlled by Lu Mang's yin-yang lantern but by Yen Zhoutian's black spear. Lu Mang was scared soulless. He never thought that there would be a great eternity immortal in this world to be able to injure him, especially under his yin-yang lantern. Even his lantern was cracked. This was an extreme grade immortal artifact, the top grade amongst extreme grade immortal artifact. Hold it. Lu Mang couldn't care about the lantern anymore and blocked it in front of him. Crack. Yemo thought to himself, no wonder his octagonal cauldron cracked so easily and even his world rock couldn't stop this mist spear. This thing was too scary. Yemo was even suspecting this guy's spear was top grade god artifact. However, the mist had become one with Yen Zhoutian and even he couldn't tell. Yen Zhoutian's power was even scarier. Yemo didn't have the confidence to beat him now. Cracking sounds went on and Lu Mang's yin-yang lantern was struck to pieces, disappearing into the void. Little Immortal King's face was pale. He never expected that with his huge fame, he couldn't even beat an unheard of great eternity immortal tertiary stage. On top of that, his yin-yang lantern was destroyed. He could only wait for death. Yemo saw Little Immortal King was about to be killed but didn't want to intervene again.
In fact, tactically, he should have helped and gain up on Yan Zhoutian, but Jimo would rather himself being no match for Yan Zhoutian than save little immortal king, nor would he work with him. The black mist spear neared little immortal king's forehead. There was despair in Lu Mang's eyes. He never expected to die in some random guy's hands before even attacking his main target. He still had many means that he didn't even get time to use, die in front of the emperor. Yan Zhoutian's eyes went cold and the spear exploded out black rays wanting to tear Lu Mang to pieces. Who dares to kill my disciple? A furious voice sounded and a hollow figure appeared before little immortal king. A boundless force came sweeping over while a hollow hand grabbed at the black mist spear, blocking all of the mist. Master, save me, little immortal king said shakily after seeing this figure. Thud, Yan Zhoutian was pushed back by the force of the figure 100 or so km before spitting blood and stopping. Mang go first, leave this to master. The hollow figure said coldly. Yes, master. Lu Mang released an extreme grade flying immortal artifact and instantly disappeared. The dominant figure then stared coldly at Yan Zhoutian and said, you're a mere grade eternity immortal tertiary stage and you dare to kill I, Zhenze's disciple. Yan Zhoutian wiped the blood from his mouth but said nothing. Clearly he wasn't afraid of this figure. Emo was shocked. He knew this figure was probably Zhenze immortal emperor. If he was to kill little immortal king before, he would be marked by Zhenze immortal emperor. He didn't care, but he had a few friends at Qingrong Heaven. Who knows what Zhenze immortal emperor would do? This figure was probably just a sliver of his spirit sense, but it was this powerful. Zhenze seemed to care about little immortal king a lot and left a sliver of spirit sense on him. After a while, Yan Zhoutian said coldly, I didn't kill your disciple, but you ambushed me and injured me. This is over now. If you have to look for trouble with me, Yan will take this. Yemo and Yan Zhoutian both knew that as time went on the spirit sense would weaken. Insolent brat, I hope you can speak such words when you see me. Zhenze said and his figure disappeared. Yan Zhoutian ate a pill and said in contempt, a mere immortal emperor middle stage. Back in my prime I can crush you at any time. Yemo wanted to laugh. Yan Zhoutian was being abused after he fell from his prime. He was a half-divine, but an immortal emperor middle stage spoke to him in such manner. Okay, one cocky trash was sent off by me, now we can resolve the matter between us. Yan Zhoutian landed before Yemo again. He could easily kill those of the same level, but he didn't call himself emperor before Yemo. He knew Yemo was extremely powerful too, and even if Yemo weaker than him it would be by a limited amount. Yemo waved his hand and the world rock appeared above his hand. If you want to fight, then fight, stop talking. Yemo didn't dare to underestimate Yan Zhoutian. Yan Zhoutian had a silver dragon and it still wasn't out. Meanwhile, Shadowless was still in sleep. Yan Zhoutian rubbed the black mist in his hands and said, this time you won't get away. Yemo sneered, it didn't seem to be me who ran away last time. Yan Zhoutian's face froze for a moment. It really did seem to be him who ran away last time. The black mist disappeared from his hand and at the same time, void seemed to have turned to hell. Endless killing intent rose up everywhere, humming in the void before forming a boundless black bell and struck down. Yemo didn't move. He felt he was in a passive defensive state. He didn't know what Yan Zhoutian was doing. He felt the threat of this bell wasn't as simple as smashing down, nor was it to bind him. Soon, the bell suddenly stopped in the void and did nothing, just when Yemo didn't know what Yan Zhoutian was doing. Screeching sounds sounded in the void and tens of black arrows tore at Yemo. He saw the bell floating in the air and the black mist didn't seem to reduce in size, but tens of black mist arrows shot at him. Yemo knew he was tricked. He wasn't enough compared to this cunning Yan Zhoutian. Instead of waiting for Yan Zhoutian to attack, he might as well attack first. Yemo released Zisu and hacked out Rainbow. A purple rainbow stretched across the void vibrantly. Thud thud. The arrows were blocked by the rainbow as rainbow color splashed everywhere. Most of the arrows were hacked apart, but a few gathered and didn't dissipate. It then continued piercing at Yemo. Yemo was shocked and quickly punched without thinking. Only then did he feel that the nearby space seemed to be under the control of that bell. The killing force whirlpool of hundreds of km radius was swept by Yemo, forming waves of annihilation. Yan Zhoutian's eyes looked serious. He had seen this punch. He raised his hand and suddenly more black mist appeared on his wrist. They gathered again, forming a black thin spear. It tore through space and struck towards the killing force whirlpool. Rumble. The two clashed together and violent immortal essence splashed everywhere. Asteroids in thousands of km radius were blown away. Yemo's fist winged paused and a black arrow broke free, shooting at his chest. Yemo knew the terror of this black arrow, but before he could block it, the bell suddenly emitted a sharp sound. Yemo's heart was like struck by a hammer, his immortal essence crippled and his face went pale. Chapter 1767, Crazy Duel. Yemo's immortal essence crippled, his fist whirlpool weakened due to this. Yan Zhoutian's missed spear broke the weakened fist force whirlpool and pierced at Yemo's forehead. Yemo sweated cold and released Zissou while smashing out World Rock, Rumble. Even though Yan Zhoutian's spear was already blocked by the fist whirlpool, it still made Yemo feel backlash of immortal essence when Zissou clashed with the spear. He felt like his organs were on fire, his immortal essence was chaotic. On top of that, the World Rock smashing on the bell created an even more terrifying sound as the World Rock flew back too. Luckily, the World Rock did something and at least cut off the sound for a moment. The instant the bell was struck, the nearby bound space was freed. Yemo spat a few mouthful of blood and flew back out. But a few black arrows flew even faster and pierced into his chest. Yemo had the complete lower hand in this battle and received quite some injuries. Luckily, he finally broke free using the World Rock. If he was an immortal spirit body, those arrows would make his body crippled. Yemo didn't even have time to check his wounds after flying back tens of km and ate a few immortal pills. No wonder you have the right to fight with me, you reached immortal spirit body. Yan Zhoutian saw the missed arrows didn't damage Yemo as much as he thought it would and said in shock. However, he didn't ease up on his attacks. The scattered mist gathered into an even more terrifying mist spear. He stepped out and smashed at Yemo again. Even though Yemo was weaker than him now, he had to use this opportunity to kill him, otherwise he couldn't rest easy. The nearby space was immediately moved by the spear and completely bound Yemo's exit. There seemed to be black spear shadows everywhere in the void. Yemo couldn't dodge at all. Yemo never thought of dodging. If it was an immortal king beating him like this, then never mind, but it was a great eternity immortal beating him like this, and he was very annoyed. He had the lower hand before, not because he was that much weaker than Yan Zhoutian, but due to his battle experience. Yan Zhoutian was so much more experienced in battle than him. Tang Mangrao, smash. Yemo flew back and threw the World Rock at Yan Zhoutian again while calling out lightning sand immediately. However, it was just gathering force and didn't release. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to teach Yan Zhoutian a lesson. This was the first time Yemo used two god arts at the same time, Tang Mangrao and lightning sand. Yan Zhoutian felt very satisfied to be able to easily suppress Yemo. He wasn't going to give Yemo any breathing opportunity and released the mist spear again. His arrows were also ready. He even prepared mist net outside to catch Yemo if he tried to run, but Yemo never thought of running away. Yan Zhoutian was very prideful, but so was he. Yan Zhoutian was only Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary stage. Yemo didn't feel his Great Eternity Immortal Primary stage was much weaker than Yan Zhoutian. Yemo had never lost to an opponent in the same big cultivation level. How can he run away now? Yan Zhoutian found that when there was still some distance between his missed spear and Yemo's huge World Rock landed. Such a powerful god art, Yan Zhoutian was shook. He was a space law controller. How could he not know that Yemo's god art fused space law? If it wasn't space law, the World Rock wouldn't immediately be above his head. What made him speechless was that this space law seemed familiar. Even Yan Zhoutian had to admire Yemo. Yemo only saw him use space law once and could learn a sliver of it. To him, Yemo's learning capabilities were unprecedented. Yan Zhoutian's missed spear also formed a huge black mountain and smashed at the World Rock. At the same time, he moved the bell hanging in the middle. Seeing the bell make humming sounds, how could Yemo not know Yan Zhoutian was going to use the same move again? He lost to this bell before. At this moment, Yemo immediately released How Heaven Drum. He couldn't keep hiding the drum anymore. Dong dong, the bell made soul-captivating sounds and Yemo forcefully resisted the crippling of his immortal essence and punched with a pale face. Void, this was the first time Yemo used three god arts at once. Waves of weakness came. His body was shaking. He didn't dare to use Wave Kill because it used too much immortal essence and spirit sense. Although it was powerful, but it was hard to kill Yan Zhoutian in one go. At most, it would make Yan Zhoutian heavily injured. If Yan Zhoutian didn't die and he exhausted himself, he would have to await death. The space kill force of 100 km radius was swept up again in this punch. Yan Zhoutian sneered. Yemo was out of tricks. He used the same fist twice. It didn't cause him any damage the first time and now he dared to use it again. Rumble. The entire void was turned over. Yemo's World Rock smashed with Yan Zhoutian's mist mountain. The void rattled violently, ripples appeared in the void space. It was as though just a bit more power in this void would be torn open to a new realm. Crack, crack, the void secret silver of the world rock splashed away and Yenjotian's mist mountain was also smashed away. Unlike last time, the world rock was evenly matched with the mist mountain this time. However, a large layer of the void secret silver was gone. Yenjotian sneered and he gathered his immortal essence and charged at the bell. The bell made even more frequent sounds before forming a long ring. Yemo's face went pale and couldn't resist spitting another mouthful of blood, but his void punch wasn't dispersed this time. Instead, it gathered even more and the killing force whirlpool was complete. Yenjotian felt something wasn't right. The kill force whirlpool wasn't coming at him but smashed on the drum he released. Dong! A terrifying slaughter sound occurred. It was like an army on 10 million was charging and attacking. The killing force was boundless, endless killing intent and killing will swept towards Yenjotian. Yenjotian's sea of consciousness felt weak under the sound and this uncontrollable fear rose up from his heart. Dong! The drum sounded a second time. Void seemed to be crumbling. Heaven and earth seemed to be decimated. Everything shook with this terrifying drum sound. The sound wave spread out like a ripple. Asteroids were pulverized by it. Dong! The drum sounded a third time. It was like the final battle call. Void shook. The drum sound wave spread out non-stop as if tearing this vast reality.
Yenjotian couldn't handle such terrifying drum sound. He spat a few mouthful of blood. Yenjotian's face was white like paper now.
He felt the spear of millions of soldiers pierce into his body. He spat blood while retreating like crazy. Lightning sand, attack. Yemo's face was also terrifyingly pale, but how could he let up on this opportunity? Lightning flashed in the void and a huge rumble sounded. Thick black lightning smashed out suddenly from the void onto Yenjotian's head. Yenjotian grunted and dodged. The space ahead of him seemed much more spacious. The lightning sand was about to miss, but GMO was prepared for Yenjotian's space law. The lightning sand seemed to know where Yenjotian was going to retreat and suddenly split into two. A part missed but the other part still fell onto his head. Yenjotian was scared soulless and roared tear. 100-meter-long silver dragon suddenly appeared. There was despair and sadness in its eyes, but it went before the terrifying lightning sand without any hesitation. Rumble, crack, blood splashed everywhere. The silver dragon's sad eyes dimmed down. Chapter 1768. Then write a debt bill. Yenjotian's face was pale like snow. His chest was full of blood. His eyes were bloodshot. He waved his hand and the black mist formed a shield in a rush to block the lightning sand that was filtered by the silver dragon. Crack. The remaining lightning sand landed all on Yenjotian's shield. The shield split apart and Yenjotian howled in pain and was smashed away a few hundred kilometers. When he got up, his body was completely charred. He was disfigured. Yemo really wanted to give Yenjotian another lightning sand. He knew that one more and Yenjotian would be dead for sure. Yenjotian progressed much faster than him. If he didn't kill Yenjotian, it would be more dangerous for him the longer he dragged it on. However, although he seemed to be in a much better state than Yenjotian,
he exhausted himself just as much as Yenjotian.
He couldn't even use illusion cloud, much less lightning sand. Using the How Heaven drum made Yemo's immortal essence in an extremely weakened state. Tang Mangrao and lightning sand only made things worse. Yemo just ate a few pills trying to recover his power as quickly as possible. Yenjotian ate a few pills and put away the silver dragon that only had one breath left. He looked hatefully at Yemo's How Heaven drum. Although he didn't want to say anything, he was very shocked inside. He didn't expect Yemo's luck to be this absurd. He even got How Heaven Grand Emperor's drum. None of them spoke, nor did they have the time to speak. They were both trying desperately to recover their immortal essence and spirit sense. Once their spirit sense and immortal essence recovered to a certain state, it would be the beginning of the next wave of battle. 10 seconds later, Yenjotian suddenly growled and a fiery red barrier rose up around him. His mist net and mist mountain gathered together as though going to give Yemo a final strike. Yemo knew Yenjotian still had a lot more cards, much more than him. Even if Yenjotian was no match for him, it was probably impossible to kill Yenjotian. This was an old monster who had lived countless years. He definitely had the best of the best escape means. Luckily, he had escape means too. The black mist formed a 10-meter-long spear this time. It hummed before even being released as though keen to devour blood. Yemo caressed Zisu. Waves of killing intent rose out of the air. The more he fought, the more experienced he would become, especially if he fought people like Yenjotian. Yenjotian's barrier was definitely to prevent his How Heaven drum. The following battle would only be more arduous for him. However, he didn't have Yenjotian's luck. He didn't have a defense magic artifact to stop the bell. Even though Yemo made up his mind to get a top-grade defense magic artifact no matter what, he had to face Yenjotian now, when the two was about to clash. Yimo's face suddenly changed. The next moment, he put away everything in instant transmission, disappearing completely. Yan Zhoutian dazed, he didn't know why Yimo suddenly ran. He didn't even have the thought of chasing Yimo when Yimo ran. Whether or not he could kill Yimo was one thing, but just this speed was something that even he might not be able to catch up to. But he felt Yimo wasn't scared of him? Why did Yimo run away? He didn't understand. After just hesitating for a second, Yan Zhoutian's face also changed and took back his bell in less than half a second and also disappeared. However, he went the opposite direction to Yimo. Yan Zhoutian just left for a few seconds and an old man appeared where they fought. It was clearly that immortal king Uncle G. Uncle G frowned and looked at the direction Yimo ran off to as well as the direction Yan Zhoutian ran off to. He hesitated for a moment and chased after Yan Zhoutian, feeling an immortal king was getting closer and closer. Yan Zhoutian was about to spit blood out of rage for his misfortune. Yimo was a great eternity immortal primary stage, but he was this cunning. This immortal king was quite possibly coming after Yimo. He was going to kill this Yimo no matter what. The reason Yimo could notice Uncle G was coming wasn't because his spirit sense was better than Yan Zhoutian, but he was more careful when he was heavily injured. He released his spirit sense domain to the max and watched the nearby area at all time. He wasn't afraid of Yan Zhoutian. Even if he can't beat him, he can always run, but if that Uncle G came, he would be over. He was lucky. Uncle G's spirit sense was expanded to the max, although Yimo's spirit sense didn't touch Uncle G's spirit sense, but Yimo felt it, so he instantly took everything and used instant transmission to get away. From some degree, Uncle G was indeed attracted over by Yimo. Uncle G felt there were people here. He wasn't sure who it was, but he came to check it out. Uncle G immediately knew there was a huge battle here and the two parties were quite strong. Yimo was very lucky. He was the first to leave and left the disaster to Yan Zhoutian. Even if Yan Zhoutian doesn't die, he would be suffering quite a lot. Yimo used the instant transmission another 10 times and kept using mobility technique. The immortal essence he barely gathered up before was depleted again, but now, Yimo felt secure. He knew he completely escaped the hunting range of Uncle G. Even though he knew he was safe, Yimo released the spacetime boat and flew around for half a day before finding an asteroid and going into the Golden Page world there. Although Yan Zhoutian could find the trace left behind by God artifact flying in the void, but Yan Zhoutian was a half divine. Yimo didn't believe Uncle G would be able to do it. Yimo immediately started recovering his immortal essence in the Golden Page world. A few days later, Yimo had completely recovered. Then, he left the Golden Page world. He took out the void location disk to confirm his location. He could still sense the direction of the immortal ship. In the next month, Yimo kept changing places to catch void flying snow. Yimo didn't find another place where the void flying snow grouped up, but in the almost 2 months' time, he caught tens of void flying snow. He had nearly 200 void flying snow. Yimo estimated this was enough to get ranked very ahead, so he released Blue Moon to get back. 3 days later, Yimo stopped. He felt immortal essence wave in the void. There must be a battle. There was also spirit sense barrier formation. Clearly it didn't allow other people's spirit sense to scan over. Just when Yimo was wondering if he should go over to see, 2 dashing lights came. It was 2 great eternity immortal tertiary stage. Yimo didn't move. These 2 weren't enough to worry him. We stopped another fat one. This person is definitely not bad to be able to appear here. The 2 great eternity immortal appeared on the 2 sides of Yimo. Hearing their words, Yimo realized they were robbers. They were probably waiting on some route to return to the immortal ship. Hand over your void flying snow, I'll let you. The great eternity immortal was suddenly stuck for words. He looked at Yimo worriedly and didn't dare to keep talking. He recognized who Yimo was. It was that great eternity immortal primary stage who killed a great eternity immortal tertiary stage with 1 punch. He was someone not even Di Wencheng dared to challenge. Give what to you? And you will let me go over? Yimo asked. So it's immortal friend Yi, please go as you please. We're just earning a small fortune here. We don't dare to stop you. The great eternity immortal quickly said. Yimo didn't go over but asked, how come I heard you talk about void flying snow? Do you have a lot of void flying snow? The great eternity immortal's face went bitter and sour. He quickly bowed. We just came here. We gave all the void flying snow to the captain. We really have nothing. Yimo's face sunk and his force expanded over. Killing intent showed just like when he killed Guya on the stage. The great eternity immortal quickly said, we really don't have anything. Our captain is stopping there.
Usually we would draw them to our captain and let your captain attack, right? Yemo asked coldly. This. The Great Eternity Immortal couldn't even speak. I only have one. The other Great Eternity Immortal quickly took out one void flying snow and gave it to Yemo. Yemo took it without hesitation and asked, how many can you get each time? 5. The Great Eternity Immortal quickly answered, then write a debt bill, you two owe me 10. Take me to your captain. Yemo said. Chapter 1769. What can you do to me? The two hesitated for a moment and Yemo's voice went ice cold. What, you don't want to? The two Great Eternity Immortal glanced at each other and said we're willing, of course. The two would bring Yemo over first. They would have the numbers advantage anyways. Yemo was alone. Yemo extremely detested people blocking the way to rob others, but he didn't want a lot of trouble here. He was just by himself. If they were a team and had quite a lot of people, he would rather have less trouble. The reason he needed an excuse was because his spirit sense blades had broken into the formation and saw that one of the fighters was Chu-Chi. He owes him one. He had to help now no matter what. There was also someone Yemo recognized who was watching on the side. It was Di Wencheng. Yemo wasn't certain if the captain was Di Wencheng. If it was, then he would use an excuse to make Di Wencheng challenge him. From Little Immortal King, Yemo knew that Di Wencheng probably had a sliver of Immortal Emperor spirit sense on him. If this was so, he might not be able to kill Di Wencheng even if he fought him. That way, he might as well let Di Wencheng challenge him. Chu-Chi was only at the lower hand, he wouldn't be in trouble soon. Yemo had the time to look for trouble. He needed to infuriate Di Wencheng. As a captain in Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage, Di Wencheng wouldn't allow him to use such means to take his void flying snow. Chu-Chi was on the brink of extreme fatigue, but he knew if he wasn't careful he might lose his life here. Rinli Jin was very worried on the side and wanted to charge up many times, but she knew it wouldn't be helping Chu-Chi, it would only make him die faster. If she went up, the tens of people on that side could all go up. Just when she was worried, she heard a rumble. A purple sword rays hacked in, the spirit sense barrier formation immediately crippled and 3 people appeared here. Brother Yi. Rinli Jin called out in surprise and joy. She knew that they were probably saved now that Yemo came. Chu-Chi also saw Yemo come, but he couldn't break free from his opponent. His slight attention on Yemo allowed a flying sword to break through his defenses. Just when it was about to cut him in half, Yemo dashed over and punched this flying sword. The flying sword was hacked away. He then pulled Chu-Chi over. Brother Chu, long time no see. Chu-Chi panted and said, thank you for saving me again, Brother Yi. The Great Eternity Immortal who was about to kill Chu-Chi was furious, but seeing it was Yemo he didn't dare to go up. What, you want to fight with numbers advantage? 2 against 1? One Great Eternity Immortal immediately yelled. Yemo patted Chu-Chi's shoulder signaling him to rest on the side, and then he turned around saying to that Great Eternity Immortal, you're right. What can you do to me? Yemo sneered. There were so many people surrounding the two of them and they had the face to say numbers advantage. He could tell there were 3 factions here. Di Wencheng's side only had 10. Yemo was annoyed for not being able to kill Yan Zhoutian and now he was robbed on the way. He had 0 patience now. You're asking to die. The Great Eternity Immortal yelled and signaled a few Great Eternity Immortal behind him. Yemo waved his hand letting Chu-Chi and Rinli Jin retreat. He took a step forward, killing intent exploded all over his body and rose crazily. In just a short time, he formed invisible killing intent ripples around him. Hurry up and fight. Don't waste time. Yemo flung his hand and the world rock hung above his head. With this, the nearby space immediately became depressing. It was as though the world rock was the heaven and if it fell, people could only wait for death. He didn't even care if they gained up on him. He was waiting for Di Wencheng. If Di Wencheng dared to come up, he would kill him even if he had Immortal Emperor spirit sense protecting him. Song Luo retreat. A young Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage walked up and yelled. He then came up to Yemo and saluted with his fists. Immortal friend Yi, my friend was too blunt. Tong Sheng Heaven by Tan, hope immortal friend Yi won't take that seriously. Yemo stared at this by Tan. He was very young and had golden hair. The chi from him was very strong. He was probably on par with Lu Mang. You're the captain? Yemo asked with disappointment. He thought the captain was Di Wencheng. If Di Wencheng wasn't the captain, Yemo didn't have a way to make him come to him. Yes.
Bai Tan smiled and saluted with his fists. I'm indeed the captain, it's just a duel here, it's definitely fair. Brother D, Brother Pang, Brother Taisher are all just watching here and being a witness.
Of course, as a witness, we won't mistreat them. If immortal friend Yi is willing, you can be a witness here too. Yi Mo immediately realized. Bai Tan was using duels here to collected void flying snow.
The witnesses like Di Wenchang and them had a split of the profit. Bai Tan would be the bad guy and everyone else reaped the profit. If they were reported, the rest of them could also vouch for Bai Tan. Shu Qi sneered. Really? How come my cousin and I didn't want to hand over the void flying snow so we weren't allowed to go? Yi Mo stared coldly at Bai Tan and said, it seems that when I passed over here I needed to hand over void flying snow to pass. Friend is doing a good business, much more effective than collecting the void flying snow in danger. Bai Tan's face changed. Clearly Yi Mo was bullshitting to start trouble. What thing are you? Let me test if your fame is real or fake. A great eternity immortal tertiary stage went past Bai Tan and released a six-headed spirit Yi Mo. Bai Tan wanted to stop this great eternity immortal but then thought if Yi Mo wasn't really that powerful, then all of them might be able to kill them. Yi Mo's killing intent had nowhere to go and this great eternity immortal was the perfect target. Yi Mo punched just like with Guya, Void. With this punch, Bai Tan's face immediately changed. He realized that Yi Mo's power was greater than his face. But he didn't even have the power to stop it. If he dared to go into the fist wind whirlpool, he would also die. Di Wencheng sneered. If Bai Tan could suppress Yi Mo with his people, he would go help without hesitation. But seeing this punch, Di Wencheng's face changed. He knew that Yi Mo's power increased greatly since a few months ago. Di Wencheng originally wanted to challenge Yi Mo, but seeing this punch he immediately gave up on the thought. The great eternity immortal was caught by the kill force whirlpool. In that instant he felt endless void killing force sweeping at him. He would be sucked in the next second, and if he went in there, he had the feeling he would turn to bloody mist. In his fear, the great eternity immortal burned his immortal essence like crazy, trying desperately to break free. Immortal friend Yi, please have mercy, I'm willing to pay 5 void flying snow. Bai Tan saw the great eternity immortal was about to be torn to pieces and quickly said. The killing force paused and Yi Mo kicked the chest of the great eternity immortal, sneering, piss off. The great eternity immortal flew back and kept spitting blood in air, but he didn't feel he was insulted. His face was covered in fear. If Bai Tan spoke a little later, he would be dead already. With that kick, the killing intent and killing force nearby dispersed like nothing happened. Bai Tan immediately gave Yi Mo a jade box. Immortal friend Yi, thanks for your mercy. Bai Tan felt it ached his heart. Some of them didn't catch a single one for a few months, but he paid 5 immediately. Yi Mo threw it in his storage ring and then took out a jade slip for Bai Tan and said, this is a debt bill, see if it's fine. If it is, then clear it. Chapter 1770, Battle Immortal King. Seeing this jade slip, Bai Tan's face changed. The most he ever got in a day here was 5 void flying snow, but he had to split out 2 and could only get 3 himself. Yi Mo wanted 10 immediately now. The reason he gave Yi Mo 5 before, other than saving his great eternity immortal henchman, was mainly because he didn't want to fight with Yi Mo. Yi Mo was too terrifying. Even though they had the numbers advantage, a lot of them would probably die, but taking out 10 void flying snow was going to hurt his bones. He didn't dare to reproach Yi Mo and turned around staring at the great eternity immortal. What is this? The 2 great eternity immortal thought Yi Mo wouldn't be able to take on them all, but now they were completely wrong. They didn't dare to say Yi Mo wanted 10 because of what they said. Seeing the 2 great eternity immortals shaking and not talking, Bai Tan could only saluted with his fists. Immortal friend Yi, we've only collected less than 10 void flying snow here. Seeing Yi Mo nod, Bai Tan lit up and said, so I really can't take out 10 void flying snow. So this means you don't want to pay me back? Or should I find the 2 who wrote the debt bill? Yi Mo said plainly. Seeing this, Bai Tan could only clench his teeth and say, I'll pay. If Yi Mo really did that, his authority would be gone and his team would disperse. After taking 10 more void flying snow, Yi Mo didn't even stay for half a second and took Chu Qi and Rinli Jin, too cocky. One great eternity immortal peak stage looked at the direction Yi Mo left and cursed. Di Wencheng sneered, you can challenge him, we'll cheer you on. The great eternity immortal opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything. Di Wencheng ignored him and saluted with his fists to Bai Tan and left without even bothering to say anything. With this, Di Wencheng's team also left. The rest of the people saw this and all left too. Soon, there was only Bai Tan's team left. It was a joke to try rob people on the way here with 10 people.
It would be fine for a few rare loners. 4 hours later, Yemo stopped and asked Brother Chu, "It's just you two? You didn't team up with Jin Shang Heaven team?"
Chu-Chi smiled bitterly. My Urin immortal residence isn't small, but we're nothing compared to those big sections.
They don't want us to go with them and we don't want to beg them.
Yemo understood this. It wasn't that all of the big sect members were cocky, but they weren't on the same level at all. The reason he could become friends with those people was due to Ji Shu.
If it wasn't due to Ji Shu, he wouldn't know Chi Baitson nor Jiu Royan. How many void flying snow did you get?
Yemo asked. Chu-Chi thought Yemo wanted void flying snow and quickly took out 3, handing them to Yemo. We were lucky and have a magic artifact for capturing it, so we got 3.
It's not used to us, brother. Ye can have it. Yemo waved his hand. I don't want your void flying snow. I want to give all mine to you. What? How can you do that?
Chu-Chi rejected. Yemo said, I want you to help me. Once you get into top 1000 and get invited by the Immortal Emperor, give the Pingyu immortal fruit to me.
For compensation, I will give you 2 E-King pill.
Ha! Chu-Chi looked at Yemo in a daze. Even 1 Pingyu immortal fruit can't trade for 1 E-King pill, but Yemo was willing to give them 2.
Yemo coughed. I got a pill cauldron from you. I already owe you. Plus, I'm a level 7 immortal pill grandmaster. With Pingyu immortal fruit I can concoct E-King pill. Hearing this, Chu-Chi and Ren Elijah were completely dazed.
A level 7 immortal pill grandmaster had the same status as an immortal monarch to even immortal emperor.
Yemo was actually 1.
This was too unbelievable. Seeing the two didn't dare to believe, Yemo explained, I'm indeed a level 7 immortal pill grandmaster, but I offended a powerful person. He has background in Qingwei Heaven. I'm afraid I would be ambushed if I go see immortal emperor there. So Yemo's excuse was very bad, but Chu-Chi wasn't thinking about this. He just wanted to connect well with this level 7 immortal pill grandmaster, so he quickly said, that's fine, I can help this, but it's very hard for us to get into top 1000 with less than 20.
That's fine.
Yemo gave a storage ring to Chu-Chi. There's 50 here, take it. Chu-Chi was dazed again. He really didn't know how Yemo could get this many, but he didn't ask.
He shouldn't ask. Yemo took out another jade slip to Chu-Chi and said, Yin Saint of Ethereal Immortal Pond gave me this.
If someone asks how you caught so many, this jade slip with your magic artifact and luck is the reason. After this, Yemo let the 2 leave first.
He didn't want them to be suspected. Chu-Chi knew what Yemo meant and returned to the immortal ship with Ren Lijin.
Yemo wanted to wait for Li Kuan to come and give her some void flying snow, but an immortal king spirit sense scanned him.
Yemo didn't dare to wait at all. The spirit sense was very familiar. It was Uncle Ji. This was near the immortal ship. Yemo wasn't certain if Uncle Ji would risk attacking him.
Yemo immediately used mobility technique and sped up to the immortal ship. In just a few seconds, Uncle Ji appeared at where Yemo was and chased towards him without hesitation. Luckily, Yemo was very close to the immortal ship. With him burning immortal essence like crazy, Yemo could see the ship with his spirit sense in 10 seconds. At this moment, Uncle Ji stopped before him.
Yemo stopped and stared at Uncle Ji calmly.
This was near the immortal ship. He believed Uncle Ji didn't dare to attack here. Immortal King Master, may I ask why you stopped me?
Yemo saluted with his fists. Uncle Ji sneered, why don't you keep running? Do you think I don't dare to kill you just because you ran here? Then, he grabbed at Yemo, not giving him any chance. He believed he only needed 2 seconds to kill Yemo. That was enough time to clean here. Yemo didn't expect this guy really dared to attack him here. He released World Rock without hesitation.
Immortal essence poured inside like crazy to stop this grab, but as soon as he released World Rock, he found he couldn't move at all. Yemo was very shocked. He knew he was in Uncle Ji's Immortal King domain. In here, there was nothing he could do but await death. The pressure of the domain was about to make Yemo spit blood. He released Spirit Sense blades in his Spirit Sense domain like crazy, trying to break open this domain even just by a little. That way, he would be able to use World Rock to stop this grab. Crack. The Immortal King domain just formed and a sliver of crack was created.
Uncle Ji was shocked.
He didn't expect a great Eternity Immortal could crack his Immortal King domain a little. Even though he used it casually, it wasn't something a great Eternity Immortal could break free. Yemo couldn't break free indeed, even if the crack was 10 times larger, but this was enough for him to use World Rock. The World Rock stopped that terrifying hand just when it was about to grab Yemo. Rumble. the world rock was smashed away. Chapter 1771. Who is lying? Emo used this opportunity to ignite his immortal essence and punched out, trying to stop this grab. Rumble. Immortal essence exploded and the nearby void shook. Emo was struck, flying out, splashing blood in the void. Immortal essence and spirit sense disappeared from Emo's body. Even with his immortal spirit body, his chest bones cracked. His immortal spirit body saved his life again. Emo's heart sunk. He just took back the world rock and was full of weakness. He couldn't release it again. Now, an ordinary Foundation establishment state could kill him, much less an immortal King peak stage. Uncle G's heart sunk. He thought that his grab would kill Emo for certain. Even a great eternity immortal peak stage wouldn't be able to escape under his immortal king domain, yet a great eternity immortal primary stage could open a sliver in his immortal king domain and stop this grab and then burn his immortal essence to break out. This was beyond insane. His heart sunk, not because Emo could escape. He knew Emo wouldn't be able to live after that, but he didn't expect killing a great eternity immortal primary stage would cause this much commotion. If this startled the immortal Emperor Master, he would have no place to bury himself. Thinking about this, Uncle G sweated cold and charged forward, wanting to pulverize Emo. Seeing this, Emo sighed. He had used his spirit sense blades to stir up the immortal ship restriction. Why was there still no news now? Just when he was thinking if he should hide into the golden page world, when he heard a sneer. Emo rejoiced and didn't move. It seemed his action was useful. Emo could tell that Miquan Immortal Emperor made this sneer. He didn't believe Miquan Immortal Emperor would let an immortal king kill before him. Uncle G heard this too, because this sneer was targeted at him. His immortal essence backlashed and blood spilled out of the corner of his mouth immediately. There was terror in his eyes. He didn't dare to keep attacking Emo and said, "Uncle G, greet me, Quan Immortal Emperor." A great hand grabbed Uncle G and brought up Emo, taking them back to the immortal ship deck in just a few steps. The deck was filled with immortals who had returned. Emo's heart felt a little easy. As long as he was in public view, he wouldn't be threatened with death. When Emo was thrown onto the deck, Li Kun screamed and immediately charged over, holding Emo while putting pills into Emo's mouth. "Brother, what happened to you?" Li Kun asked in fury and worry. Everyone saw Emo was beaten this heavily and all tuned in, wanting to know who did this. Some people saw Uncle G, who was thrown onto the deck by Miquan Immortal Emperor, and immediately released what happened. Many people still didn't believe that Emo was beaten by an immortal king. If Immortal King attacked, how could Emo live till now? Immortal King didn't kill a great eternity immortal primary stage in one strike. This was too astonishing. Ji Shu and Shi Baitsong quickly came over. Li Kun realized that it was Uncle G who beat Emo. He got up and stared at Uncle G, saying furiously, "You're an immortal king and you attack a great eternity immortal. Do you not know the immortal ship laws of Miquan Immortal Emperor, Master?" A few Immortal Monarch and Miquan Immortal Emperor were here, but Li Kun didn't dare to curse Uncle G. Miquan Immortal Emperor was already annoyed that Uncle G dared to attack Emo and near the ship. This was not taking his words seriously. Li Kun's reproach meant that his words had no authority at all and has made him more uncomfortable. Zhou Ruyan quickly pulled Li Kun over. "Sister Shiyu, don't worry, Miquan Immortal Emperor Master will get justice for Brother Yi." Zhou Ruyan's words were soft, but all the nearby great eternity immortal heard. How could Miquan Immortal Emperor not know what Zhou Ruyan wanted? He ignored the two girls and just stared coldly at Uncle G. "You're an immortal king, yet you ignore the immortal ship rules to kill a great eternity immortal. Do you think my words are meaningless, or are you Divine Emperor Master?" Hearing this, Huarushua quickly went up and bowed. "Immortal Emperor Master, there must be a reason for Uncle G to attack Emo. Please have mercy, Immortal Emperor Master. Even if Emo was rude first, I will order Uncle G to apologize." Emo heard this and sneered, but he didn't argue. He knew this woman was better than an Oscar winner in acting. He didn't care about Huarushua, he cared that Yan Zhoutian was fine. He saw Yan Zhoutian in the middle of the crowd. His face was very bad, seemingly due to loss of blood. When Emo stared at him, Yan Zhoutian stared back with great killing intent. Emo sighed. Yan Zhoutian was quite amazing. He was only this far from the ship but didn't get away. If it wasn't for Miquan Immortal Emperor, he would almost be disintegrated. Yan Zhoutian was chased by Uncle G but came back alive. This guy was a running away specialist. Seeing the degree of Emo's injuries, his sea of consciousness was probably injured too. Yan Zhoutian felt a little satisfied seeing this. But thinking about how Emo almost made him die to Uncle G, his teeth itched with hatred. He was in no better state than Yemo before. If he didn't use blood sacrifice, he wouldn't be able to stand here. Miquan Immortal Emperor really wanted to kill Uncle G straight up, but he knew Huarushua's background. He wasn't afraid of Demon Joy sect, but it wasn't smart to offend a sect like that. How could Uncle J not know what Huarushua meant? He bowed. Miquan Immortal Emperor Master. I saw Yemo on the way back alone, so I asked out of goodwill, but instead he insulted me and used all sorts of foul language. As an immortal king, I was cursed by a great eternity immortal like this. I really couldn't take it, so I wanted to teach him a lesson. Miquan's face eased. He didn't believe Yemo would be stupid enough to curse an immortal king, but this was an appropriate excuse. Uncle G wasn't completely disregarding the rules here, so he had a little face. After all, offending someone with a higher cultivation level was taboo in the immortal realm. They could be killed at any time. My brother would definitely not curse you. You have no evidence, Lee Cohen said in desperation. Yemo waved his hand, signaling her to stop talking, and then took out a few pills to eat before bowing to Miquan Immortal Emperor. Miquan Immortal Emperor Master. Wan Bei was definitely very respectful to Uncle G Immortal King. Cursing him is completely false. Uncle G interrupted. Of course you wouldn't admit it now. You already forgot how you cursed me? Oh, what did I say? Yemo asked. Seeing Uncle G's face paused, Huarushua immediately said, Yemo, Uncle G is much older than you. You cursed him and he feels uncomfortable. Is he to repeat it? Yemo said calmly, since he can't say it, it means that I didn't curse him. If he says what I said and I don't have evidence, then he's right and I can stop chasing this up. Humph, you don't have the right to chase it up. Now, we're going to chase up with you. Uncle G, say what Yemo cursed you with. Huarushua immediately said. Miquan Immortal Emperor's face was bleak but said nothing. Clearly he wanted both sides to take out evidence. Uncle G immediately said, furious, he's a great eternity immortal, but he calls me garbage animal. He says I'm raised by a bitch. Hearing this, I really couldn't handle it, so I attacked immediately. All the immortals fell silent now. What Yemo said was enough for death sentence. Miquan Immortal Emperor didn't believe this, but in the logic of the immortal realm, if both parties didn't have evidence, then whomever was stronger had the reason to his side. He looked at Yemo coldly. Yemo, you're a mere great eternity immortal and you dare to curse an immortal king like this. You deserve to die. Yemo bowed. Immortal Emperor Master, I didn't curse him at all and I was very polite to him. However, he said, keep running. Do you think I won't dare to kill you just because you ran here? Then he immediately attacked to kill me. Immortal Emperor Master, I never said this. Yemo didn't say anything respectful to me. Uncle G argued. Yemo bowed again. Immortal Emperor Master, Wan Bei has evidence. Oh. Miquan Immortal Emperor looked at Yemo in confusion. If you have evidence, why don't you take it out earlier? Yes, Wan Bei was wronged. In my worry I forgot. Then Yemo took out a crystal ball and released it into the air. At the same time, he sneered to himself, if I took it out earlier, I wouldn't be able to hear this old thing curse himself. Chapter 1772, Kill Immortal King. Seeing Yemo take out the crystal ball, Uncle G's face went pale. He finally realized why Yemo was so respectful to him when he saw him and called him master. This little bastard had a scheme already. The huge crystal ball released a clear scene. In the scene, Yemo respectfully saluted with his fists. Immortal King Master, may I ask why you stopped me? But Uncle G sneered inside, why don't you keep running? Do you think I don't dare to kill you here? Then he attacked and the crystal ball went blurry. Just an instant, those who wanted to see Yemo's pitiful fate all looked at Uncle G with sympathy. An immortal king was played by a great eternity immortal primary stage with his hands and cursed himself so cheerfully. Yemo took out the crystal ball later and asked what he said, clearly wanting the immortal king to curse himself first. Yemo bowed to Miquan Immortal Emperor and said, thank you Immortal Emperor Master for saving my life. Yemo will repay you once my cultivation is successful. Although Miquan Immortal Emperor didn't come just to save him, Yemo was still very grateful. Miquan Immortal Emperor nodded. How could Yemo's little tricks get past him? However, since Yemo had evidence, it was easy for him now. He was an immortal emperor and didn't expect Yemo to pay him back, but Yemo's will was good. Uncle G, do you have anything to say? Miquan Immortal Emperor looked coldly at Uncle G. Uncle G's face was pale. The evidence was so clear. What could he say? If Miquan Immortal Emperor didn't intervene in this personally, he could say the crystal ball was fake. But everyone knew this wasn't fake. There were too many ways to tell, and plus, Yemo didn't have the time to make a fake. Yemo saluted with his fists to Uncle G. Uncle G Immortal King, if you didn't say it yourself, I wouldn't even know you were raised by a bitch.
You. Uncle G was furious and spat a mouthful of blood. Huarushua's face was cold. She knew that it was pointless to beg Miquan Immortal Emperor for mercy. She could only walk up to Emo pitifully. Brother Yi, please let Uncle G go this time. Rushua will definitely pay you back. The killing intent in Yemo's heart didn't seep out at all. He would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him, but Yemo wasn't dumb. He knew the reason Miquan Immortal Emperor didn't judge Uncle G yet, not because there wasn't evidence, but he was concerned with Demon Joy sect a little. Yemo nodded to Huarushua and said to Miquan Immortal Emperor, Uncle Ji Immortal King bound me with Immortal King domain and grabbed at me. As a great eternity immortal facing an immortal king, I'm willing to repay hatred with goodwill. Huarushua's face lit up. In her heart she already considered Yemo dead, but she couldn't show it now. Miquan Immortal Emperor nodded and seemed to realize Yemo's predicament. He thought Yemo just wanted Uncle Ji to compensate some immortal crystals, but then Yemo said so. I want to also punch him while he's bound. I know my punch wouldn't even be able to move his clothes, but this is fair. Hearing this, the atmosphere paused again. Many had seen the power of Yemo's punch. With that, even if Uncle G wasn't dead, he would be heavily injured. Many people didn't understand, since Yemo gave up on revenge. Punching this would only draw more enmity. Huarushua's face changed. She had seen Yemo's punch. Could Uncle G block this? Just when Huarushua wanted to argue, Miquan Immortal Emperor nodded. That's fine, he can't move now, punch him. After you're done I will take him away and deal with him according to the rules. Miquan Immortal Emperor didn't know the power of Yemo's punch. He thought Yemo was just finding a way down. With this said, Huarushua could only shut up. Taking Uncle G away to deal with was just letting him go. Even Uncle G signaled Huarushua to stop talking. Yemo was strong, but he wouldn't be able to kill him with one punch, especially how Yemo was heavily injured. The other immortal monarchs and immortal kings tensed up. They knew that his last sentence was spoken to them. He probably wouldn't kill Uncle G but would be teaching him a lesson and even make Demon Joy sect pay greatly. Yemo had recovered more than half of his immortal essence and spirit sense. If an immortal king was controlled and he couldn't kill him, then he would be too weak. Do it. Miquan Immortal Emperor said. Yemo took a breath and walked up to Uncle G. He didn't prepare at all and just punched. Seeing this, everyone knew Yemo gave up on killing Uncle G. Otherwise, he could use a much more powerful punch than this, but Miquan Immortal Emperor's eyes narrowed. He could feel that all the invisible lethal force in the nearby space being sucked away by this punch. He knew this punch was probably going to kill Uncle G. Despite this, he still didn't really believe that a great eternity immortal could kill an immortal king with one punch. However, he did approve of Yemo to be able to punch without spilling out any lethal force. No wonder he could escape from Immortal King as Git. Seeing this punch, Uncle G breathed easy. It seemed Yemo knew Demon Joy sect wasn't easy to mess with, but when this punch neared his heart, there was a sudden extreme terror rising up in his chest. As an Immortal King, he realized that Yemo secretly contained all the lethal force in the punch. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell at all. It seemed as though Yemo didn't use full power, but this punch was trying to kill him. Uncle G immediately wanted to resist, but he was already subjugated by Miquan Immortal Emperor. There was despair in his eyes. Seeing this despair, Yemo sneered. His void punch could be dramatic or silent like this. The terrifying lethal force swept over in Uncle G's meridians, forming small lethal force whirlpools. He wouldn't do this to other people, but for this Uncle G, he must kill this guy. The crazy lethal force rolled around in his body. Uncle G could only feel the whirlpools expand in his body, tearing all the meridians, seeing blood flow out of Uncle G's eyes and ears. Huarushua immediately knew things weren't good. It thud. Before Huarushua could stop it, Yemo's punch landed on Uncle G's chest. Uncle G's despaired eyes dimmed down. Moments later, his body turned into a bloody mist. Not even his essence spirit remained, other than a few immortal monarch and Miquan Immortal Emperor who saw the premonition. Everyone else was dazed. Yemo really was this decisive and killed an immortal king with one punch? No wonder he said not even Uncle G's clothes would flip. There would be no clothes after this. That skinny immortal monarch primary stage frowned. He dealt with the business between Yemo and Uncle G. He even went against the rules. Not it seemed this little great eternity immortal was very vengeful. Very well, the Demon Joy sect remembers you. Huarushua stared at Yemo coldly. Diwensheng's heart shivered upon seeing this. He didn't believe Yemo really dared to kill Immortal King. If he fell into Yemo's hands, he wouldn't need to use his sect to threaten Yemo. This guy didn't care at all, only Yen Zhoutian sneered. Using an emperor's sect to threaten Yemo was a joke. He knew very clearly what sort of a person Yemo was. Yemo didn't even take him, a half-divine, seriously. Emperor's sect was nothing. Niquan Immortal Emperor interrupted this eerie scene and said 3 months' time is about to be up. Please all great eternity immortal go up and tally the void flying snow they got and wait on the side for results. Exchange of void flying snow is not allowed on the ship, offenders will be disqualified. Yemo just wanted to give some void flying snow to Likoan and heard this, so he immediately stopped. Chapter 1773, Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Niquan finished and the immortals and the deck started lining up to hand up their void flying snow. Soon, Yemo found there were only tens of thousands of immortals handing them up. This meant only 1 in 10 was handing it up. Yemo guessed that to get top 1,000, most of the void flying snow were gathered on one person. The big screen on the deck started to show a leaderboard. Yemo saw that those who were ahead had tens, the most had 80. Some solo cultivators only had 1 or 2. Yemo handed out 3 void flying snow and stood on the side. 3 was quite a lot for one person. A day later, the tally was finished. 3 months' time was up. As the ship restriction closed, those immortals who didn't get back had no chance to come back on even if they were alive. On the ranking, Likoan was ranked 636th, Ji Shu and them had no ranking. Likoan got 37 void flying snow. Yemo knew that Ji Shu and them gave all their void flying snow to Likoan. Chuchi got 53 and was ranked 278th. Yemo looked at Yen Zhoutian. He got 34 and was ranked 970th. There were quite a lot of people who got the same number of void flying snow. Their rank was divided based on the quality of the void flying snow. Most people didn't care about their rank, they only cared if they could get into top 1,000. Sister Shiyu, did your team give all the void flying snow to you? Yemo asked. Shi Baitsong answered no, only me, Ji Shu, In Hui and Jiu Royan. The rest of the people aren't here, but we didn't get much. Shiyu got most of them. Likoan smiled. Luckily we had the Yun Saint's Jattle Sip and I was lucky, so I got 29. Yemo understood what Likoan meant. She got 29 not because of Miyen's Jade Slip but because of Spirit Will 9 transformations. After the ranking was done, Niquan Immortal Emperor said loudly, the top 1,000 can come up and get their Jade card now. The rest of you will be able to get a reward based on the void flying snow you have contributed. Yemo didn't choose any pills, he chose tens of tasty level 5 immortal spirit fruit. Everyone left after the ranking was done, but Yemo had some news saying that the top 1,000 might not get Pingyu immortal fruit straight up. They would be getting a spot to go find Pingyu immortal fruit. Yemo didn't care, no matter what, as long as he got a Pingyu immortal fruit, it would be fine. He believed even if it was just one spot, Shuchi would come to him, even if he didn't get the fruit. He didn't want to go see a few Immortal Emperor. Feng Kong Immortal Emperor was Immortal Emperor tertiary stage. Yemo wasn't certain if this was the Emperor Feng who threw him into Luoyu cultivation realm, but if it was, then that Immortal Emperor tertiary stage might be able to realize something. The main reason was that Yemo was scared they could see his sea of consciousness. If the chaos world was exposed, he would be over. A few months later, Yemo was still in cultivation. He didn't want to go out and cause trouble, at the same time he needed to cure his injuries. On top of that, he wanted to keep refining how Heaven Drum. Yemo didn't expect it to have such power, he only controlled a few levels of restriction and could release such huge power. If he completely controlled the drum, how terrifying would its power be? But Yemo knew that only Yen Zhoutian knew about it and he didn't dare to spill it. If someone else knew, no good would come out of it. Half a year later, Yemo came out of solitary cultivation. Based on time, Yemo calculated that they were almost at Qingwei Heaven. Qingwei Heaven was extremely far, but Yemo knew this immortal ship was very substantial. It could be ranked into top 5 in all of the immortal ships in the Grand Heaven domain. It was extremely fast and sturdy. This ship was even faster than his replica spacetime boat. When he came out of solitary cultivation, he found that all the great eternity immortal who saw him greeted him politely. He didn't want this, but Yemo knew that his name spread out. Ji Shu and them immediately invited Yemo over. Due to Yemo, challenges had nothing to do with them these half-year. Another month later, the immortal ship stopped at a square near Qingwei Heaven Hongyu Immortal City. Yemo followed a few 100,000 immortals and got off the ship to where they were arranged to stay. Some big sect people already came here and they met up with their sect members immediately. Li Koan's sect also had people to come greet them.
Those who got into top 1,000 were greeted nicely. Emo didn't have the Jade card and was in solo cultivator. They had the worst treatment and could only follow everyone to the most ordinary cultivation home and wait for the call of immortal emperors. A few killing intense scan past Emo.
Emo breathed easy instead.
It was an immortal monarch from Demon Joy sect here meeting with Hua Rushue. It wasn't an immortal emperor, plus even immortal emperor didn't dare to easily kill people. 3 days passed quickly. Emo didn't leave his residence. He had decided to go as soon as he got the Pingyu immortal fruit. Qingwei Heaven definitely wasn't an easy place to stay, it was too dangerous here. Li Koan had the emperor's sect to take care of her, so he didn't need to worry. On the 4th day, it was the day that the few immortal emperors saw the 1,000 great eternity immortals. Including the 100 chosen from Qingwei Heaven, 1,100 great eternity immortals will be seen by the top immortal emperors.
Emo and those who weren't called stayed at the square seeing the formation screen.
Ji Shu and Shi Baitsong were young city lords, but their status here weren't much higher than Emo and could only watch the formation screen. Just like Emo, and Li Jin had no one she knew, so she could only follow Emo. The formation screen was very clear. In it a huge palace was decorated with the best immortal materials. 1,100 great eternity immortals were led into the palace by female immortals on the 2 sides. 5 minutes later, a few emperor-crested immortal emperors walked onto the stage. Even through the formation, the great eternity immortals at the square felt the power and authority of immortal emperor.
"Brother Yi, are you okay?" Zhou Rian asked. She was by Emo's side and Emo was shaking, his face was pale. "I'm fine, it's some cultivation problem and my body is reacting to the emperor chi," Emo quickly said and released his clenched fist. He rejoiced his decision. If he was seen by immortal emperors, his attitude would definitely be noticed by all immortal emperors. Emo breathed easy. The reason he had such reaction was because he recognized one of them to be Emperor Feng. That person is without a doubt Feng Kong Grand Emperor. He saw it very clearly at Samsara Dao in the 7 Refined Tower. It was the image of his past life. At this moment, he had a smile and seemed very amicable, but GMO would never forget the scene where that crying woman hugged this immortal emperor's leg and begged for mercy. However, this Feng Kong Grand Emperor kicked him and that woman off the stairs without hesitation and then ordered him to be thrown into a spirit chi-deprived cultivation realm. Yemo's fists were shaky. He suddenly thought of that woman. Who was that woman to him? Where was she? But Yemo didn't even dare to ask. Seeing this smiling Feng Kong Grand Emperor, Yemo remembered how Heaven Grand Emperor's words. Feng Kong is the most sinister and bleak character. On the surface he seems the weakest, but in fact, he's the strongest of the 4 Grand Emperors. At the top of the palace, tens of extremely beautiful female immortal danced, bringing out waves of immortal clouds. The dance was extremely beautiful and captivating, but Yemo didn't even look at them. He was thinking about why Feng Kong Grand Emperor wanted to kill him. Chapter 1774, Little Heaven Domain. After the dance, a group of female immortal carried immortal wine to these 1,100 great eternity immortals. The great eternity immortals on the square looked in admiration. Without a doubt the wine was made from the best immortal liquid that was beneficial for both cultivation and Tao. After the immortals drank, a long-bearded handsome man walked out. He signaled the great eternity immortals to sit before saying, every Pengyu immortal fruit harvest season gives people anticipation. It's also the time that our immortal realm prodigies shine. To be able to come here today, you're the very elite great immortals of the 33 heaven domains. As the Qingwei Heaven Lord, I welcome you all greatly. Yemo looked and recognized it to be Wei Feng Immortal Emperor. It said he's a Grand Emperor. Yemo immediately thought of Wushuan Immortal Emperor. Seeing this guy, Wushuan Immortal Emperor was probably ambushed in this Hanyu Immortal City. Just what woman made Wushuan Immortal Emperor unable to forget? Wei Feng Immortal Emperor's voice continued to sound. Not only Feng Kong Grand Emperor and Dragon River Grand Emperor came this time, but also Yuan Dong Heaven Jiangren Immortal Emperor, Tongsheng Heaven Kuei Qian Immortal Emperor, Fendu Heaven Yuan Yun Immortal Emperor. On top of that, there are valuable guests from the Emperor sects and Monarch sects of the big heaven domains. Although there's some problem with this Pingyu Immortal Fruit Social, but I believe after Feng Kong Grand Emperor explains things, everyone would have even greater hopes. Feng Kong Grand Emperor smiled and nodded. Last time at Yuandong Heaven Emperor Fall Mountain, we lost some elite great immortals. It pains my heart greatly. We're all old, the future of the immortal realm and the 33 heavens would need you all. Everyone here is great eternity immortal tertiary stage and the elite of the big heaven domains. I believe the most excellent immortal emperor of the 33 heavens will be coming amongst you. Yemo didn't like Feng Kong Grand Emperor, but he had to admit he was right. This place indeed gathered the best great eternity immortal in the grand heaven domains. Every immortal emperor and immortal monarch here came from great eternity immortal. We know the hardship of reaching immortal king from great eternity immortal. Feng Kong Grand Emperor spoke slowly and seemed very amicable, but perhaps due to his experience, Yemo felt Feng Kong Grand Emperor seemed very fake. To be able to sit here, you have all proved your ability. But this isn't enough for you to get a Pengyu immortal fruit without any effort. Ever since the immortal realm split apart, Pengyu immortal fruit have become rarer and rarer. Hearing this, Yemo frowned. He felt he was tricked. Feng Kong Grand Emperor said nice things, but they were meaningless. Not only Yemo but the other great eternity immortals in the palace noticed something wasn't right. Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't seem to notice this and continued this time. The Qingwei Heaven Pengyu Immortal Fruit Garden is mature again, but the fruits can't be distributed to your hands. The Pengyu Immortal Garden had withered a few thousand years ago. In order to not crush everyone's hopes, we didn't say this. Discussion rose everywhere in the square. Pengyu Immortal Fruit was an extremely rare immortal fruit. It was rarer than level 8 and level 9 Immortal Spirit Herb. Many great eternity immortal peak stage were stuck there due to not having King Pill. Some people even began to doubt Feng Kong Grand Emperor, saying that the Immortal Spirit Herb Garden suddenly withered. The Pengyu Immortal Fruits would mature once every 100,000 years, and during this time, there would be a Pengyu Immortal Fruit Social held in Qingwei Heaven. The previous Heaven Lord of Qinghe Heaven Hongyu Immortal Emperor never stopped at once. Many immortal kings of other heaven domains reached their state due to the Pengyu Fruit Social. At the prime, a third of the great eternity immortals coming would be able to get Pengyu Immortal Fruit. Later on, there were less and less people getting Pengyu Immortal Fruit. This time, there was only 1100. But even so, no one dared to say anything. Now, Feng Kong Grand Emperor said they withered a few thousand years ago, and this broke everyone's hopes and dreams. People immediately became suspicious. I remembered when Hongyu Immortal Emperor had the Pengyu Social, the glory of that was unforgettable. Hongyu Immortal Emperor called all the great eternity immortal in Qingwei Heaven over. Yeah, now the Heaven Lord is Wei Feng Immortal Emperor. Why is there less and less people called to the social? Now they're saying there's none left. Aren't they playing with us? Most of these people guessing came from other heaven domains. Yemo heard of Hongyu Immortal Emperor, how Heaven Grand Emperor told him Qingwei Heaven Lord was Hongyu Immortal Emperor, but for some reason, it changed to Wei Feng Immortal Emperor. Feng Kong Grand Emperor said pitifully, we are also regretful that the Pengyu Immortal Garden is withering. This would mean less and less immortal kings. This is a huge blow to the 33 heavens. If one day there was not a single Pengyu Immortal Fruit left, wouldn't that mean the end of the immortal realm heritage? Feng Kong Grand Emperor's tone seemed to have influenced everyone and they stopped talking. In fact, we Immortal Emperor are more worried. Luckily, the heavens doesn't end our hope. After searching for a few thousand years, we finally found a place no one has been in before. There's not only Pengyu fruit but also level 7 and above Immortal Spirit Herb as well as Chaos Immortal Spirit items. These words immediately lit up everyone's excitement. Even some big sects were in shock. If Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't say this, they wouldn't know these few Immortal Emperor found a place with Chaos Spirit item. In that instant, Feng Kong Grand Emperor's public image became great. A Grand Emperor found such a valuable place but still took it out to share with everyone. Such manner, such magnanimity was worth everyone worshipping. The immortals, whether in the palace or in the square, became restless. Some sect members wanted to bring this news back immediately, but it was impossible to send news across heaven domains. Yemo didn't know if Feng Kong Grand Emperor was telling the truth, but he believed Feng Kong Grand Emperor was definitely not that generous. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the Divine Emperor battle split apart the immortal realm into 33 heavens. In fact, there's actually some smaller heaven domain forgotten in the void. Those heaven domains without great fortune became void planets and asteroids. Some dissipated after the ravage of time, but some had small fortune and was lost in the corners of the void, becoming small heaven domain. Feng Kong Grand Emperor described in ancient history, and even Emo only heard these things for the first time. Feng Kong Grand Emperor continued, most of these small heaven domains have dissipated, but a small part of them are protected by natural formations in the void and even has atmosphere forming a small astral region.
These astral regions have never been damaged nor been stepped foot on, so there's immortal spirit herb everywhere.
Even some chaos items hide in here.
Just when everyone was expecting Feng Kong Grand Emperor to say where it was and let everyone go and harvest, Feng Kong Grand Emperor said dejectedly, however, not everyone can go in.
Chapter 1775, Jade Card. It was indeed so. If it wasn't, Yemo would feel it wasn't right. Many people thought the same as Yemo, but more were disappointed. Seeing everyone calm down, Feng Kong Grand Emperor continued. The small heaven domain existed for countless years and some void chaos items hid in there too. If status immortal goes in, their chi would startle these chaos items and make them flee. So after discussion, we decided to not touch small heaven domain and use this Pengyu immortal fruit social to send the top 1,100 great eternity immortals into the small heaven domain. The square went into discussion again. If it was really so, then wouldn't the 1,100 people be digging a gold mine? They wondered if these people would get to keep what they found. Yemo was confused. Was this the reason why they used void flying snow to decide the rankings? Yemo definitely didn't believe that status immortals going in would start chaos spirit items.
He knew he wasn't the only one who didn't believe this, but he couldn't find a reason not to believe it. The things inside the small heaven domain belongs to everyone. Although we choose 1,100 representatives to go in, it's for the entire heaven domain to benefit. Those who go in must only agree to keep 10% of what they get and let the rest be distributed.
If they're not willing, they can give their spot to someone else.
Chaos spirit items must be handed over and planted in the Qingwei Heaven Pengyu Immortal Fruit Garden. No one was unhappy with Feng Kong Grand Emperor's words.
How could the immortal spirit herb inside a heaven domain that hadn't been opened for 100 million years be simple?
10% was very much already. As for chaos spirit item, who could even find it? This batch can only stay for 3 days. After 3 days you must come out.
Feng Kong Grand Emperor's words bewildered everyone again. How big would a small heaven domain be?
How many things would they be able to get with just 3 days? Feng Kong Grand Emperor said this is because there's spirit crippling demonic chi inside.
If you stay in there for too long, your spirit root would cripple.
The higher your power, the faster your spirit root would cripple.
Thus, those above Immortal King isn't suited to go in.
Yemo realized, no wonder Feng Kong Grand Emperor and them didn't want to go in. This was the main reason. Jin Bingyu's spirit root crippled when her nirvana failed too. He helped Jin Bingyu find void flying snow to concoct flying snow pill. Yemo realized now why the great eternity immortal had to go catch void flying snow. Feng Kong Grand Emperor continued. The main reason of getting everyone to capture void flying snow is to concoct flying snow pill. It can not only stop spirit root crippling but also purify the spirit root of those who enter the small heaven domain. However, we can only give 3 flying snow pill to everyone who goes in. Each pill will last a day. 3 pills can only last 3 days, so after 3 days, everyone who goes in must crush the jade card to teleport out. Now, it wasn't just GMO sneering but also some knowledgeable immortal monarchs and immortal kings.
Even if they got something precious in the small heaven domain, 3 days wasn't enough for them to use it for cultivation. This way they could only hand the best things to the immortal emperor to distribute. Yemo sneered also because he had a few bottles of flying snow pill and 100 or so void flying snow. He could forge them at any time. Yemo guessed these immortal emperors wouldn't make these rules for ordinary level 7 and level 8 immortal spirit herbs. There was definitely something they wanted inside, but they couldn't go in to search. Other than these 1,100 people, the rest of the great eternity immortal from Qingwei Heaven have a chance to go in too. I will arrange a specific time. Flying snow pill concoction needs a few days. 10 days later, everyone gather at Hongyu Square. Feng Kong Grand Emperor waved his hand and a few female immortals sent jade cards to the 1,100 people in here. Seeing this, the few immortal emperors got up to leave, but Yemo was confused. They gave up the jade cards to go in this early. Were they not scared of something happening? Everyone would want these jade cards, and if people fought over it, many sects would be willing to take risks. When the immortal emperors left, they said nothing about this. Clearly they meant people could fight over it. Rinli Jean was worried. Clearly she knew the dangers of this. If they were from an emperor's sect or big sect it would be fine, but they were alone like Yemo. They were like a 3-year-old holding a gold bar walking in robber's lair. Li Kuan was taken away by Longyu Emperor's sect as soon as she came out. Chu Qi came nervously to Yemo. He really wanted to give the jade card to Yemo but was afraid of bringing trouble to him. Even if he gave it to Yemo, other people wouldn't know and perhaps he would be harmed too. Brother Yi, what do we do? Chuchi asked. Yemo knew that not only Chuchi couldn't take the card but he couldn't too. Show me the jade card. Yemo said. When Chuchi showed the card, countless eyes stared at it. If this wasn't the square, people would have come over to rob it already. Yemo scanned with spirit sense and found it was indeed a teleportation formation. Yemo was an experienced level 5 immortal formation great master. With his spirit will 9 transformations, his spirit sense could cut into the card and look at it carefully. In a short while, Yemo remembered the teleportation formation. After remembering how the card is made, Yemo gave it back to Chuchi. Sell this jade card, don't sell for too much, 100 million immortal crystals is enough. Seeing Jishu and Shi Baitsong tempted, Yemo immediately said, don't buy it, your backgrounds aren't powerful enough, buying it is harming yourself. Chuchi knew there was no other way around this. He said guiltily, brother Yi, I'm truly sorry. I thought I would be able to get a Pingyu immortal fruit straight up, but instead this happened. Don't worry, it's not impossible to reach Immortal King without it. Yemo patted. Chuchi was decisive and knew the earlier he dealt with this the better. Chuchi took out the jade card and said, I know my capabilities are limited, now I will sell a small heaven domain jade card, 100 million immortal crystals. Who wants it? Take it. I do, this is 100 million immortal crystals. Someone took out an immortal crystals card immediately. Chuchi didn't want for a second bid and just took the immortal crystals and handed the jade card over. I'll pay 500 million immortal crystals. Another bid sounded. Chuchi didn't regret selling it for 100 million immortal crystals at all. He breathed easy instead. 100 million immortal crystals was nothing to the great eternity immortals here. Brother Yi, we'll go visit Shiyu. Shi Baitsong and them said. Chuchi knew Yemo didn't care about this 100 million immortal crystals and didn't even take it out. He said to Yemo, brother Yi, we've benefited something here, I'm planning to go visit other places in Qingwei Heaven with my cousin. Yemo approved. Okay, if the opportunity arises I will go visit you guys at Jinshang Heaven. Chapter 1776, How to Enter Small Heaven Domain. What troubled Yemo was that he didn't know how to go in. Every jade card was extremely precious and Sex would be guarding it very closely. Those people like Chuchi would have handed it out already. Yemo went back to his place, even though he had many secrets, but he didn't know how to go in. He really wanted to discuss with Li Kuan, but he knew she was definitely protected heavily. A day later, Yemo decided he wasn't going to keep waiting like this. Just when he wanted to go out for a walk, the restriction at his door sounded. Yemo opened it and saw the purple-dressed female immortal and asked in shock, Mian Saint, how did you get out at this time? Mian immediately came in and put on the restriction before saying, why can't I come out? The ethereal immortal pond got 2 jade cards this time and they're not on me. Who dares offend the ethereal immortal pond? Yemo thought about it and agreed. What business do you have with me? Your ethereal immortal pond immortal monarch Shinbais are all here, coming here again. Mian smiled because someone reported me, so my master knows about me coming to you on the immortal ship. So, I might as well not hide it. By the way, my master is very interested in you. Would you be interested in coming to see my master? Yemo's heart was shook. What did Mian's master want to see him for? Her master would at least be immortal monarch. He wouldn't dare to go see an immortal monarch alone. Thinking about this, Yemo quickly waved his hand. I like being alone. I would be very rude seeing Shinbei. I won't go. Mian seemed to know Yemo didn't want to see her master and said, Martial brother Yi, after I cultivated your stealth cultivation method I realized I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. There's such wonderful cultivation method, it's probably immortal grade peak, right? Yemo's face sunk. What Mian mean by saying this? Mian didn't seem to see Yemo's complexion and continued, by the way, Martial brother Yi, I heard there's an extremely huge social tonight at Hongyu Immortal City. You know the immortal monarch selling the 511 stone stool on the ship? It said he's participating this auction. Yemo was shocked. Why did she say this? Did she realize he was interested in the stone stool? Plus, this immortal monarch dared to sell that stone stool publicly here. Did he not want to live? There were so many immortal emperors here. Which immortal emperor didn't know 5-element stone stools involved the chaos world? Yemo didn't believe an immortal monarch wouldn't realize this. Since he still dared to do this, it meant that he wasn't afraid of immortal emperors. I want to go see the auction. Are you willing to go? If so, we can go together. Mian suddenly looked at Yemo and asked again. Yemo didn't know what she meant and shook his head. I didn't get the right to go small heaven domain. I'm planning to leave here tomorrow. As for the auction, I'm not interested.
Yemo had decided to send Li Kuan a message and leave immediately, seeing that Mi Yin mentioned the stone stool and her master wanted to see him. Mi Yin fell silent for a while and said, "I thought you were interested in that 5-element stone stool. It seems I saw wrong, but I can tell you for sure that even if it's an immortal emperor, he wouldn't really be selling it. The 5-element stone stool is 100% fake." The seller also knows that others would be able to realize this. This person wants everyone to know the real one is on him. Why? Yemo subconsciously asked, but immediately realized what was going on. My master said that this person is quite possibly a half-divine. He might be desperate to vindicate Tao. If the 5-element stone stools gather, he can vindicate Tao through the 5 elements even if he doesn't have a chaos world. A truth spirit world would be enough. Mi Yun explained. Yemo realized, if Mi Yun's master knew this, the other immortal emperors definitely knew this too. Unless there was an immortal emperor who didn't want to live, no one would dare to go find this guy. If someone went to this guy, he would definitely think the other stone stools are on this person and take it. That person would also keep an eye on those who seemed the slightest interested in him. Realizing this, Yemo was definitely not going to the auction. I heard there's also a low-grade god artifact and a half-god artifact in the auction. Mi Yun's words made Yemo vigilant again. He got a low-grade god artifact pill cauldron. He didn't know if Huarushue could tell or not. It seemed he needed to leave quickly. Seeing this, Mi Yun knew that Yemo probably wanted to go even more. She bit her lips and suddenly said, "Martial brother Yi, if I can bring you into the small heaven domain, you, what?" Yemo dazed. She could take him into the small heaven domain under the eyes of a few immortal emperor. "That's right, I can take you in." Mi Yin said calmly. Yemo asked calmly, "Whether or not you can even bring me in is one thing, but why are you helping me? If I say I suddenly like you and want to help you, would you believe it?" Mi Yun said calmly. Yemo smiled no. Mi Yun didn't care but instead took out the jade slip Yemo gave her and looked at it. "You said this stealth cultivation method is slightly different to the one you use. I'm thinking." Seeing her look at him, Yemo sneered, "So you want mine stealth cultivation method?" "Yes, I don't know if the one you're using is better, but I really need a powerful stealth cultivation method like this. Even if I don't stay saint and pay everything I have, I'm willing to." Mi Yin stared at Yemo and said adamantly. Yemo guessed that she probably had big plans, but it had nothing to do with him. He was thinking if she could really bring him into the small heaven domain, it wasn't impossible for him to give her the stealth cultivation method. "I also know you have a good body refinement cultivation method. Don't even think about it, I won't agree." Yemo interrupted. "Tell me about how you can bring me in." Yemo said, "I have a small world." Yemo shook his head in disappointment before she finished. She was too naive. Small world, truth spirit world were completely different to chaos world. Chaos world could be hidden in the depth of the sea of consciousness. As long as someone's spirit sense didn't reach there, they wouldn't be able to know, but the small world and truth spirit world were different. It could only be turned into a bracelet or ring to be worn. It was impossible to hide it from an immortal emperor's spirit sense. Mi Yun said, "I will hang it on my chest. Even if the immortal emperor notices it, he wouldn't ask me to take it out. I believe I wouldn't be the only one using small world to bring people in." How could Feng Kong Grand Emperor not think of this? But he didn't mention it, so it means he allows it. "Even if it fails, I'll let you out and you wouldn't lose anything." Yemo sneered. "Not lose anything?" As soon as he came out of the small world, the immortal emperors would check him with spirit sense immediately. Plus, I haven't spirit controlled my small world. Suddenly, Yemo had an idea upon hearing this. Chapter 1777, The Stressed Female Immortal on the Streets. "Martial sister Mi Yin, I have a way, but I don't know if you will agree to it." Yemo thought and said, this way was best for Li Kuan to do, but he couldn't even see her right now. "Tell me, if I can do it, I won't disagree." Mi Yin immediately said. Yemo said without hesitation, "You need to give me your jade card first. I'll go out the city and after 7 or 8 days come outside to meet me. Then I'll tell you how to bring me in." "Of course, if you don't trust me then never mind." "Of course I trust you," Mi Yin said, and then gave a jade card to Yemo. "It's here. As for the rendezvous point, you can tell me later." "You didn't hand up your jade card?" Yemo looked at her dazedly. Mi Yin said proudly, "Hand it up? Who here needs me to hand up something?" Yemo immediately realized the saint had extremely high status in ethereal immortal pond. If she wasn't willing, no one could force her to hand it out.
she didn't need to worry about giving the jade card to him. Even if he wanted to take it, it was impossible, as 10 days later, those going to the small heaven domain would gather together. You wouldn't even know where the small heaven domain would be. The two exchanged communication beads. After she left, Emo immediately checked out of his room. As the #1 city of Qingwei Heaven and the place of the Heaven Lord estate, this place was very prosperous, and even more now due to the Pengyu fruit social. Emo felt there were too many people on the streets, but he didn't have the mood to admire this prosperity. He needed to go to a rather large merchant tower in here. At this time, everyone merchant tower was full. Things were constantly sold and taken in. Emo barely squeezed to the front, and before he spoke, the attendant asked immortal friend, "May I ask what you need?" Emo breathed and said, "I want some truth abyssal mud." With this, the surrounding quietened down immediately. The attendant smiled bitterly. "Immortal friend, nice joke. Our Howei Immortal Tower isn't small in here, but we don't have something as precious as truth abyssal mud. Even the top-grade immortal towers such as Hongshang Immortal Tower wouldn't have such things." Then, the attendant looked at Emo vigilantly, clearly thinking Emo was here to cause trouble. Emo cursed himself for being so impulsive. How could something as precious as the truth abyssal mud be bought at regular merchant towers? Even the lowest grade truth abyssal mud he bought on that ship cost 200 million immortal crystals, and this was because the seller was desperate for immortal crystals and sold it for a low price. His truth abyssal mud here would at least be 1 billion immortal crystals here. My bad. Emo saluted with his fists and quickly left. He suddenly regretted using all the truth abyssal mud he had before. Emo only walked for a few hundred meters and noticed something wrong. He seemed to be watched. Emo just wanted to turn around when a voice sounded by his ear. "A friend wants to talk. We can find a place. I have something good for you." Emo's spirit sense immediately saw a great eternity immortal peak stage woman. She looked pretty but seemed a little stressed. This female immortal definitely followed him out of the merchant tower. Emo could guess why she came up to him and said, "Okay, lead the way." Someone coming to him at this time would definitely be for the truth abyssal mud. Plus, even if this was outside, he wouldn't be afraid of a great eternity immortal peak stage. The female immortal led the way, and 5 minutes later, she took Emo to a room in a distant spirit rest tower. Emo kept watch. This place was far off, but the city was filled with people everywhere. She wasn't ordinary to be able to find a room at this moment. After entering the room, the female immortal put on restriction and said to Emo, "Immortal friend, Hongling invited you over suddenly, please forgive me." Emo scanned this room, and after confirming there was nothing wrong with it, he said, "What business does Hongling goddess have calling me over?" Emo didn't say his name. Hongling didn't mind and signaled Emo to sit and said, "You cultivated spirit will 9 transformations?" Emo suddenly got up and looked coldly at this great eternity immortal, saying coldly, "Who are you?" "You cultivated spirit will 9 transformations indeed, but it seems a different to the one I know. If you spirit will 9 transformations progresses one more step, I would be able to feel it even if I'm standing next to you." Hongling sighed. She was a great eternity immortal peak stage, so she wouldn't be afraid of Emo. Of course, Emo was very shocked. Every little people knew he cultivated spirit will 9 transformations unless he attacked. How did Hongling know? He didn't use spirit sense attack on anyone. He just used spirit sense to protect himself. Was there a flaw in his spirit will 9 transformations? Hongling waved her hand. "Immortal friend, don't worry. Regardless how you got your spirit will 9 transformations, I have no ill will for you. And your spirit will 9 transformations is different. Once you reach great eternity immortal tertiary stage, or if you reach 4th transformation. Not even my master would be able to know." Hongling paused and said, "I invited you to do a deal with you." Emo interrupted her answer. 2 questions. First, who are you? Second, how did you know I cultivated spirit will 9 transformations? Otherwise there will be no deal. Hongling shook her head. "You're only great eternity immortal primary stage, but your tone is this impulsive. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to take it, but your character is quite similar to our young master. However, there's no way I'm going to tell you who I am. As for how I know you have spirit will 9 transformations, I can't tell you either." Then sorry. Emo didn't want to have anything to do with her now. It's not so easy to go. Hongling got up and the space nearby seemed to have slowed. The next moment, she released a red band that covered the entire room. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," she said, but before she finished, she was dazed. Immediately, there was terror in her eyes. The great eternity immortal primary stage wasn't affected by the red band at all, and instantly a terrifying lethal force swept over at her.
Space wasn't under her control anymore. This punch seemed to have come from the void and released incessant destruction. Soon, it formed a lethal force whirlpool and swept her completely away. The red band quickly changed direction and covered her body again. If she was dragged in, she would die for certain. How was there such a terrifying great eternity immortal? Was this person an immortal king? Otherwise, there was no way she would be in the definite lower hand in one clash. Don't attack, I didn't mean to kill you. Hongling called in her terror, Yemo sneered, and the lethal force disappeared. Hongling fell hard onto the ground. At this moment, she heard Yemo say, if you had killing intent before, you would be long gone. Now tell me how you know I have spirit will 9 transformations? The flaw to his cultivation method was the most important thing to him. Chapter 1778, Loyal Maid. Hongling got up in shock and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had never seen a great eternity immortal as insane as Yemo and her hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Even her young master was far from this great eternity immortal. She quickly cast these thoughts aside and saluted with her fists to Yemo before setting up a few sound restrictions. Seeing that it was too ordinary, Yemo casually waved out a few even powerful ones and said, no one can listen in now, speak. Seeing this, she was extremely shocked. Even immortal formation grade master would need some formation god artifact to be able to do it this easily, but she had seen a lot and even divine emperor, so she quickly collected her mood and said, have you heard of Wushuang immortal emperor? Yemo realized Wushuang immortal emperor's most powerful feature was the spirit sense cultivation method. Did she belong to Wushuang immortal emperor? Perhaps Wushuang immortal emperor created spirit will 9 transformations. I heard he was ambushed by more than 10 immortal emperor and he killed 9 before fleeing. Yemo nodded. Hongling's eyes went red, her mood became agitated. I wanted to ask if you were related to Wushuang immortal emperor. Wushuang immortal emperor cultivated spirit will 9 transformations. Where did you get spirit will 9 transformations? As though fearing misunderstanding, Hongling quickly said, I cultivated spirit will 9 transformations. It's very good to use it with corner soul weed. I did this too so I can sense those who used corner soul weed to cultivate spirit will 9 transformations. Hongling then gave Yemo a jade slip. Yemo had a look and his face changed. This was the spirit will 9 transformations. He only got 4 transformations, but this was the entire thing. On top of that, he realized why his spirit will 9 transformations chi was spilling. He derived his own spirit will 9 transformations, but after seeing this complete spirit will 9 transformations, he only needed some time to derive it again. In just a short while, Yemo repaired his spirit will 9 transformations and the spilling chi was gone. Your spirit will 9 transformations chi is gone? Hongling felt it immediately and was dumbfounded. Just who was this? He completely fixed the flaw in his spirit will 9 transformations in just 10 seconds. Yemo gave the jade slip back to her, thanks. Hongling didn't take it and continued, I don't know what your name is, but seeing that you're an honest person you can keep it. I just want you to answer my question. Of course I will tell you who I am. Yemo smiled, I indeed cultivated spirit will 9 transformations, but it's different to yours. I'll keep cultivating mine. I'm Yemo, if you have anything just ask. Yemo guessed a little about Hongling's identity and didn't feel so revolted. Hongling took the jade slip and said, immortal friend, ye can probably guess, my master is Tianxing Grand Emperor. My master created the spirit will 9 transformations. My young mistress is called Yu He, my young master is Mu Wushuang. Yemo understood, Hongling was Mu Wushuang's maid. No wonder she was hiding in here, she probably wanted to scout information about Wei Feng immortal emperor. Wushuang immortal emperor died to Wei Feng immortal emperor. She had never forgotten about this, but the difference between her and Wei Feng immortal emperor was too great. Yemo guessed she would never be able to catch up her entire life. Hongling said dejectedly, when my master was ambushed he was half divine already. My master really liked young master Wushuang, but there was one flaw about him, and that was he liked too many girls. If it wasn't due to this, my master would definitely let Wushuang young master inherit him. Due to him having too many girls, the master didn't agree to the wedding between him and the young mistress. Hongling continued, Wushuang young master's character is very stubborn. He adamantly refused to give up on his other concubines, so he left Tianxing Mountain, but the young mistress really loves Wushuang young master. She took me and left Tianxing Mountain secretly and found young master Wushuang. In time, the master wasn't going to keep caring about this and they slowly started connecting again, but at this time, Wuxuan young master was ambushed and young mistress disappeared. Hearing this, he couldn't help sighing how ruthless Wei Feng immortal emperor was. Even Mu Wuxuan's concubines were gone. At the time of the incident, I was serving the master at Tianxing Mountain. The master immediately headed to Wei Feng immortal emperor wanting to bring back young mistress, but master never came out again. I didn't dare to stay at Tianxing Mountain. After leaving, I roamed outside for tens of thousands of years before coming back to Hongyu Immortal City wanting to find out about young mistress and master. But my talent is limited, and even after all these years I could only stay at Great Eternity Immortal Peak stage.
I wasn't able to find out anything.
Hearing this, Yi Mo had great respect for Hong Ling. Pardon my rudeness before, martial sister Hong Ling, what do you need to ask me of? Yi Mo saluted with his fists, seeing this Hong Ling dazed, but soon she realized what Yi Mo thought. Yi Mo respected her character and she felt very grateful. She was prepared for the worst before, but now it seemed Yi Mo wasn't going to report her in and instead treated her with respect. She felt very grateful and relived. All these years, no one knew her hardship and what she did, but for once, her heart resonated with Yi Mo. Brother Yi, Hong Ling begged that if one day you reach Divine Emperor, take Hong Ling to the Heaven Lord estate and see if my mistress and master is still there. Hong Ling knelt down. Yi Mo quickly pulled her up. Martial sister Hong Ling, I'm only Great Eternity Immortal Primary Stage, still very far from Immortal King, much less Divine Emperor.
I might disappoint you.
No, Brother Yi, you're the most talented Great Eternity Immortal I've ever seen, no one can surpass you. I trust my eyes, you will be able to reach the peak of the immortal realm.
If you're willing to help ask about my mistress and master, Hong Ling is willing to be your maid forever.
Hong Ling said pitifully. Yi Mo fell silent for a while and said, no need to be my maid, my spirit will 9 transformations didn't come directly from your master, but it still originated from him. If I have the ability, I will help go check for you. Seeing Hong Ling about to kneel again, Yi Mo waved his hand. I don't know how many years this will be, so don't be hopeful. If I don't have the ability, I would never go to the Heaven Lord estate. And, you're much older than me, just call me Martial Brother Yi.
Yes, Martial Brother Yi.
Hong Ling said, I've waited a few 100,000 years, how could I care about waiting for tens of thousands of years?
This is the question you want to ask me?
Yi Mo asked. Hong Ling quickly said, no, I wanted to ask Martial Brother Yi where you got your spirit will 9 transformations.
Yi Mo nodded. You want to know where Wuxuan Immortal Emperor is, right?
Yes. Hong Ling said, I have a feeling that young master isn't dead, but it had been a few 100,000 years and there is still no news of him. I'd been to Chaos Star Realm, but I found nothing there. Yi Mo hesitated for a moment and said, Martial sister Hong Ling, I suspect your young master isn't dead, he's recovering in the Chaos Star Realm, but it's probably not easy for him to completely recover.
Don't have too much hope for this. Although he almost died at Chaos Star Realm, Yi Mo didn't mind too much.
Mu Wuxuan didn't target him, huh? Hong Ling looked at Yi Mo in surprise and joy. Yi Mo waved his hand. You don't need to go find your young master, it's not good for either of you.
Hong Ling bowed to Yi Mo. Thank you, immortal friend Yi, Hong Ling knows. Hong Ling said again, Martial Brother Yi, do you want Truth Abyssal Mud?
Yi Mo quickly said, yes,
I need it. Do you have it, Martial sister Hong Ling?
Hong Ling shook her head. No, but I know where there is. The auction tonight will have it, but the price will be shocking. Yi Mo dazed. He didn't want to go to the auction, but now it came to it again.
Should he go or not?
Chapter 1779, Real Octagonal Cauldron. If he didn't have the Golden Page World nor the Stone Stools, Yi Mo would go to the auction, but now he didn't want to. Although if he didn't focus on the stone stool he wouldn't be noticed, but what if he was unlucky and that guy scanned him with spirit sense? Seeing Yi Mo in silence, Hong Ling thought Yi Mo didn't have immortal crystals, so she immediately said, the Truth Abyssal Mud is indeed very expensive, I have 60 million immortal crystals. These can't even buy a corner of the Truth Abyssal Mud, but having even just 1 extra immortal crystals would be good in an action. Seeing this, Yi Mo dazed. Hong Ling was a Great Eternity Immortal Peak stage and had spent so many years in the city, but she only had this much immortal crystals.
It really wasn't much for a Great Eternity Immortal Peak stage.
Even some wealthy abstruse immortals had more than this. Yi Mo waved his hand. I have immortal crystals, the Truth Abyssal Mud is very precious, I'm afraid people would come for me if I buy it.
This is easy, I have a mask.
Hongling took out a thin mask and gave it to Emo. There were too many powerful beings in the immortal realm, and so Emo never bought some mask after he came to the immortal realm. He didn't even forge one himself. As soon as he touched this mask, Emo knew it was extreme grade immortal artifact, because the materials inside masks were the most precious and the forgery process was extremely difficult. Masks were more expensive than pill cauldrons and flying immortal artifact. Hongling didn't have a lot of immortal crystals. How could she possess such a precious mask? Hongling seemed to know what Emo thought inside. After knowing my master was in trouble, I snuck back to Tianxan Mountain and took some valuable things. However, Wei Feng, that bastard, still found the mountain a few years later.
Emo nodded and simply spirit controlled the mask and wore it.
His chi immediately changed and he could change his face however he liked. Okay, let me borrow this mask, but next time we cannot meet here. Emo thought the stone stools definitely won't be found in his sea of consciousness. Was that person going to use spirit sense to crush his sea of consciousness? Even the most dominant guy wouldn't crush the sea of consciousness of every guy at the auction. As long as he paid no attention to the stone stool, no one would keep an eye on him. Emo sighed, that small heaven domain was too important to him.
Otherwise, he really didn't want to go to this auction.
There were chaos items in there. If he could move it all to his golden page world, then his world would be perfected even more. There was only one such opportunity. Hongling immediately nodded. After all these years, I know my current power is too weak. It's impossible to find out about things at the Heaven Lord estate.
Now that I know young master isn't dead, I can rest assured.
I will leave Qingwei Heaven and search for fortunes.
As for this mask, I don't need it, you can keep it.
Hearing this, Emo immediately said, after I'm done with things here I will be going to Jinshang Heaven. You're an immortal residence.
If you can go to Jinshang Heaven you can meet me there.
Emo said this because he thought he might get Pingyu immortal fruit. If he could get it, he wouldn't mind giving her a E-King pill. Then, Emo gave her 2 dual spirit pills. You cultivate the spirit will 9 transformations. Dual spirit pill should be useful to you.
Hongling didn't reject, she took it and left this immortal rest tower with Emo.
2 hours later, Hongling took the teleportation formation to leave the city. Meanwhile, Emo changed into a coarse-looking great eternity immortal tertiary stage and went into the auction. This auction was indeed extremely huge. The entrance price was a huge sum, 500k immortal crystals just for the worst position. Only 1 million immortal crystals would get you a slightly better place. Ordinary rooms cost 5 million, pretty much all the immortals who came here were very wealthy. When Emo came, the price rose to 6 million a room. Emo threw out 8 million and got an ordinary room, C453. After going in, Emo checked with his spirit sense carefully. There were spirit sense shielding formation all around the room, but the formation was set up in a special way that other people couldn't scan their spirit sense in, but the people inside could scan their spirit sense out.
Emo frowned, he didn't like this way of auction.
He liked to display formation so the participants wouldn't need to use spirit sense and could see everything in their room. This method of auction could allow the participants' spirit sense to touch the items, but it would also disclose spirit sense information. Emo soon guessed that the auctioneer did this on purpose, or the person selling the stone stool was doing this on purpose. The spirit sense barrier formation also had some flaws. It couldn't stop all the spirit sense coming in. Emo breathed, but he didn't fix these back doors. There was teleportation formation in a corner of the room. One could use this to go outside onto the square whenever he wanted to. Emo used the 3 birth chant and completely suppressed his emotions. Then he poured himself some immortal spirit chi tea and waited for the beginning of the auction. 4 hours later, a black-robed old man appeared on the immortal jade table. Emo could tell his power was immortal monarch primary stage. He just stood there and didn't even scan his spirit sense out, but his force dominated the scene. The immortal monarch nodded and said, "Many people know me. I'm Heiyu immortal monarch." Many immortals got up and bowed. Heiyu immortal monarch pressed with his hand, "Everyone sit down. This auction is the biggest auction in 10,000 years of Qingwei Heaven." Using the opportunity of the Pengyu fruit social and the opening of the small heaven domain,
many people have come.
No matter why you have come, the Hongyu immortal city welcomes you, but at the auction, everyone has to follow the rules. I won't talk too much, the auction begins now. Hopefully everyone can get what they want. Then, Heiyu immortal monarch sat on the side and an extremely beautiful great eternity immortal female immortal got up. She bowed and said sweetly, "The first item is a level 7 immortal spirit herb when tiger beast core. Starting bid 10 million immortal crystals, each increment must be no lower than 1 million. This was extremely valuable in the immortal realm and immediately bidding sounds began. Soon, it was bought by an immortal in a room with 53 million immortal crystals. There was one level 8 immortal spirit herb that Yemo was interested, but he resisted the urge. He didn't want anyone to notice him. If he bid, it would have to be the truth abyssal mud. The next item is defensive magic artifact octagonal cauldron. It's lacking a lid, but it's definitely on par with the best extreme grade immortal artifact.
If that lid is found, this octagonal cauldron would be near God artifact.
Of course, this is just a guess. The starting price is 80 million, each increment must be no lower than 5 million. Yemo was shocked. The real octagonal cauldron has appeared. Should he buy it? Chapter 1780, Stone Stool appear. Yemo lacked a defensive magic artifact and this octagonal cauldron was too perfect for him. The only pity was that it was lacking a lid, but then again, if it was complete, it wouldn't be this price. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out, it was exactly the same as his damaged one. The reason this octagonal cauldron dropped to an extreme grade immortal artifact was not because its quality wasn't high enough, but it was lacking a lid and the cauldron itself was damaged. Even so, the price soon rose to 160 million. Many people could see its flaws just like Yemo. When the price rose to 180 million, the people bidding became less. This price was not cheap for this broken extreme grade immortal artifact, 200 million.
Yemo bidded.
The octagonal cauldron was very good in defense. He liked it. Yemo would rather have octagonal cauldron than a pristine extreme grade defensive immortal artifact. Yemo's price was far beyond the value of the cauldron, so no one bid it again in the palace. Yemo breathed easy, 205 million. Just when Yemo thought the octagonal cauldron was his, another bid sounded, 210 million.
Yemo sighed. If the person was going to keep bidding, he wouldn't have it anymore.
If he kept competing with him, it would be offending that person. Now, wasn't a wise time to do so. However, what confused Yemo was that no one bidded after he made that bid. It was as tough the person just wanted him to pay an extra 10 million, as the hammer fell. Yemo bought this octagonal cauldron with 210 million immortal crystals. Moments later, a female immortal carrying the octagonal cauldron came to Yemo's room. Yemo paid them and checked the octagonal cauldron before putting it back into the storage ring. At the same time, he felt a few spirit sense scan on him. Yemo didn't seem to notice this, he just kept watching the next item.
There were so many loopholes in the spirit sense barrier formation of this room. Some stronger people could easily scan in. Later on, even a half-god artifact appeared in a few top materials, but Yemo resisted his urge to buy. He also began to worry. If the truth abyssal mud came too late, he wouldn't have time to do what he needed to. Yemo really wanted the truth abyssal mud to come first before the 5-element stool. However, after half a day, the great eternity immortal female immortal carried a stone stool and put it on the table. Yemo almost couldn't control himself seeing but luckily he was prepared. The instant he saw it, he knew it was real, not fake. Yemo knew this moment he was in extreme danger. His glance turned into one that of confusion, bewilderment. His spirit sense scanned around on this stone stool. Yemo knew if he took back his eyes immediately or had the slightest emotions, he would be a target of heavy investigation. Indeed, when Yemo was looking at the stone stool, a subtle spirit sense scanned past him and even stopped for a while. If he didn't cultivate the 3 birth chant, he would never feel it. This definitely wasn't immortal monarch power. Yemo knew immediately, but he didn't care about it. He kept studying the stool with interest. Caring too much or too little about the stool would both be targets of investigation. How could Yemo not know this? Unlike before, the great eternity immortal said nothing after taking the stool out. If he didn't cultivate the 3 birth chant, he would have been exposed. Even the slightest emotional waves wouldn't go undetected by that spirit sense. If someone else had the stools, he would have been exposed. No matter if people had the stools or not, they would seem more or less excited. The person behind all this would determine the degree of excitement and compare it to their attitude towards the stool. After a while, the great eternity immortal smiled. Many people don't know what this stone stool is. Let me introduce now. It has another name called Chaos 5 Elements. It's a water element stone stool. Whether you have small world or truth spirit world, with the Chaos 5 Elements, your world would improve a level or even grade. Hearing this, the place went into rupture. Who didn't want this? With this, Yemo also showed excitement. At this moment, that subtle spirit sense scanned him again. Moments later, the spirit sense disappeared. Yemo knew he was out of danger for now. That spirit sense wanted to find who really had the stone stool. He definitely wouldn't stop there. I believe many people know more about the Chaos 5 Elements than me.
I can only say this much, however, this 5-element stool is incomplete.
There is only a water element.
Although this would greatly depreciate its value, but if you have the power to store it, then perhaps one day you might find a second one. The great eternity immortal then smiled because the 5 elements are incomplete. This stone stool isn't very price. The bottom price is 1.5 billion and a middle grade immortal range. Each increment must be no lower than 100 million immortal crystals. Not everyone like EMO knew this was a bait. Although no one could afford this price on the immortal ship, people here immediately bidded. 16 immortal crystals plus a middle grade immortal range. EMO calmed his face.
He knew he didn't need to keep acting. If he was still excited at such a high price, it meant he was interested in this. As soon as EMO calmed his face, that subtle spirit sense scanned him again. EMO breathed easy. This guy was definitely a psychologist. He was lucky to have guessed the mentality of this person and had the 3 birth chant to protect him, thus he wouldn't be suspected. There was too many wealthy people in Qingwei heaven. The price was soon raised to 2 billion and 2 middle grade immortal range. These people weren't dumb, they just didn't know the stone stool had been to many auctions. When the price of 2 billion and 1 extreme grade immortal range, EMO knew the owner of the stone stool intervened. Chapter 1781, Fight over Truth Abyssal Mud. Regardless, no one dared to bid when this price came out. Many spirit sense scanned over at the room that made the bid. EMO didn't scan his spirit sense this time. He knew regardless, he wouldn't be suspected anymore.
If he scanned his spirit sense over again, he might get checked again. EMO sighed. He felt very uncomfortable that he couldn't show any emotions when he saw the stone stools. He suddenly thought of the Tianze master who gave him his first stone stool.
EMO didn't think he got it on a whim. Tianze definitely gave it to him intentionally. That Tianze wasn't ordinary for sure. He saw that old man on Luoyu continent too.
EMO suspected that Tianze knew he had the Chaos World and that's why he gave it to him. This was because of his last words. Now that he thought about it, it was very suspicious. Tianze said, other than Chaos World, there's a fate and I can't tell. This meant that Tianze knew he had Chaos World, but EMO didn't understand at all. Who wouldn't be interested in Chaos World and the 5 element stools? He didn't know Tianze master at all. Why did he help him? EMO didn't feel too comfortable about this.
He didn't like to leave his fate to other people, not even Tianze master.
EMO shook his head and cast these thoughts aside. He had decided to leave immediately after getting the Truth Abyssal Mud and bring his power to Immortal King. Congratulations friend on getting the 5 element stool. Next, we're going to sell Truth Abyssal Mud. This is a top grade Truth Abyssal Mud. EMO was overjoyed. He thought he had to wait another 3 days to get it, but it came this quickly. He was planning to give up waiting after 3 days as it wouldn't be much use to him by then. The great Eternity Immortal raised up a Longan-sized Truth Abyssal Mud and said, everyone please look, there is no impurities in this Truth Abyssal Mud.
It's top grade of top grade.
I don't need to introduce the use of Truth Abyssal Mud, I believe everyone here knows. The starting bid for this Truth Abyssal Mud is 200 million top-grade immortal crystals. Each increment must be no less than 10 million. This Truth Abyssal Mud was much smaller than the one EMO got last time, but it was so much higher level too. 250 million. Someone immediately bidded. EMO definitely wasn't the only one who wanted this. He had nearly 6 billion immortal crystals, so he wasn't worried. At most, this Truth Abyssal Mud would be worth 500 million immortal crystals. He would be able to afford it. 300 million, 350 million. What EMO didn't expect was that the price soared and soon passed 500 million.
EMO didn't bid, his heart sunk. Did all these people want to use it to cheat?
He had 3 Birth Chant and Level 5 Immortal Formation Grade Master and Immortal Forgery Grandmaster skills to dare to think about it. What right did others have to think that way? If it wasn't so, why did so many people want it? 650 million. EMO bidded. As soon as he made this bid, it was beaten by 700 million. When the price rose to 800 million, EMO took a cold breath.
He was certain these people wanted to use it to cheat too. He had the time formation disk to cheat. Even if others wanted to cheat, what could they do in these few days? But when the price rose to 800 million, no one else bidded. 820 million.
EMO said, this was far beyond the value of this Truth Abyssal Mud. Many people remembered EMO buying the octagonal cauldron, so many spirit sense scanned over again. No matter what, EMO had to get this Truth Abyssal Mud. This was his only chance. Even if people would be following him, he couldn't care. He would have no other way to get into the small heaven domain. 900 million. The people in the auction were completely bewildered with this price. 820 million was already far beyond the value of the truth abyssal mud, and now someone bidded 900 million. Yemo frowned. He remembered this voice. It was the guy who added price when he wanted to buy octagonal cauldron. Now that it was this guy bidding again, Yemo was very annoyed. 910 million. Yemo added without hesitation. He couldn't give up on this. 1 billion. The voice seemed equally furious, as though annoyed that Yemo bought the octagonal cauldron the first time. 1.01 billion. Yemo said. The atmosphere became strange in the auction hall. Many people knew by now that the bid wasn't for the truth abyssal mud. This was beyond 1 billion, and they were still fighting over it. They were doing this for their face. Yemo didn't know if the other bidder really wanted to beat him, but he knew he didn't feel that way. A powerful spirit sense scanned over as though warning him. Yemo didn't seem to know this and added another 10 million to the 1 billion, 1.2 billion. The voice sneered as though extremely annoyed. 1.5 billion. Yemo couldn't be bothered bidding bit by bit. Yemo had plenty of immortal crystals. Since this guy wanted to use bids to compete, he would do it. With this price, the auction scene fell silent. This truth abyssal mud was worth 500 million at most, but now it was 3 times the price. The voice sneered but didn't bid anymore, as though knowing that this idiot would keep bidding. Moments later, the truth abyssal mud was sent to Yemo's room. Yemo paid 1.5 billion immortal crystals without hesitation and put the truth abyssal mud in his storage ring. He was very excited. He had the material now. He just need to leave without being followed. But Yemo didn't leave after buying the truth abyssal mud. He was still very interested in the latter items. Yemo didn't leave because he also felt a subtle spirit sense scanning him. Yemo knew this was to watch him. It was the spirit sense from the room fighting over the truth abyssal mud with him. Yemo was extremely desperate inside. Time was very important to him, but he had to stay here calmly. Half a day later, Yemo seemed very calm and didn't seem to want to leave at all. That spirit sense seemed to feel Yemo wasn't going to leave for now and took his spirit sense back. After all, the auction was going to run for 5 days. It was quite tiring to watch Yemo without him noticing for 5 days. Yemo cultivated the 3 birth chant. He could feel the spirit sense constantly. The 3 birth chant was derived from everything in the universe. It had a very clear sense of everything in the surrounding. Spirit sense was a part of everything. Thus, Yemo could feel the subtlest spirit sense. When the spirit sense was gone, Yemo immediately went on the teleportation formation without hesitation. After a faint immortal spirit chi wave, he was gone from the room. Chapter 1782. You need to be capable to cheat. The auction was still going on. A handsome great eternity immortal in his 71 room suddenly got up. Marshal uncle, should I send someone to wait outside in case that person suddenly leaves? The square-faced man sneered. Want to leave from my spirit sense? Humph. But you're right, I can't watch him constantly. Send. Suddenly, the square-faced man's face changed. He got up and cursed. Such a cunning bastard. What happened? The handsome great eternity immortal suddenly had a bad feeling. This person just left. Send people after him immediately. The marshal uncle's face looked very bad. He just slapped himself in the face. The handsome great eternity immortal immediately got up and said to 2 middle-aged men, come out with me now. I'm going to catch that guy even if he runs to the ends of the heavens. When Yemo was teleported to the square, he left immediately. Just instantly, he changed his face and all his clothes. A few seconds later, he had disappeared amidst the crowd and left the city. 5 minutes later, Yemo released Spacetime Boat. 4 hours later, Yemo stopped in a dense forest. This was very far from Hongyu Immortal City. Yemo believed that even Immortal Emperor wouldn't be able to find him if he didn't know when he left. His time was limited. He didn't need to keep flying. Just in case, Yemo used his location as the center and released the spacetime boat to fly in 4 directions each for 5 minutes and left extremely subtle stealth surveillance formations there. These formations were marked on ordinary stones by him or on some leaves. Yemo believed that even if Immortal Emperor scanned with spirit sense, he wouldn't notice the formations unless he specifically looked for them. If he saw that he was being followed on the formation discs, he would rather not come out of the golden page world. Even if Miyun thought he stole the jade card, he wouldn't care. Compared to his life, everything else didn't matter. After he had done these, Yemo went back to where he was before. He found a big tree and went into the bottom of the tree. Then he set up an extremely stealth formation and went inside the golden page world. Yemo set up the time formation disk and then took out that truth abyssal mud. He didn't even need this much, but he couldn't go negotiate with people saying he only needed a little.
this mud was indeed top grade, very good top grade. It was so many times better than the big piece he got before. He then took out the jade card Yin gave him. He studied the teleportation formation inside the card. Mo believed that if he had half a year to study this jade card, he would be able to become level 6 immortal formation grade master and forge one exactly like this. He had half a year's time as he had the time formation disc. To him, there was still 2 or 3 years before he went into the small heaven domain, even if he could forge the exact same jade card. Mo wouldn't be really dumb enough to do that. He was going to use the sliver of mud to mark some runes on the teleportation formation. Mo believed that if he fused the formation chi into it, one could have to take a good look at the jade card to be able to see it. He didn't believe the immortal emperors would check carefully the jade card they gave out. Inside the time formation disc, half a year passed quickly. Mo had been studying the teleportation formation in the jade card. He rarely used so much time to study an ordinary teleportation formation disc. But this involved the small heaven domain, so he had to be careful. Half a year later, Mo not only derived every step of drawing the formation but also found a spirit sense mark inside the teleportation formation disc. He was very sensitive to these spirit sense marks due to the middle-aged man hiding it in the star core flame. This meant that even if you could forge the exact same jade card, it wouldn't be real without the mark. Mo didn't touch this mark. He started to repair the teleportation formation inside and added a sliver of truth abyssal mud formation rune into it. This was very simple to Mo. He could be done within half a month, but the hardest part was cleansing the chi of the truth abyssal mud and fusing it into the jade card completely. Even though Mo was an immortal forgery grandmaster and near immortal formation grandmaster, he needed to use 3 birth chant to derive this and slowly make it. This would at least take a year or so to not touch the mark. The auction at Hongyu Immortal City was very exciting. There was not only low-grade god artifact in these 5 days but also all sorts of top-grade things. The 5-element stool was sold for 1 extreme-grade immortal range and billions of immortal crystals. Seeing that the auction was about to end, in a subtle room a purple-robed man frowned. Those who scanned with spirit sense would know this person was the final buyer of the stone stool. He carefully thought about the specifies of before. Quite a lot of people came to this auction and he investigated every one of them. According to his experience, these people probably didn't have stone stool. Their reactions were what he expected. Some people were watching him with spirit sense, but he didn't care. He was even waiting to see who would hunt him after he left the city. By his side was a man who stood like a servant to him. The purple-robed man thought for a long while before asking Ji Liang, "Do you have anything to add?" The man bowed. "Master, the Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage in D453 is slightly suspicious." "Oh, how so?" the purple-robed man asked. He checked that coarse-looking man in D453 room. He seemed very normal. But he knew his servant was also very meticulous. He had been with him for a few 100,000 years and would sometimes notice things he didn't notice. Ji Liang answered he bought a broken extreme-grade immortal artifact octagonal cauldron. A 71 room competed with him, but it wasn't intense. Later on, the truth abyssal mud appeared and the two fought over it heavily. Eventually D453 bought it with many times the value of the mud. The purple-robed man nodded. He knew this and said, "Continue." "Yes." Ji Liang continued. The Great Eternity Immortal in D453 suddenly added 300 million to buy the truth abyssal mud. It seems he's acting in arrogance and competition, but just then I felt things didn't seem to be so. "Oh?" The purple-robed man showed a serious attitude. Ji Liang continued. His seemingly actions of impulse made S71 room give up the fight. But the master of S71 is the young master of Sword Abstruse Emperor sect. Someone stole what he wanted twice, making him very annoyed. This young master has an immortal monarch with him. I know that immortal monarch. He has a good spirit sense cultivation method and could watch people without people noticing. So that immortal monarch was constantly watching the Great Eternity Immortal in D453. The purple-robed man seemed to understand and his breathing went heavy. "Continue." But D453 had no intention to leave and seemed very interested in the things later on. But as soon as the immortal monarch's spirit sense moved away, the Great Eternity Immortal left immediately. The purple-robed man calmed down and said coldly, "You're saying this person knows about us checking him with spirit sense?" The purple-robed man didn't need Ji Liang to answer anymore. Now, he felt that Great Eternity Immortal was a little strange. The time frame of him being excited and calm seemed a little too accurate. Chapter 1783, Yi Mo's Way.
investigate where this person is immediately. The purple-robed man got up and said. He no longer had the mood to stay here. He didn't expect he used all that effort and let the real suspect escape under his eyes. Emo didn't know the owner of the stone stool was also looking for him. But even if he did, he wouldn't care. Seeing the jade card in his hands, Emo was very satisfied. He used less than 2 years and finished this intricate task. There was still 3 days before the small heaven domain opened up. After putting away the time formation disk, Emo had decided to leave the Golden Page world, but then he noticed that there was a slight shaking from one of the surveillance formations he set up before. Emo immediately resisted his urge to go out and check and instantly focused on watching. Terrifying earth-shattering scenes were shown in the surveillance formation. As earth and rubbles were flipped over, a purple-robed man appeared in the surveillance formation. There was also a middle-aged man in front of him. Emo couldn't tell the power of the man, but he was certain it wasn't below Immortal Monarch. Emo couldn't hear the sound as the surveillance formation was too far away. Emo didn't understand lip reading either, but he could guess the middle-aged man fought with the purple-robed man, but the middle-aged man was no match for the purple-robed man. Thinking about this, Emo was very shocked. An immortal monarch couldn't even beat that purple-robed man, and he didn't even seem to break a sweat. Was this guy an immortal emperor? Why was an immortal emperor and immortal monarch fighting here? Such intense battle would definitely catch the attention of other immortal emperors. Why is there still no immortal emperors coming? Emo didn't dare to watch anymore, not even through the formation disk. The immortal emperor's spirit sense was too powerful. One slight mistake and he might be caught. Taking back his spirit sense, Emo hid in the Golden Page world and didn't dare to expand his spirit sense. He just concocted a few cauldrons of flying snowpill. 2 days later, Emo carefully checked his surveillance formation disk and found that the purple-robed man had left and the immortal monarch was gone. Only then did Emo carefully leave his Golden Page world and put away his stealth formation. At the same time, he let out space-time boat and quickly flew towards Hongyu Immortal City. When he was near the city, Emo put away the space-time boat and sent Niyun a message. 2 hours later, Niyun came to where Emo was in a hurry. Emo checked and made sure there was no one following her. Seeing Niyun so desperate, it was obvious she was scared. Emo tricked her. I was so worried, you disappeared for so many days. Luckily I trusted you and didn't go ask. Niyun said. Emo knew this wasn't the place to stay. He didn't notice anyone here, so then he took out the jade card to her. Don't say anything now. I offended someone, I have to leave immediately. I won't go to the small heaven domain. If I get caught it would be very bad for me. I'll return the jade card to you. If you get more Pingyu immortal fruits, just give me on, I'll be going first. Then, there was a space ripple and Emo disappeared. Instant transmission? Niyun repeated in a daze, before she could react. Emo stuffed a jade card back in her hands and disappeared. Niyun was too shocked. She didn't expect a mere Great Eternity Immortal primary stage could instant transmission. Instant transmission was high-level god art. How could a Great Eternity Immortal know this? The only pity was that the space ripple Emo created was too big. It wasn't hard to find him with it. If one day Emo could minimize it, it would be a very powerful god arts. How does he have so many powerful god arts? Just when she was still in her shock, there was another space ripple. Emo appeared before her, and as he landed, there was even more space ripple. Emo said apologetically, I'll give you my stealth cultivation method first. When you come out, I'll send a message to you. Then, Emo threw me in a jade slip and disappeared. Niyun shook her head. With such space ripples, she would rather not instant transmission. Emo breathed easy. He finally used the space ripples of a few instant transmission to slip into the teleportation rune inside the Truth Abyssal Mud. Because very little Truth Abyssal Mud was used, there was barely enough space for a person to sleep, but this was enough for Emo. As soon as he came in, he used the 3 birth chant to stealth all his chi. He was originally planning to tell her he was going in the jade card, but he was afraid she would expose him in front of an immortal emperor. A Great Eternity Immortal didn't have much privacy at all. Seeing the jade slip Emo gave her, it was indeed much better than what she had before. She joyful took the jade card and slip before rushing back to Hongyu Immortal City. On the biggest square in Hongyu Immortal City, the place was filled. Today was the day to enter the small heaven domain. Although there was only 1,100 people who didn't want to see what the small heaven domain looked like, who didn't want to know what treasures laid inside. As though knowing there would be a lot of people today, Wei Feng Immortal Emperor appeared on the stage very early. There was a teleportation formation on the stage and a huge surveillance formation screen. As Wei Feng Immortal Emperor came out, the other immortal emperors all came. This time, 12 immortal emperors came. Wei Feng stood high on the stage and saluted with his fists. Thank you, friends from the Heaven Domains, for coming to Qingwei Heaven's event. Once the small Heaven Domain opens, there will be large amounts of top-grade materials that haven't been seen for thousands of years. Because the spot to enter is limited, we have decided to have an auction here at this square 3 days later when the prodigies come out. The auction items will be what they got in the small Heaven Domain. Immediately, the square's excitement soared. Immortals with large sums of immortal crystals were very excited. Some even decided to join up to buy top-grade materials. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor nodded happily to their reaction and continued, now, may the 1100 elites of the Heaven Domains please come up. With this, 1100 great eternity immortals with jade cards entered the stage. Nonetheless, the huge square still seemed empty. Li Kuan scanned with her spirit sense but soon was disappointed. She didn't see her brother Yemo. Her brother didn't get the jade card. He probably left the city. Now may Dragon River Grand Emperor explain the rules of the small Heaven Domain and inform us which people can't go in the small Heaven Domain. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor said and stood on the side. As one of the 4 Grand Emperors, Dragon River Grand Emperor seemed very ordinary looking. He walked up with a smile seeming very amicable, but everyone knew he was one of the 4 Grand Emperors. He could easily pulverize tens of immortal city. Even a Heaven Domain couldn't stand his havoc. It's not easy to enter the small Heaven Domain. It requires 10 immortal emperors to open a portal to the void at the same time. Only then can people barely go in, so spots are limited. For fairness, those with pocket dimensional worlds please stand out or your jade card will be confiscated. Chapter 1784, Enter Small Heaven Domain. Dragon River Grand Emperor scanned the 1100 Great Eternity Immortals and said plainly, please those who brought pocket dimension worlds hand out your pocket dimension and walk under the God Artifact Heart Door. Before Dragon River Grand Emperor finished, 8 Great Eternity Immortal went off the stage and gave their small world to people. No one didn't know about the Heart Door in the Grand Heaven Domain. It was a low-grade God artifact. It was just a door, but anyone standing below it who lied would be detected. Perhaps only someone like Emo who cultivated the 3 birth chant could go try. Because of this, those who tried to cheat handed out their pocket dimensions. Otherwise, they would be detected by the Heart Door. Dragon River Grand Emperor already gave you a way down, only an idiot wouldn't take it. After the people lined up again, they all passed through the Heart Door. Everyone standing below it would be asked, did you bring anyone else? Mian felt lucky that Yemo didn't listen to her. Otherwise, things would be bad. Even with the Heart Door there, 1 Great Eternity Immortal was still caught cheating. This Great Eternity Immortal was very wronged. He didn't cheat himself. His sect forged a small world into a defensive bracelet telling him to wear it. They didn't tell him about him. He didn't even know, but the Immortal Emperor noticed it. It was instantly taken away and more than 10 people were scanned out of it. Eventually, this sect was kicked out of the city. They not only lost the right to go in but even lost the right to participate in the auction. Mian carefully stood at the Heart Door and when she was asked she replied without hesitation no. The Heart Door showed no signs of lie. Then she was scanned by a female immortal monarch. No problem was found and she passed. Yemo didn't know he had passed. He was still stealthed in the Truth Abyssal mud. When everyone had passed the Heart Door, Wei Feng Immortal Emperor got up and said the teleportation formation will open now. Everyone will be teleported to a set location. Then, 10 of us immortal emperors will tear open the dimension to the small Heaven Domain and send everyone in. As for the guests at the square, you can watch the process with surveillance formation. The Great Eternity Immortals got on the teleportation formation and piles of immortal crystals were lit up. 5 minutes later, a white barrier surrounded them all. Most of the people in Hongyu Immortal City were at the square watching the small Heaven Domain open, but there were exceptions. In a cultivation home with extremely dense immortal spirit chi, a purple-robed man had a sunken face as he sat next to a huge immortal spirit chi fountain. The fountain water splashed on the jade and on the nearby immortal spirit herb and was rapidly devoured. But the purple-robed man didn't feel it was a waste at all. He still frowned. After a long while, the purple-robed man raised his head and said, "Come in." A servant-dressed man came in. It was Ji Liang. "Are there any clues?" The purple-robed man asked. Ji Liang bowed. "Master, the Great Eternity Immortal wasn't found. This person probably had a masquerade on. He might be out of the city." The purple-robed man nodded. He spent many times the price of Truth Abyssal mud to buy it, meaning he has a big origin. Which ordinary person would have this many immortal crystals to buy truth abyssal mud? Before Ji Liang finished, the purple-robed man's face suddenly changed. He palmed down and the fake mountains and rocks were immediately pulverized. Even the water in the fountain splashed out. Ji Liang stood there calmly. I was wrong from the beginning.
The purple-robed man frowned. Master?
Ji Liang asked. The purple-robed man waved his hand. We shouldn't even be investigating that great eternity immortal, we should be investigating the truth abyssal mud. Ji Liang was extremely smart and dazed for a moment and realized they were too smart and instead made such low-level mistake. Anyone who spent this much to buy the truth abyssal mud would have a major purpose. They wouldn't be spending immortal crystals for no reason. I know, this person must be thinking of using the truth abyssal mud to forge a small space and let someone bring him into the small heaven domain. Ji Liang suddenly said. He felt his guess was very right. Only the enticement of the small heaven domain would make a great eternity immortal spend that much to buy truth abyssal mud. Master, this person definitely appeared. Ji Liang is certain he isn't going to get in. There's the heart door this time, no one can evade it. If we go to Hongyu Square now we can find this person. Ji Liang said with certainty. Let's go. The purple-robed man said and swept up, Ji Liang disappearing. When the purple-robed man arrived, the teleportation formation already activated. 1,000 people disappeared in the white light. At this moment, the surveillance formation screen showed a huge asteroid platform. The asteroid platform was clearly stabilized there. Before the platform was a faint gray mist. Some people guessed already that what was surrounded by the mist was the small heaven domain. The purple-robed man wasn't worried. He just landed on the stage and asked where the people who cheated were. The immortal emperor who stayed on the stage clearly knew who this purple-robed man was and quickly gave him a list of those who cheated. At the asteroid platform, chaos space flow blew past. Even with formation protection, the great eternity immortals standing on the platform felt discomfort. But they had great hopes as they knew this definitely wasn't void that was in between heaven domains. This was outside. Feng Kong Immortal Emperor suddenly got up and said, we're about to open the entrance to the small heaven domain. What you get in there, you get to keep 10%. If you hand up chaos item, you can keep extra 10% and receive other rewards from us. Suddenly, Feng Kong Grand Emperor's voice went cold. You only have 3 days to stay in there. If anyone dares to use in spirit fruit or herbs inside, he will die. The last words made everyone shiver here. No one would be able to use the spirit herb within 3 days and not be caught. Now I will be handing out flying snow pill. Wei Feng Grand Emperor took out jade bottles and gave everyone a bottle. Then Wei Feng Immortal Emperor continued, each flying snow pill will protect your spirit root for 24 hours. 3 pills will last 3 days. Crush the jade card and come out in 3 days or pay the consequences yourself. Then, the 10 immortal emperors flew into the void together and held their own formation flags. When the formations formed, 10 immortal emperor rushed their immortal essence and waves of terrifying chi came. It split the mist apart and an obscure space appeared before them. As the immortal emperors released more and more terrifying power, the void finally opened up until it was 10 meters wide. Everyone go in immediately, we can't last very long. 3 days later, crush the jade card to come back. Dragon River Grand Emperor roared and the 1,000 or so great eternity immortals flew into the void fissure. Everyone flew in as fast as possible. The first person in would get the most things. Chapter 1785, Shadowless Mutation, Rumble. Before those great eternity immortal have completely gone into the small heaven domain, the tier rapidly decreased as though about to close at any time. Flashes of lightning fell from the void. A few great eternity immortal who fell behind were blasted to dust without any resistance. Abandon the formation. This is heaven restriction lightning. We forcefully opened the stealth heaven domain of another realm, causing top grade resources to be revealed. This start heaven restriction lightning. If we continue, there will be more people killed by lightning. One immortal emperor yelled. The other immortal emperors knew this too. They took back their immortal essence and the tier closed up. With this, Heaven Path couldn't sense the resources again and the lightning disappeared. The 1,000 great eternity immortals sunk into the endless mist. Their spirit sense couldn't spread out, nor did they have any sense of direction. This was far from their expectation. They should be landing on a new continent filled with immortal wells and immortal spirit herbs, but they've been in the mist for 15 minutes and were still rolling inside. There was also frequent void chaos flow, some of which were very powerful and one could be swept away, when they sensed the decline in their spirit root. These great eternity immortals immediately ate a flying snowpill. Even so, no one was willing to crush the jade slip to go out. Emo didn't know if he was in the small heaven domain, so he still didn't dare to let his spirit sense out. Ni-Yun didn't know Emo was in her card and just rolled around in the mist like everyone else. The void seemed endless. After 4 hours, she couldn't see anyone around her, but she was still rolling. Emo felt it was about time they were in the void, so he sent his spirit sense out carefully. Rolling mist appeared in his spirit sense. Even with spirit sense blades, he couldn't send his spirit sense further. Emo knew he wasn't in the watch of Immortal Emperor and used instant transmission immediately. Mi-Yun frowned. She felt there was some space ripples around her, but when she checked with her spirit sense there was nothing. Emo breathed easy. He finally went in the small heaven domain. He changed his look and became a beardless middle-aged man. In this mist, Emo felt his immortal essence slow. He knew this was spirit root dissipating, so he immediately ate a flying snowpill. Void chaos flows struck him, but Emo didn't seem to feel it at all. These chaos flows might be able to sweep away ordinary great eternity immortal, but it would at most leave a few red marks on his body. When he stopped, he released spirit sense blades. Other people wouldn't be able to extend their spirit sense for more than 100 meters, but his spirit sense broke out to more than 1 km. Soon, Emo decided the direction he was going in and sped up. In just 2 hours, Emo was completely free from the mist void and saw the atmosphere. At the same time, he saw a few other great eternity immortal also appeared in the atmosphere. He wanted to cross the atmosphere and land on the ground as quickly as possible, just like the rest of them. At the same time, Emo felt slivers of invisible chi invade his body that had the effect of corroding spirit root and immortal essence, but that chi was immediately melted by the effect of the flying snowpill. They were probably the spirit-corroding demonic chi. Emo saw that he was the first to be here, but suddenly a figure appeared not far ahead. Emo recognized this guy immediately. It was Yen Zhoutian. Yen Zhoutian looked at Emo in surprise. It was unknown if he recognized Emo, but he didn't look for trouble and just disappeared. There were too many good things here. No one would waste time here. Emo chose an opposite direction to Yen Zhoutian and left. He wasn't afraid of Yen Zhoutian, but it was smarter to use the time here to find cultivation resource. In just 5 minutes, Emo found a patch for level 7 immortal spirit herb. They were very high quality and aged. Emo just took the entire place and threw it into the golden page world. The deeper Emo went, the more he was amazed. This trip was too worth. This was just as he imagined. Level 5 to level 7 immortal spirit herb in piles, and even level 8 immortal spirit herb. However, Emo hadn't seen any level 9 immortal spirit herb nor any chaos spirit item yet. Half a day later, the immortal spirit herb garden in the golden page world was a few km radius. There weren't a lot of top-grade immortal spirit herb, but there were plenty of ordinary immortal spirit herbs. What shocked Emo was that there was no dangers here other than the demonic chi. There weren't immortal spirit beast. There were waves of space ripples from the distance. Emo knew this was the other great eternity immortals crossing past the atmosphere. This small heaven domain was vast and there weren't many people here, so no one fought over cultivation resources. Just when Emo wanted to go deeper and find more things, he felt there was changes in his golden page world. Emo looked in and found that a little less than half of what he threw in just then was ruined. A huge horse-like beast was ravaging the immortal spirit herb garden. Emo was shocked. This horse was completely black but had a pair of golden wings. However, its head looked more that of a dragon. It was happily devouring and expanding his wings. Emo was furious. He didn't know when such strange immortal spirit beast appeared in his golden page world. Luckily, he noticed this early. If it was later, his bitter bamboo, chaos tree would all be eaten by this bastard. Emo went straight inside the golden page world and punched Rumble in his own chaos world. This punch was more than 10 times stronger than outside. As soon as this punch came out, endless lethal force gathered and formed a lethal force whirlpool. Brother, ye don't attack, I'm shadowless. What shocked Emo more was that this horse actually spoke, but luckily Emo heard it and stopped his attack. He looked below the bitter bamboo. The big ball like shadowless was gone. Emo realized this shadowless went from a pea-sized thing to a huge mutated dragon horse with wings. What is this? Emo looked at the ravaged immortal spirit herb garden and almost raised his fist. Brother Yi, stop, that sounds disgusting. Emo reproached ruthlessly. However, he was very bewildered why Shadowless changed into this state. Didn't those pretty martial sister call you Brother Yi? Shadowless's eyes were very innocent but thought, why could pretty girls call him Brother Yi? But he couldn't. Boss, I mutated after devouring the Emperor Dao Crystal, so I became like this. If I wasn't under the bitter bamboo and this was the chaos world, I would have turned to dust. Shadowless said pitifully, mutated?
Yemo frowned. He knew that the top god beasts would mutate. What level are you now? Yemo asked. According to Jinbingyu, Shadowless's second state was called Heaven Tao. Shadowless said carefully, I'm Heaven Tao tertiary stage now.
The Emperor Tao crystal is too powerful. I need immortal spirit herb to stabilize my power after the mutation. I didn't dare to touch other things, but I saw you bring in some immortal spirit herbs, so I ate some non-important herbs. Chapter 1786, The Use of Shadowless. Seeing more than 70% of the level 7 immortal spirit herb being devoured by Shadowless and the level 4 and level 5 ones were left untouched, yet Shadowless said he ate non-important immortal spirit herbs. Emo was furious. He kicked Shadowless out of the immortal spirit herb without hesitation. These are the very not important immortal spirit herb you said? So this means those level 4 immortal spirit herb are very important to me? Hearing Emo's tone was wrong, Shadowless quickly ran up. Boss, I can help you find more immortal spirit herb. Isn't there a Chaos Star realm? If you take me there I can definitely find more. Emo thought he was planning to throw Shadowless out to find spirit items, but his face was still stern. I have a few things you can't touch in here, you know that, right? Of course I know, that bamboo, where I sleep.
That small sapling, there must be a reason why boss protects it. Hee, I didn't even touch the yellow metal plum, how can I not know?
Shadowless said sycophantically. Emo saw that was indeed the case and had less anger. He stared at Shadowless. You can touch it, but I'm going to tell you. If I see one missing leaf from bitter bamboo or you go near 3 kilometers of that sapling, I will skin you and roast you. If a leaf falls of itself, you can't blame me. Shadowless said in a shiver. Emo's face went cold. No matter what reason, if the bitter bamboo or the sapling is damaged, it's your fault. Even if one leaf falls off itself, I will roast you. Shadowless's huge body shivered and subconsciously moved away from Emo. He suddenly felt this golden page world was dangerous. If he accidentally wandered near 3 kilometers of the sapling, he would be roasted and eaten. His boss seemed a bit unreasonable. Seeing Shadowless was scared, Emo didn't keep threatening him and asked casually, you're from the dragon race, right? Yes, I'm originally from dragon race, but not really now. My bloodline mutated, I'm a mutated god beast. Shadowless said with pride. Mutated god beast should be quite strong, right? Emo asked plainly. Shadowless said with even more pride, not just strong, in the heavens and earth, the endless universe. Emo interrupted Shadowless's gloating and said coldly, you're this strong but you only evolved one state after eating my Emperor Tao crystal. If it was some other god beast, he wouldn't just be evolving one state, right? This. Shadowless was lost for words and said after a while, boss, I'm actually evolving pretty fast. It's just a mere Emperor Tao crystal, it's really nothing. If I get 10s more, I think it's not impossible for me to evolve one more state. Emo almost wanted to kick this bastard. Did he think Emperor Tao crystals were just laying around on the ground? How long would it take you to reach Immortal Tao? Emo was very disappointed that the Emperor Tao crystal only let Shadowless progress a small step, about 30. No, 10, or maybe 8 of those crystals. Shadowless quickly changed, seeing Emo's face getting bleak. Then you can stay at Heaven Tao your entire life. Emo waved his hand and threw Shadowless out of the golden page world while coming out himself too. He got such a big immortal spirit herb garden. If he reached Immortal King, he would be good just concocting some pills and he wouldn't need to go around looking for resources. But now, Shadowless took out more than 80% of the valuable things. After coming out of the golden page world, Emo saw that Shadowless was like a dumb bird gazing around. He said after a long while, there's so much chaos demonic chi here? This is spirit crippling demonic chi. See if it would cripple your spirit root. If it does, I'll give you a pill. Emo said, cripple my spirit root? This is huge nutrition for me. Shadowless shook and all the demonic chi nearby were devoured by him. He then opened his mouth and demonic chi of a tens of km radius were sucked in. Emo immediately felt the spirit crippling chi weaken. He didn't even need the flying snow pill now. The use of the 3 birth chant turned them into immortal essence. This is something good. Emo murmured and continued to refine these demonic chi. Half a day later, Emo felt his power increase many times before remembering his main purpose here. He slapped Shadowless and said, hurry up and go find good things, we can devour these demonic chi later. Yes. Shadowless woke up and disappeared from Emo's sight in a golden ray. This fast? Emo was shocked at Shadowless's speed and quickly chased over. Shadowless was no spirit-seeking beast, but this guy had a big appetite. He loved eating good immortal spirit urban items.
Another half a day later, Emo felt a little embarrassed.
Shadowless found him much more high-level immortal spirit herb. This included 100 or so level 8 frost wheat. Emo knew other people could only stay here for 3 days, but he didn't. Even if they had more flying snow pill, they wouldn't dare to stay as their names were recorded. When the second day was about to end, Shadowless suddenly stopped at a damp mountain range. Emo looked at this place in confusion. There was no immortal spirit herb, and the immortal spirit chi was rather little compared to other places. Just when he wanted to ask Shadowless, Shadowless opened its mouth, spewing out tens of sword chi. The nearby space made a cracking sound. In just 10 seconds, this damp mountain range was filled with dense immortal spirit chi, natural spirit hiding formation.
Emo called out in joy.
Soon, he realized there was a top-grade immortal range below but was hidden by the formation. He didn't check it carefully, so he couldn't tell, but Shadowless had the natural instinct to sense it here. It seems you have some use.
Emo nodded and applauded Shadowless. Hearing this, Shadowless was very satisfied and clawed the earth a few times.
Earth of 1 km blocks were rolled up, and moments later, a white top-grade immortal range appeared before Emo. If Emo was to take it, he would have to go underground and then set up formation to take it.
But Shadowless was more powerful. He just flipped it out. Immortal range?
A voice said in shock, and a figure landed before Emo. Emo had seen this person. He was a Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage. Emo hid his power to Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage. The witness has a share.
We can split this immortal range in half.
The Great Eternity Immortal saluted with his fists. There were lots of immortal spirit herb, but compared to immortal range, those immortal spirit herb were nothing. Before Emo spoke, Shadowless said, "Boss, should I eat him?"
You can eat him?
Emo's knowledge of Shadowless stated what he was before. Look.
Shadowless opened its mouth.
The Great Eternity Immortal dazed hearing what Shadowless said. He had seen immortal spirit beasts, but they were all sect guarding immortal spirit beast. Everything around here was controlled by Shadowless's mouth and swooped in. The Git felt a powerful suction force and quickly released a blue light. Rumble. The blue light smashed with Shadowless's huge head, shaking the nearby space. The Great Eternity Immortal's face changed immediately. He blocked the attack, but he felt Shadowless was stronger than him. He didn't dare to ask for the immortal range and turned to run. Shadowless felt he lost his face.
He just said to Emo he could eat this person, but now his opponent got away.
He chased over in a blur immediately. Emo forgot to take the immortal range.
He really didn't expect Shadowless was this ferocious after evolving.
Even a Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage was no match for him. Wouldn't that mean he would have an equally powerful assistant? Thinking about this, Emo rejoiced and threw out formation flags, moving the immortal range. Chapter 1787, Sly Shadowless. This immortal range wasn't small, but it wasn't a very big one either. Emo easily pulled it into the Golden Page world. This was his first top-grade immortal range. It was much better to cultivate on the immortal range than using immortal crystals. Just when he put the immortal range away, he heard Shadowless's roaring. Emo's spirit sense scanned over and saw Shadowless was surrounded by 6 Great Eternity Immortals. Seeing this, Emo was furious and instantly landed before them. What confused Emo was that the Great Eternity Immortal from before wasn't dead. He looked a little shabby. Seeing Emo come over, those Great Eternity Immortals stopped attacking. Shadowless came back to Emo with a disappointed face. "This immortal friend, this immortal spirit beast is your immortal pet, right? He chased my friend, so we stopped him. Now that everyone is fine, I suggest to leave things at this." One halfway immortal king saluted with his fists, seeing this person being polite.
Emo nodded.
He didn't care. They only said this because they saw Shadowless's power. He didn't need to fight with other people since there were treasures everywhere here. "You dare to rob my boss's immortal range, next time I see you, I will eat you." Shadowless threatened with annoyance. These few people dazed, their friend grieved over someone else's immortal range. No wonder they chased up. Immortal range was precious, but compared to this small heaven domain it was nothing. After all, there were too many good things here. Instead of fighting over it, they might as well get something else. Their time was limited. At this moment, a flare shot into the sky.
These few Great Eternity Immortals saw it and left without hesitation.
Emo could tell that this flare wasn't ordinary. It was like a one-time use middle-grade immortal artifact. "Let's go over and see." Emo said immediately and sat on Shadowless. Shadowless moved and instantly shaked away those Great Eternity Immortals.
Those few great eternity immortals saw Shadowless's speed and were shocked. This beast was not only strong but also very fast. 5 minutes later, Emo arrived at the flare. There were nearly 100 people gathered here. Lee Cohen and Mi Yun were amongst them. There was a huge mountain ahead surrounded with mist. "Boss, this is a natural formation." Shadowless said immediately. Emo could tell this mist was a huge top-level natural defense formation. At least Emo couldn't break it. Seeing Emo riding a strange black horse with wings over, people already gave him strange looks. Now that this horse spoke, they felt even more bewildered. Usually, only big sects or powerful Banes could own a mortal spirit beast that could speak. Some people's eyes showed greed. Many people saw Shadowless speed. "Immortal friend, do you sell this pet? I can pay any amount of immortal crystals. I'm from Dongming Emperor sect. You know, our Li Long Immortal Emperor Master would be very interested in such pet. I suggest you sell it otherwise." The Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage walked up to Emo and saluted with his fists. Dongming Emperor sect was very powerful. It had 3 immortal emperor. "Piss off, say one more word and I'll eat you alive." Emo didn't even say anything but Shadowless roared. How dare this guy seduce his boss to sell him? With how he didn't perform very well before, he was really scared Emo would sell him. Unless he was dumb, why would he leave the Chaos World in Bitter Bamboo? Plus, he already had a master, he couldn't leave. If he was sold, he might be roasted and eaten. "An animal dares to insult me." The Great Eternity Immortal's face sunk and grabbed at Shadowless. How could Shadowless tolerate this? He opened his mouth. This Great Eternity Immortal was weaker than the one who fought him before. When the Great Eternity Immortal felt the powerful suction force and how he couldn't control the nearby space anymore, he was very shocked. He knew he underestimated this animal. Shadowless was desperate to show himself in front of Emo, so he tried his best. Seeing that this Great Eternity Immortal was about to be devoured, 2 other people on the side charged up wanting to save him. Emo sneered and palmed out. If one person fought Shadowless and Shadowless lost, then Shadowless was useless. But if they gained up on Shadowless, they were acting as though he didn't exist. Emo's spirit sense and immortal essence was far beyond ordinary Great Eternity Immortal peak stage. If he could control domain, he would be on par with ordinary Immortal King. The space in the small heaven domain wasn't as stable. As Emo struck out with his palm, nearby space rattled and shook. The 2 Great Eternity Immortals quickly released their magic artifact to stop the 2 palms from Emo. Thud thud, the 2 Great Eternity Immortal were smashed away a few km before falling down. Crack, the Great Eternity Immortal who asked to buy Shadowless was gone. One could still hear the crushing sounds in Shadowless's mouth. The Great Eternity Immortal who wanted to rob Emo's immortal range saw this and was very scared. He subconsciously walked around Emo and Shadowless to the other side. Those few Great Eternity Immortals who were with him rejoiced that they didn't fight Emo. This white-faced young Great Eternity Immortal was too terrifying. The near 100 people here took in a cold breath. In less than a few seconds, this Great Eternity Immortal and the beast ate a Great Eternity Immortal and struck 2 Great Eternity Immortal tertiary stages flying away. Some people have recognized that Emo didn't come in with them, but no one suspected a thing. After all, some people used masks here too. Lee Cohen stared at Emo in shock. She felt that Emo's means of attack was familiar, but she didn't dare to go up and ask. A halfway Immortal King walked out and smiled. "I'm Great Red Heaven Yuan Sha. What's your name, immortal friend?" "I'm Ning Xiaoma." Emo saluted with his fists. "Hello Brother Ning, this mist mountain is a natural formation." "I believe Brother Ning knows. We such a spirit item with intelligence run inside, so we trapped this mountain. I want to invite Brother Ning to break it together. There might be ample top-grade spirit items inside. We can split things." Yuan Sha smiled and waited for Emo to reply. Emo and his immortal pet's power was too strong. He sent out the flare to ask for some help, but instead a master like Emo came. Even he was probably no match for Emo. Emo knew what Yuan Sha meant. It was to tell him that they found this mountain and if they break in, the things should be shared around, of course, but since we're all working together, there would be people who contribute more and less. I believe sharing equally wouldn't be too appropriate, right? Emo asked. Of course, I think so too. This natural formation is very sturdy, we need to attack together. Brother Han, come tell us. Yuan Shua turned around and said to a young Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage. The young Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage saluted with his fists in front of Emo. Hello immortal friend Ning,
I'm Han Xiaofu, I come from Qingwei Heaven Lord Estate.
Your Wei Feng Immortal Emperor's disciple?
Yimo asked. No, my master is just great friends with the Grand Emperor, so I get to stay in Heaven Lord Estate. Han Xiaofu said with a genuine tone, I'm a level 5 Immortal Formation Great Master.
I can't break this natural formation, but I know how to attack it. If immortal friend Ning is willing, I can command the breaking of the formation.
Han Xiaofu said, just when Yimo wanted to agree. Shadowless sound transmission boss, there's too many things inside.
We must not split with them, let's do it ourselves.
Yimo looked back at Shadowless. This guy was quite sly. Chapter 1788, Formation Break. Just when Yimo wanted to ask Yimo how he knew, he felt something was wrong. Yimo subconsciously looked around and saw most people were looking at him and Shadowless. Yimo instantly realized and slapped Shadowless's head. If you don't know how to sound transmission, then don't.
Idiot, now everyone knows what you said.
Shadowless reached Heaven Tao, but his heritage wasn't perfected. He studied sound transmission himself and thus was very coarse method.
Most people heard what he said. This was like saying in front of everyone, I know there's lots of good things here, boss, and I won't take you guys.
Shadowless didn't feel embarrassed at all and said pitifully, boss, I just figured it out myself, I wanted to test it.
Li Kuan, Mi Yuan, and a few female immortal couldn't hold it anymore and laughed out. Yimo quickly taught Shadowless a few chants and told him to study it himself. Yuan Sha laughed and saluted with his fists. Everyone worked together and Brother Han command us. What do you think, Brother Ning?
He felt secured. Due to this beast's sound transmission, Yimo can't go find the treasure alone or everyone will gang up on him. Yimo knew this power of this defense formation. Shadowless and him together wouldn't be able to break it for a few days, so they had to cooperate. Of course, my opinion is the same as immortal friend Yuan. Everyone worked together. Suddenly, Yimo got Shadowless's sound transmission again. Boss,
I can break the mist outside, it's good nutrition.
Yimo looked around and made sure Shadowless really learned sound transmission this time. He breathed easy a little. The mist around the mountain has dense spirit crippling demonic chi. Tens of times than when they first entered this place. If they attacked it, it would disperse everywhere. Now that Shadowless could devour it, it meant he had an extra trump card. Thinking about this, Yimo said, immortal friend Yuan, there's large amounts of spirit crippling demonic chi in the mist. If we attack it by force, it will disperse and exacerbate the spirit root crippling and lengthen the attack on the mountain. We only have 1 day later. 1 day later, we will be teleported out. I think reducing the time is very necessary. Yes, my suggestion to break the formation from a certain place is to prevent the demonic chi from spilling. Han Xiaofu quickly said, Brother Ning.
Do you have a good way then?
Yuan Sha asked. Yimo gave a confident face. Indeed, immortal friend Yuan, if I can break this mist in a short time and let everyone break the formation, how many shares would I get?
Yuan Sha dazed and immediately asked, enjoy Brother Ning, you can really break the mist? Yuan Sha immediately woke up and said, how many shares do you want, Brother Ning?
Yimo knew there were a lot of people here, 87 in total. He couldn't take too much, but he must have the distribution right and get the spirit item that ran inside. Thinking about this, Yimo said, I don't want too much, I'll take 20% of the things here, but the condition is that I have the distribution rights.
I agree.
Yuan Sha said without hesitation. He then looked at everyone else. Immortal friends, immortal friend Ning will break the demonic mist chi alone.
He will have 20% of the things and the distribution right. I have agreed. What do you think?
I agree too. Han Xiaofu said, agree. The rest of the people all agreed, even the two Yimo slapped away. If it was some other place, they would be unhappy that Yimo took 20% when there was 87 people here, but their time here was limited. If they could open here quickly, they would have more time to search other places, attack. Seeing everyone agreed, Yimo said to Shadowless. Shadowless was waiting to perform, and hearing this, he charged into the mist and sucked. The mist that tightly surrounded the mountain rolled around. Everyone saw clearly that the dragon horse devoured the mist into its mouth. Such terrifying spirit crippling demonic chi was eaten by this immortal spirit beast. Everyone was shocked. Just what immortal spirit beast was this? This was too absurd. Some great eternity immortals were thinking, an immortal spirit beast that could ignore this demonic chi would be able to stay here however he wanted. Yuan Sha's face changed. He didn't expect Yimo's immortal spirit beast was this powerful. With this ability, this immortal spirit beast would be able to get everything when they were teleported out. In 5 months, the mist completely disappeared, revealing the formation behind it. A few great Eternity Immortals saw the mist was gone and wanted to charge up and attack, but Shadowless spewed a stream of mist like a smoke pipe. Those few great Eternity Immortal immediately retreated in terror. Shadowless pridefully sucked the smoke back as though warning people he could spew it at any time. Emo was speechless. He knew that Shadowless could only spew the smoke he hadn't digested yet. A day or so later, it would be all gone. Yuan Sha said calmly to the shocked Han Xiaofu, "Brother Han, come over and arrange the attack." Yuan Sha calmed down, but in his heart, he considered Yemo's Shadowless something he must have. This immortal spirit beast was not ordinary, it might even be God beast, but in here, there was nothing he could do against Yemo. But he had made up his mind to report this immortal spirit beast to his sect. Han Xiaofu was also thinking about this immortal spirit beast and decided to report to his master no matter what. As for how to deal with Ning Xioma, it wasn't his problem. Seeing everyone's dodgy eyes, how could Yemo not know what they thought? The immortals didn't dare to get near Shadowless, seeing he could spew the smoke back out. Han Xiaofu was a level 5 immortal formation grade master and thus could still find a place to attack. It wasn't the weakest spot, but with 87 people attacking at the same time, even the most stable natural immortal formation would be grinded down. Half a day later, the immortal formation cracked and everyone became excited. They knew the immortal formation was about to be broken. A dense immortal spirit chi came pouring into their face. 100-meter-tall ancient tree appeared before them. Hundreds of red fruit hung on the branches, seeming very beautiful. Pengyu immortal fruit? Almost everyone called out in shock. Before they could rejoice, a black figure dashed into the formation and stood before the Pengyu immortal fruit and spewed out demonic chi. Then he said, "Boss, the formation is broken, now you can distribute them. Those little guys near the formation, move aside. The further away you are, the more priority boss will give you." Chapter 1789, Stomach Ache. There's some rotten fruits on the ground, it's a waste to abandon them. I'm an animal anyways, so I don't mind. Shadowless said and swept up more than 10 Pengyu immortal fruit and ate them. The people immediately realized what Shadowless meant and some of their faces looked bad. There was only a Pengyu immortal fruit tree in the formation, nothing else. If Shadowless just stopped them, it was fine. After all, they had decided on a distribution method. Everyone would probably get 1 or 2 fruits in the end, but were the fruits on the ground not Pengyu immortal fruit? This guy said he didn't mind and just ate more than 10. No one said they didn't want the fruit on the ground. This guy swooped them away just because he was fast, so shameless. The fruits on the ground were mature and had a little purple color. It wasn't rotten at all, but there were demonic chi mist before Shadowless. They were controlled all by Shadowless. If Shadowless used it to attack someone, they would have to use the Jade card to teleport out. Yuan Sha's face was bad. If it was some other fruits it was fine, but more than 10 Pengyu immortal fruit was eaten like snacks by this immortal spirit beast. It was too wasteful. Yemo knew Shadowless's greed was going to cause public outcry. He quickly went up and slapped, "Take away your mist. You think everyone will pick up and eat the things on the ground? Move away." Yemo took back the mist and walked off to the side pridefully. Yemo saluted with his fists. "Immortal friends, there are 201 fruits on the tree." Immortal friend Yuan and Han put in more effort. They get 3 each, the rest of the immortal friends get 2 each. What do you all think? Yuan Sha's face eased up hearing this and said, "Immortal friend Ning put the greatest effort in and we've decided on this already, so of course I'm fine. 201 fruits, if Yemo was to get 20%, it would be 40, but according to the way Yemo divided it now, he would have less than 30. If one didn't count the amount Shadowless took, Yemo would be getting below his share." No one mentioned what Shadowless ate anymore. That guy already said he was an animal, meaning that he wasn't human, and he talked about eating from the ground. If anyone mentioned what Shadowless ate, they would be dropping their status. Everyone here had high status backgrounds. If they got no fruits at all, they might bring it up, but now that everyone got 2, who would mention it again? Even if they mentioned it, Yemo could just say, "I got less than 20%. Overall, everyone was happy with the outcome. Just when Yemo gave 3 fruits to Yuan Sha, Shadowless said happily, "Boss, according to 20% rule you should get at least 40. Now, we're losing out." The great Eternity Immortals on the side looked at Shadowless with contempt, but no one wanted to say anything here. They were about to get their fruits. It wasn't wise to offend this immortal spirit beast now. Yemo didn't seem to hear Shadowless and split out the fruits. Soon, everyone got their fruits and there was only 27 left on the tree. I know, boss, you should take the tree away. Although we'll still be losing, but it's better than nothing. Shadowless suddenly said. Yemo approved of Shadowless's cunning.
He wanted to move the tree away and he knew that he wasn't the only one.
Just when he wanted to say it, Shadowless mentioned it. With this, Yuan Sha's face changed again. He didn't ask for more fruits because he wanted this tree, but now, Shadowless mentioned it again, but before he could talk,
Shadowless walked up to the tree and opened his mouth, pulling the entire tree up.
Yemo then casually threw it into his storage ring. "Sai boss, you're such a good person. If it was me, I would take at least 41 fruits, but you only asked for 20 or so." Shadowless sighed. Everyone cursed Shadowless for being so shameless. Was 27-20 or so? Just when Yuan Sha wanted to negotiate with Emo and get the tree back, the earth from which the tree was pulled away cracked. The people immediately retreated, so did Emo. A few seconds later, the formation completely collapsed and then a new mist mountain appeared. This mist mountain was blocked by the formation surrounding the tree. No wonder that spirit item that ran in was gone.
"There's another formation here," someone said in joy. Yuan Sha immediately gave up the idea of wanting to ask for the tree. He immediately saluted with his fists to Emo brother Ning. "There's another formation here. It seems the real good things are inside."
Those who remained here were very excited. One could only imagine that the things behind would be even better. Emo sneered. He had to break the first formation. Even if he didn't, other people would at most need half a day to break.
This second formation was clearly going to waste more time than the first.
Now, there was only half a day before they had to leave.
Only an Idoit would make Shadowless break the formation.
He would rather wait till these people left and then come here with Shadowless.
Shadowless seemed to know it was his time to perform and he immediately said feebly, "Boss, I seem to have eaten too much before. I have a stomachache now. Am I going to die? Did something happen when you ate the spirit crippling demonic chi?"
Yes, I ate too much mist," Shadowless said quickly. Emo slapped over, "Then hurry up and spit it back out. Do you want to die keeping it in your stomach?"
Shadowless cursed himself for being so stupid. Compared to Boss, he seemed to be lacking a bit.
He spewed tens of waves of demonic chi out and suddenly there was another layer of demonic chi ahead of this formation. Emo saluted with his fists to Yuan Sha apologetically. "Immortal friend Yuan, I'm truly sorry, my pet seems to have eaten too much. I need to take him to a place to rest.
The things here are precious, but it doesn't seem to have any fortune with me."
Then Emo didn't wait for a reply and just hoped on Shadowless.
Shadowless blew away instantly, without any signs of weakness. Too shameless.
One great eternity immortal tertiary stage said. Everyone else's face was very bad. Everyone knew what the two was scheming. Shadowless wasn't scared of the demonic chi and Ning Xioma definitely had a way to avoid it. When they all went out, these two shameless guys would come back for sure. To make things worse, they spewed another barrier of demonic chi before they left, adding to the difficult to break the formation. Yuan Sha looked bleakly at the direction Emo disappeared and said after a moment, "Our time is limited. It's probably very hard to break this formation. Immortal friends, I'll be leaving first." Then he disappeared with his two partners. Seeing this, everyone else left quickly. Now, Emo had moved that Pinyu immortal tree into his golden page world. He felt really good about himself. Good work today.
Emo applauded Shadowless.
He was very happy with Shadowless saying the right things at the right time. "Boss, I learned all this from you, but I just realized today that I'm a far cry from you," Shadowless said sycophantically. He was wondering if he should spit back out the fruits he ate. These fruits benefited him greatly too. Emo's face sunk. "When did I teach you such things?"
Shadowless immediately knew he said the wrong things and quickly said, "Boss, I picked up some fruits before. Should I spit it back for you?"
"No, you can enjoy it yourself slowly," Emo said speechlessly. Hearing this, Shadowless started to digest the fruits and demonic chi. Chapter 1790. 3 days' time is up. Emo and Shadowless only walked for half an hour and felt dense immortal spirit chi. Before Emo spoke, Shadowless already dashed over. When Shadowless got there, Emo saw why the immortal spirit chi was so good here. There was a top-grade immortal range. It was even bigger than the one he took before. In time, this immortal range might even reach extreme grade immortal range. "Boss, I know this guy," Shadowless said. The great eternity immortal taking the immortal range was Yen Zhoutian. There were battle scenes around him. Shadowless knew Yen Zhoutian because the first time Emo fought Yen Zhoutian, Shadowless ambushed him. Yen Zhoutian also saw Emo and Shadowless. When he saw Shadowless, his eyes lit up immediately, but he didn't stop at all. In just a few seconds, he took the top-grade immortal range into his storage ring. Emo really wanted to charge up and rob it. Yen Zhoutian already progressed faster than him. He was Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage, and with this immortal range and the high-level Immortal Spirit urban here, he would essence blood able to reach Immortal King quickly, but he knew that there was no point even if he charged up. It would only expose his identity quickly. Even Uncle G didn't keep Yan Zhoutian there. Friend, are you willing to sell this Immortal Spirit Beast? If you do, I can give the immortal range I just got to you. What confused Yemo was that Yan Zhoutian didn't fight with Yemo and instead wanted to trade. Shadowless hated when people asked to buy him, and now that Yan Zhoutian said this, he immediately growled. Yemo patted Shadowless. He knew that if they fought, Yan Zhoutian would be able to recognize him immediately. There was no point fighting. He didn't want anyone to recognize him here. Let's go. Yemo patted Shadowless and Shadowless disappeared with him. Yan Zhoutian frowned at the direction Yemo left, and after a long while he murmured, "It carries a sliver of dragon force. Is this flying horse a mutated dragon race?" 3 days passed quickly. On the third day, there were more and more people at the Hangyu Square. They were all waiting for the people from Small Heaven Domain to come out. There were a lot of immortal kings in the immortal realm, but compared to great immortals, immortal kings were a rare existence. There might not be an immortal king in 1 million great eternity immortals, despite E King Pill only increasing chance of great eternity immortal breaking through to immortal king by 30%. It was still a priceless pill. In reality, the pill gave a slightly higher chance since many immortals have been stuck at great eternity immortal for countless years. Their foundation was at a peak. The pill only gave them an opportunity to break through. There were too many good things in the Small Heaven Domain, but no matter what, they had to go out. If they didn't, their Jade card would be ruined. Without it, they would be trapped at Small Heaven Domain. Thus, the Great Eternity Immortals all crushed their Jade card and teleported out. The 10 Immortal Emperors had long been waiting at the asteroid platform. As they came out, the things in their storage ring became naked in the eyes of these Immortal Emperors. 1,100 went in, 958 came out. 5 minutes later, these Great Eternity Immortals and the 10 Immortal Emperors were teleported back to the square. At the same time, the Void asteroid platform suddenly exploded, and so did the surveillance formation images. One Immortal Monarch saw this and his face changed. He immediately came to Wei Feng Immortal Emperor and bowed. Heaven Lord Master. The asteroid platform exploded. How does the next batch of people go in? Wei Feng Immortal Emperor heard this and sneered. There is no next batch. The Small Heaven Domain is about to explode. Why send more people in? Subconsciously said, but what if people still haven't come out? Before going in. We already said there is only 3 days' time. If they don't come out within 3 days, then they have to pay the consequences. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor finished and couldn't be bothered talking to this Immortal Monarch. How could he not know why this Immortal Monarch asked this? Clearly he had disciples or related people that stayed behind. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor stood on the stage and said loudly, "This trip has been rather fulfilling. Although some prodigies died, it's a rather low lethality rate compared to other trial grounds. Now, we will announce what was found at the Small Heaven Domain before talking about distribution." Before Wei Feng Immortal Emperor finished, one Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage walked up and bowed. "Heaven Lord Master, someone went against the rules inside. He ate Pengyu Immortal Fruit and killed Dong Ming Emperor Sex Fu Xingxing." Before this Great Eternity Immortal finished, one long-eyebrowed man flew over and grabbed this Great Eternity Immortal. "Who dares to kill Dong Ming Emperor Sex Disciple? Speak." "I, Li Long, want to see who has the balls." The Great Eternity Immortal quickly said, "Li Long Immortal Emperor Master, this person probably changed his face, but I'm certain Master can find him. He has a dragon horse Immortal Spirit Beast." The stage below was noisy. To these immortals, they didn't care if people were killed. They cared about Pengyu Immortal Fruit being found inside. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor walked over and smiled. "Li Long Immortal Emperor, on my account please put down this Great Eternity Immortal. No matter who it is, he's dead for certain to disregard our rules." Wei Feng Immortal Emperor didn't even take Li Long Immortal Emperor seriously, but he was shocked about Dragon Horse. Dragon Horse also belonged to the dragon race. How could it be a pet? Li Long Immortal Emperor nodded and let go of that Great Eternity Immortal. Be specific. They were a top big sect, but they couldn't disregard Wei Feng Immortal Emperor, Feng Kong, and Dragon River Grand Emperor, as well as a few Immortal Emperor all walked over after hearing Dragon Horse. The Great Eternity Immortal quickly said, "That person is called Ning Xioma. His pet isn't necessarily Dragon Horse. It looks like a dragon horse but has a pair of golden wings. It devoured Fu Xingxing in one mouth.
Yu Qizhen and I tried to stop it but was struck back by that great eternity immortal in one blow. 89 people saw this. His pet can also devour spirit crippling demonic chi. What?
Almost all the immortal emperors were shocked. Based on the descriptions, this was a mutated god beast for certain. That great eternity immortal was no ordinary person too. To be able to defeat two great eternity immortal tertiary stage in one move, everyone who saw this person and his pet stand out.
Feng Kong immediately said. Even Yan Zhoutian stood out. He knew his power wasn't enough and he couldn't lie here.
He cursed why he had to see EMO. Suddenly, a purple-robed man appeared on the stage. No one saw how he appeared, but when he did, even Wei Feng Grand Emperor, Feng Kong Grand Emperor and them saluted with their fists. The purple-robed man nodded and scanned these 86 great eternity immortals. He asked almost everyone who tried to cheat before and didn't find who he wanted. He waited here to see if that person successfully cheated. When he heard that Ning Xioma was using a masquerade, he wanted to find this Ning Xioma even more. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor knew Han Xiaofu. He smiled to Han Xiaofu and nodded. Your Feng Yan Immortal Emperor's disciple, right? Han Xiaofu quickly bowed. Yes, Feng Yan Immortal Emperor is my master. Tell me about that Ning Xioma. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor smiled. Han Xiaofu didn't hide anything and told them about how Emo dominantly attacked and stole the Pangya fruit tree as well as 27 fruits. Chapter 1791, Ice Ginseng King. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor scanned the 900 or so people and said slowly, which of you know who was Ning Xioma? Stand out. No one spoke nor did anyone move, but Feng Kong Grand Emperor said plainly this person schemed that much, he probably wouldn't appear here. According to what he did before, he should still be in the small heaven domain attacking that mist formation. The purple-robed man suddenly said, how long would it be possible to send people in the small heaven domain again? Wei Feng Grand Emperor shook his head. We've investigated small heaven domain for a long while. It's completely surrounded by mist and is in a delicate balance. If we tear the outside space, it would draw some void elements into the small heaven domain, breaking the balance, and the amount of people, how long they stay there and their power would also affect the balance of the small heaven domain. We've calculated, the longest time 1,000 or so great eternity immortal tertiary stage can stay in there is 3 days. 3 days later, the balance would be broken and it would self-destruct. Even Immortal Emperor wouldn't be able to stand that self-destruct. This was like a container containing all sorts of gas. If the inside was ravaged, then the container might explode. The purple-robed man nodded and said nothing. He knew his lead might break from here again. He suspected that great eternity immortal with dragon horse was definitely in the small heaven domain. But if the small heaven domain exploded, he would lose all clues. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor looked at the great eternity immortals and said, those who got chaos spirit item or rare immortal spirit herbs come out. One great eternity immortal tertiary stage with a black mark on his face got up and took out a jade box. Immortal Emperor Masters. Wan Bei saw a spirit item with its own intelligence. It was too fast and Wan Bei was only able to keep one of its arm. When this jade box was taken out, the surroundings suddenly seemed cold. Even annoyed minds calmed down. Before Wei Feng Immortal Emperor moved, Feng Kong Grand Emperor took the jade box and opened it. It wasn't an arm inside but a white root. Ice Ginseng King? All the Immortal Emperors looked at this root and took a cold breath in. Ice Ginseng King was definitely the top special treasure. If it was a complete Ice Ginseng King, it could even help people learn Dao art and help Immortal Emperor peak stage vindicate Dao. If it was below Immortal Emperor, it would be even more useful. This was definitely first-class treasure. All the Immortal Emperors looked at the Ice Ginseng King root. Even the purple-robed man stared at it with a sliver of desire. Feng Kong Grand Emperor sighed, pity it's only one root. If it's the entire Ice Ginseng King, it would be too perfect. He then gave the jade box to Wei Feng Grand Emperor. You can keep it first, we'll divide it later. Okay. Wei Feng nodded and then said to the great eternity immortal, you're very good. What is your name? Wan Bei Demon Joy Sect Lu Ju. The great eternity immortal quickly bowed. Okay, you can keep 20% of what you got. Wei Feng Grand Emperor nodded. Thank you, Heaven Lord Master. Lu Ju bowed again. Heaven Lord Master, Wan Bei saw this spirit item. Yuan Sha said, you saw the Ice Ginseng King? Wei Feng Grand Emperor quickly asked. Yuan Sha said yes, we attacked the mist formation with Ning Xioma because the spirit item went inside. But there was a formation inside a formation and we only got Pingyu immortal fruits from the first formation. Han Xiaofu and them came out to testify too. Sigh, it's a pity.
Dragon River Grand Emperor shook his head. Indeed it's a pity, but we got something at least.
Wei Feng Immortal Emperor said and waved out a huge long immortal jade desk and said to the rest of the people, take out what you have and place it on the jade table and then leave your name.
No one dared to hide what they got inside and took it all out.
Even Yan Zhoutian didn't dare to hide his immortal range. He took out both immortal ranges he found. Immediately, immortal spirit chi spilled everywhere and the immortals below were blinded by this. There were even level 9 immortal spirit herbs. Dragon River Grand Emperor picked up Pengyu immortal fruit up and looked, this is a top grade Pengyu immortal fruit. If they matured on the tree themselves, they would be priceless. The other immortal emperors nodded. They didn't expect to get this many Pengyu immortal fruit in the small heaven domain. It was very hard for the fruits to mature on the tree. Usually they were red while still on the tree. Only when picked would they slowly turn purple. The fruits on the table were faint purple, clearly due to being picked off. If they were purple on the tree, then they would the best Pengyu immortal fruit. But turning purple on the tree was very rare. Not only was a long time needed, but there even requires a sliver of chaos chi. Those great eternity immortal who came out all must go through the heart door again. They would be asked 2 questions. 1, if you kept anything you got in the small heaven domain. 2nd, do you know Ning Xioma? They all passed and no one lied. The purple-robed man sighed. He knew it would be like this. If Ning Xioma was so easily caught, he wouldn't have escaped in the first place. Yemo, just as they guessed, brought Shadowless back to the second mist formation. Shadowless sucked it like a whale and all the mist was devoured. Then, Shadowless said gloatingly, boss, see, I'm useful. I knew those trash wouldn't be able to break this formation in half a day. Now we can get these things and find even better places. Without anyone in here, we can get wealthy all we like in here. Shut up and break the formation. Yemo released the world rock. He felt Shadowless was much more useful than before. He still had a huge appetite, but he could do smoothing now. But before Yemo smashed this formation, suddenly a white figure dashed out and Yemo subconsciously released his world rock to stop it. But just when he did, the white light stopped. Yemo knew he didn't stop it. The white light stopped itself. Only now did Yemo see that a pitiful-looking baby came out of the formation. One arm was gone, it wore snow-white clothes, even its hair was white. Boss, this thing looks very tasty. Shadowless stared at this baby and licked its lips. Yemo realized, this was the spirit item Yuan Sha and them were talking about. Boss. The baby copied Shadowless and called. Shadowless immediately yelled, who told you to say that? Do you have the right to? Answer boss's questions and I'll eat you in one gulp later. The baby subconsciously retreated a little. Hearing this, Yemo waved his hand making Shadowless retreat and asked, you stayed on your own accord, right? Otherwise I wouldn't be able to catch up to you, right? Yes, boss. The baby looked fearfully at Shadowless on the side. Boss, I can definitely chase it. If you don't believe me, let it go first. I'll catch him soon. Shadowless quickly said. He had a bad feeling. He might have a competitor in the chaos world later. You definitely can't catch up to me. The baby said. If it wasn't that it had nowhere to do, it wouldn't stay. Shadowless said in contempt, I can definitely catch up to you. Plus, what's the use of just running? Can you scheme for boss? If it wasn't my idea, you would have been caught by those who broke the formation. Yemo ignored Shadowless and looked at this spirit item, asking, what's your original form? Why don't you run? Chapter 1792, Authority of Big Brother. My original form is Ice Ginseng. This place is about to be destroyed due to outsiders coming. I have nowhere to run to. The baby said in terror, you're Ice Ginseng King? Yemo asked in shock, but then added, how do you know this place is about to be destroyed? The Ice Ginseng King shook its head. I don't know how I know, but I feel this place is about to be destroyed. Perhaps I've stayed here for too long. Yemo extended his spirit sense out. His premonition had usually been very strong, but this time he didn't feel it at all. The small heaven domain would be destroyed? Why would it be destroyed? But after a while, he really felt some uneasiness. Yemo didn't know if it was the placebo effect. Boss, I seem to have this feeling too. I thought too much before, it's real. Shadowless added on the side, boss, can you take me away from here? The Ice Ginseng King asked fearfully. Emo nodded yes, but I have to go find some immortal spirit items. I'm not leaving now. Emo looked at the Ice Ginseng King. He knew it was the top grade thing. Even if he didn't use it for pill concoction and just ate it straight up, he would be able to reach Immortal King without any damage to Foundation. But this Ice Ginseng King already had its own intelligence and even morphed into human.
Eating it was like eating a human. Emo really couldn't take it.
Everything in the world had a spirit. Hearing this, the Ice Ginseng King was worried, but then it saw Emo's eyes and suddenly sighs. It looked like they were going to eat it and it immediately began shaking. Boss, are you going to eat this small Ice Ginseng? Shadowless asked shamelessly on the side. Emo sighed and waved his hand. No need, everything his spirit, Ice Ginseng King already formed into human, eating it is too ruthless. And, it told me this news, regardless if it's real or not, at least I'm prepared now.
Thank you, boss.
The Ice Ginseng King was very grateful. You can follow me, but you can only stay inside my world. Without my order you can't come out.
Emo said very seriously. Emo wasn't going to let Ice Ginseng King leave after it went inside the Golden Page world. If it was caught by some other immortal, even his Golden Page world would be exposed.
Not everyone wouldn't eat the Ice Ginseng King. The Ice Ginseng King hesitated and said I'm willing. Although he had to stay inside Emo's Golden Page world, it was better than dying. Emo nodded. Okay, I'll give you a name, boss, just call him Small Ginseng. It doesn't sound as cool as my name, but it suits this small Ice Ginseng. Shadowless quickly said, okay, Small Ginseng is good. Emo immediately agreed. The Ice Ginseng King wasn't satisfied, but it had no choice but to agree. It existed much longer than Shadowless but was called Small Ginseng. Boss, there's an extreme grade Small Ginseng here. The Ice Ginseng King said without Emo asking. Hearing this, Shadowless quickly said, boss, I'll help you break formation. For Shadowless, he could come out completely because he could find spirit items.
How could he let the Ice Ginseng King rob his job?
What if boss felt he was useless and threw him back into the Golden Page world? Then he wouldn't be able to eat freely. Hit this position and then hit 50 cms left, 80 cms right 10 times each. Leave 1 second in between and for the last time leave 7 seconds in between and you can break the formation quickly.
Ice Ginseng King said innocently, what do you know? Shadowless didn't bite where Small Ginseng pointed, but its bite only shook the formation a little.
Emo released World Rock and smashed it where Small Ginseng said, crack, this formation was broken. Emo dazed. The easier formation before took half a day with 80 or so people to attack, but now this harder formation was so easily broken with the help of Small Ginseng. Shadowless stood awkwardly on the side while Emo looked at Ice Ginseng King in confusion. Small Ginseng, you're experienced in formation?
Small Ginseng shook its head. I've been living here for countless years. I know this natural formation already.
The dense immortal spirit chi came into his face. Before Emo moved, Shadowless already dug open the earth. It's extreme grade immortal range indeed.
Emo was overjoyed.
With this, if he spent some time in the time formation disk, his progression won't be slower than Yenjotian. Emo then waved Shadowless and Small Ginseng into the Golden Page world. He told them that he would be putting this extreme grade immortal range in. When they went in, Emo started setting up formation.
This was harder than putting in top grade Small Ginseng. Emo had to ensure the immortal range wouldn't be damaged. This place is Chaos World?
Ice Ginseng King stood in the Golden Page world completely dumbfounded. He thought Emo's world was only going to be a small world. He didn't expect this was a Chaos World.
If he knew it was, he wouldn't leave even if he was asked to. There's also bitter bamboo of the 10 great spirit items? The Ice Ginseng King was in amazement.
Comparatively, he didn't care that much about the yellow middle plum branch, hillbilly. Shadowless said in contempt. Shadowless then pointed at the bitter bamboo and warned, let me warn you, you must not go in within 1,000 centimeter radius of the bitter bamboo or the boss will roast you and so will I.
You understand? I understand. Ice Ginseng King quickly answered, call Big Brother. Shadowless reproached. Ice Ginseng King quickly called Big Brother.
Shadowless was very happy with this and nodded. Don't call boss brother Yi or he will skin you. I had to think for a long while before figuring out calling him boss.
I gave you this benefit. Never mind, follow me first.
Ice Ginseng King nodded and followed Shadowless to the other side of the Golden Page world. Shadowless pointed at that place surrounded with restriction. You can't go in a 6 kilometers radius of that place, even I can only stay outside of 3 kilometers radius.
Ice Ginseng King didn't ask why Shadowless could go closer.
It was completely dumbfounded. It murmured to itself, I actually saw Chaos Tree, Chaos World, Chaos Tree, boss is too amazing.
Shadowless sneered, so you have some knowledge.
Of course boss is great, but your compliments are too bad.
You're not allowed to suck up to boss, you understand? I want to go up and see the Chaos Tree. The Ice Ginseng King continued to say, do you not want to live? Did you not hear what I said? Even I can only stay outside 3 kilometers radius, but you want to go up. If the boss comes back, you will definitely be roasted and eaten.
Shadowless threatened. Small Ginseng shivered and eventually didn't go up. Seeing Small Ginseng being scared, Shadowless pointed at the immortal spirit herb happily. This immortal spirit herb garden is yours. I will be sleeping under the bitter bamboo. You can sleep in the immortal spirit herb garden.
These immortal spirit herb are all for me?
Ice Ginseng King didn't care about these low-level immortal spirit herb, but he felt very happy to be taken seriously as soon as he came.
Keep dreaming. Last time I ate a few level 3, no, it seemed to be very low-level immortal spirit herb and boss almost roasted and ate me. You dare to touch the immortal spirit herb here?
Shadowless reproached. I don't dare to, but you said it's for me? Ice Ginseng King asked nervously. I was taking care of it before, now it's up to you.
You need to take care of their growth. If problems arises, boss will roast you and eat you.
Small Ginseng's face was green from hearing all these roastings and eatings. After a long while, Small Ginseng asked softly, Big brother, you gave the immortal spirit herb garden to me to take care of. What are you going to do?
Shadowless walked towards the bitter bamboo a few steps and said, do you not see a bitter bamboo here? And the chaos tree over there? They need to be taken care of by me. You're so clumsy, what if you damage it? Didn't you say you can't enter a 3 kilometers radius of the chaos tree? Small Ginseng looked at Shadowless in confusion.
Shadowless was lost for words. He could only stern his face up. I'm looking after it from afar. I would take a few glances at it once in a while. Small Ginseng was lost for words. It suddenly felt this big brother didn't seem to be very reliable. Chapter 1793, Power increasing rapidly. Seeing Small Ginseng use some immortal crystals to set up things around the chaos tree and even pile up into mountains, Shadowless couldn't take it anymore and rushed to Small Ginseng and reproached little thing.
Did you not hear what boss said? Do you not want to live? The first thing that boss will do after coming out of solitary cultivation will be to roast you.
Small Ginseng looked feebly at Shadowless and said, Big brother, you seem to have gone into a 3 kilometers radius of the chaos tree.
I'm teaching you a lesson, did you not hear it?
Shadowless was shook. Boss said he would definitely be roasted if he went inside a 3 kilometers radius of the chaos tree, but in front of his henchmen, his tone definitely couldn't be weak. Oh, thanks for reminding me, big brother. When boss comes out, I will tell him what happened. I'll say that I'm helping the chaos tree grow, but big brother didn't trust me and so he came next to the chaos tree. Hearing the latter half of the sentence, Shadowless's eyes immediately changed. He sneered, I just came to remind you, otherwise I would never disobey boss's order. Then Shadowless turned around and murmured, no one took care of the immortal spirit herb garden, a few immortal spirit herbs died. When boss comes out, I will report what happened. Of course I know that big brother has been taking of the immortal spirit herb garden for me and never came next to the chaos tree. Thank you, big brother. Small Ginseng immediately said. Before he finished, Shadowless already appeared at the immortal spirit herb garden. Shadowless suddenly realized that it seemed to be a long journey ahead to control this new little brother.
Time flew by and EMO gradually forgot time and the time formation disc cultivation.
He was planning to use void flying snow to fly, but he went into a state of trance and didn't even realize that 7 years had gone by outside. A top-grade immortal range plus a few billion immortal crystals wasn't something a small fragmented extreme-grade Small Ginseng could compare with. Extreme-grade Small Ginseng had denser immortal spirit chi, but once it was broken, the immortal spirit chi would disperse really quickly. The cultivation effect wouldn't be better than a complete top-grade immortal range. When the top-grade immortal range cracked and turned into nothing, EMO finally woke up. He got up and realized that he had spent 700 years in the time formation disk. A complete top-grade immortal range was completely used up. The pills he had prepared before were mostly gone, even the 4 billion immortal crystals only had 2 billion remain. What shocked him even more was that the complete extreme grade immortal range was used up little by the spirit gathering immortal formation. Even though it was only a small portion of the extreme grade immortal range, it was still so much better than the immortal spirit chi of the top grade immortal range. Yi Mo was speechless. After using all these things in his solitary cultivation, he only just reached into great eternity immortal tertiary stage. He thought he would be able to barely reach Immortal King middle stage with 2 immortal range, but now it seemed he could only reach Great Eternity Immortal Peak stage at most. Emo felt the powerful immortal essence flowing inside his body. His spirit sense was more complete. The power made him feel safe, but the resources he wasted made his head hurt. In fact, reaching Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary stage from Great Eternity Immortal Primary stage wasn't really fast, but wasn't slow either. Some prodigies could reach Immortal King middle stage with 700 years. The amount of resources he used up was enough to supply a small sect for a few years. He was only at Great Immortal now. Once he reached status Immortal, just how much more resources would he need? Yemo's head ached upon contemplating this. Shadowless needed a lot of resources to progress, but compared to him, it was very little. Thinking about Shadowless, Yemo immediately put away the time formation disc and walked out. He wondered how the two were getting along these years. As soon as Yemo came out, he saw Shadowless sleeping in the Immortal Spirit Herb Garden while Small Ginseng was doing things around the Chaos Tree. However, the Chaos Tree was 15 cms taller. It was around 30 cms tall now. The growth speed was extremely rapid. Yemo was overjoyed. The Chaos Tree had been in his Chaos world for a few years but was only 6 cms taller than before. This growth must be due to Small Ginseng. Boss, your power grew quite a lot. Shadowless immediately crawled up and ran over. Yemo nodded and looked at the Immortal Spirit Herb Garden. The Immortal Spirit Herbs didn't disappear from the garden, right? No. Although Small Ginseng is lazy and gave the job of looking after it to me, I took care of it very well. Even the lowest level Immortal Spirit Herb didn't go missing, and they're growing very well. Shadowless immediately said, Boss, you finished solitary cultivation. Small Ginseng's voice scared Shadowless. This little thing was too fast. Emo looked satisfyingly at Small Ginseng and said, it's probably due to you that the Chaos Tree is growing so fast, right? The Small Ginseng immediately nodded yes. At the primary stage of the Chaos Tree's growth, it doesn't really need Immortal Spirit Chi but Chaos Chi. I set up a formation to draw Chaos Chi over so the Chaos Tree grows really fast. Big Brother Shadowless saw I was busy, so he took on helping me look after the Immortal Spirit Herb Garden. Last time Big Brother warned me. How could Shadowless let Small Ginseng say he went near the Chaos Tree? He quickly interrupted and said yes, I saw Small Ginseng was very hard working taking care of the Chaos Tree, so I took care of the Immortal Spirit Herb Garden. Although Shadowless' words were conflicting, Emo didn't care. He cared about how Small Ginseng could draw Chaos Chi over to provide to the Chaos Tree for growth. Before he set up a few spirit gathering formation just so the Chaos Tree could grow, and he used countless immortal crystals, but it didn't do much. However, Small Ginseng had such ability, he really got a treasure. Not bad. Emo repeated a few times. Emo walked up to the Chaos Tree. A clearer chi came, making Emo feel very refreshed. The bigger the Chaos Tree was, the more clear its effects were. Small Ginseng, I didn't expect you no formation to draw Chaos Tree. I should reward you well. Emo patted Small Ginseng's head. Small Ginseng quickly said, I've lived at the Small Heaven domain for countless years. I know a lot of natural formations that many spirit items rely on to survive. I slowly created this Chaos Chi gathering formation. Emo nodded. Very well, you can be responsible for looking after the Chaos Tree. As for your broken arm, I'll think of a way to cure it. Small Ginseng quickly thanked and said, Boss, it's not easy to reattach my arm. Unless there's an Ice Ginseng King the same level as me, my arm wouldn't be able to be repaired. I can forcefully grow out an arm, but that would use up my essence chi. Then Ice Ginseng King looked at Emo awkwardly. If the Chaos Tree can grow to 3 meters tall, I can use it to nourish my body. If it grows to 30 meters tall, my arm can recover in half a month. If it's 300 meters tall, my arm would recover in a few seconds. It's this powerful? Shadowless was shocked. He also snuck up next to the Chaos Tree, but no one said anything. Emo was truly astonished too. Boss, when the Chaos Tree grows to 3 meters, you can make it recognize you as master and then move it to your Dantian. Then you will live with the heavens and earth and live for all eternity. Ice Ginseng King said. Emo waved his hand. That can wait. If he couldn't vindicate Tao, Taking the chaos tree out and spilling its chi was suicide. Stay in here, I'm going out to see where we're at now.
Yemo dashed out of the Golden Page world.
Chapter 1794, Trapped. After coming out of the Golden Page world, Yemo immediately released Spacetime Boat. In the vast universe, the endless void was so much larger than heaven domain voids. Yemo stood before the location disk on the Spacetime Boat speechlessly. It was blank, he just knew he was in the void. He didn't even know which dimension he was. Yemo called out Shadowless and Small Ginseng. These two guys were clueless about this place too. Boss, where are we going now? Shadowless wasn't scared. You can control the Spacetime Boat. Remember, if there's a signal on the location disk, tell me immediately.
I'm going to keep cultivating.
Yemo pulled Shadowless over and said.
Hearing this, Shadowless was immediately excited. Leave it to me. I can too.
Small Ginseng licked its lips and said, "Bo, look at your small body." Shadowless kept shaking his head. Yemo waved his hand. You guys can go in and out of the Golden Page world. I'm going inside for solitary cultivation. As for controlling the Spacetime Boat, Shadowless and Small Ginseng can take turns.
Then Yemo went inside the Golden Page world.
He dragged the extreme great immortal range before him. He must quickly reach Great Eternity Immortal Peak stage and find a place for divine damnation. Once he reached Immortal King primary stage, he would immediately go to Low Heaven Domain Gonghua Heaven and set up his sect, attracting the people who ascended from MOU. The Spacetime Boat sped ahead. The two had great fun on the way. Yemo was still in solitary cultivation and he was Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary stage. There was still some distance before he reached peak stage. As for King Pill, he could concoct that whenever he reached Great Eternity Immortal Peak stage, "Big brother, it's my turn to control the Spacetime Boat." Small Ginseng saw that Shadowless' time was up, but he didn't intend to move aside at all. Shadowless came down from the seat helplessly. He felt he should reset the time Small Ginseng controlled the Spacetime Boat. Each time he gave it to Small Ginseng, this guy would change a direction. However, Small Ginseng wasn't scared of him now.
You can control it, but you can't change direction. Big Boss wants to find a heaven domain quickly. If you keep changing direction, we're going to keep wasting time in the void.
Shadowless brought up his opinion seriously. Shadowless brother, this is what I wanted to talk to you about too.
Each time I choose a direction, I have this premonition, but every time you change my direction away.
This way, how long would it take for us to find a small heaven domain?
Small Ginseng rebuked. How do you know that the direction I chose isn't special? I have a premonition too. Shadowless said unhappily, but before he finished, he heard Small Ginseng's gasp of amazement. What is it? Shadowless immediately asked. Something appeared on the location disk. Small Ginseng quickly said and then said, we must have found a heaven domain. Shadowless, you control this, I'll call boss.
Then Small Ginseng went into Golden Page world without even calling Shadowless big brother. Hearing this, Shadowless didn't notice that Small Ginseng didn't call him big brother and immediately came to the location disk. There was a black figure on the screen. At first it seemed to be moving, but soon it stopped, but there wasn't a void location like boss said. This meant that they were still in the void. Another half a year passed outside the time formation disk. Yemo received Small Ginseng's news.
He immediately stopped solitary cultivation and came out. Boss, there's a black shadow on the location disk.
Shadowless quickly moved aside. Yemo knew this black shadow wasn't a heaven domain, otherwise it would be marked. Yemo controlled Spacetime Boat to get near that black shadow. 2 hours later, Yemo slowed the boat down. He saw that the location disk outlined an immortal ship. When Spacetime Boat went closer and Yemo was certain it was a real immortal ship, he stopped immediately. He had encountered ghost ship before. Was he this lucky that he encountered another one? Yemo waited a long while and the immortal ship still didn't move. Yemo carefully went closer and this time he saw even clearer. That ship parked eerily in the void and was very similar to the ghost ship he saw last time, but was much smaller. Yemo decisively turned the Spacetime Boat and left rapidly. There were too much things between him and Truth Divine Emperor. He didn't want to encounter another ghost ship controlled by Truth Divine Emperor's fragmented soul. Why did this person leave? At the top of the believed ghost ship, a white-robed extremely beautiful woman stared at the huge surveillance screen and asked, "Mistress, should we send someone after him?" An equally beautiful purple-robed female immortal said respectfully. The white-robed woman nodded. No need, let the immortal ship follow him. We're already lost. Since he can appear here, it means he has void map.
As soon as Yemo left, he breathed easy.
Luckily he noticed early, otherwise if he was sucked over by that immortal ship he would be over. Suddenly, he saw that the black dot on the location disk grew larger and larger. Clearly, it was coming closer to him. Yemo was shocked. He quickly sent Shadowless and Small Ginseng into the Golden Page world while increasing the spacetime boat speed to the max. Spacetime boat was low-grade god artifact and was very small. Yet, that immortal ship could keep up with spacetime boat. This was too terrifying. Yemo had really never seen a low-grade god artifact that was this large. What shocked Yemo more was that the ghost ship followed him. He had never heard that a ghost ship would chase someone. Yemo sped up more and finally drew the distance between them, but soon he was lost for words. Although the distance between them was getting larger, he couldn't lose them. Such a powerful flying magic artifact, it's probably a low-grade god artifact. It should be a powerful being who owns such a flying magic artifact. Why did he run as soon as he saw us? The white-robed female immortal frowned. This person seemed sneaky, perhaps he had done something bad. The purple-robed female immortal said. The white-robed female immortal smiled. No matter what he has done, it has nothing to do with us. We just want to know the way. Plus, we're not powerful. If this guy is an immortal monarch, we're no match for him at all. It's all because of that pack of void iron-winged bear, otherwise, how can we be forced here? The purple-robed female immortal complained. We should feel lucky to be able to escape that many. If our immortal ship isn't fast, we wouldn't even be able to get out. The white-robed female immortal said. Yemo only focused on running, and when a dark veil of void immortal spirit beast pressed over, he realized he was surrounded. Void iron-winged bear? Yemo's face went bad. Chapter 1795, Enlightenment in Slaughter. There were void iron-winged bears all around. They were already stopped here waiting for him to fall into the trap. The void iron-winged bears were extremely fast in the void and were also very smart. Their hide was thick and they knew how to fight in an army. Their mouth was sharp like spear, their main talents were flame blades and tearing. Their teeth were like immortal artifact. Even an immortal king would lose a piece of flesh after being bitten. If it was just these void iron-winged bears, Yemo wouldn't mind too much. He would call out Shadowless and fight his way out, but now, he couldn't. It would draw out time if he was surrounded by them. Then, the ghost ship would catch up. Compared to these void iron-winged bears, Yemo was more worried about the ghost ship. However, he didn't have the time to think too much. The void iron-winged bears had surrounded over. Yemo released Zisu and shot out lightning sword arcs. These void iron-winged bears were all level 4 and above immortal beasts. Some were even level 6 peak stage. Yemo breathed easy. Luckily there weren't level 7 void iron-winged bears. If there were, he would have to go into the Golden Page world even if it meant exposing it. Yemo had seen level 7 immortal spirit beast before in the 7 refined tower. After the lightning sword shot out, lightning splashed out in the void as lightning swords rained down. Only now did Yemo found that his lightning sword went from pure black to a sliver of blue, crack, gray color splashed everywhere. It was the blood of the void iron-winged bears. At the same time, countless flame blades also swept at Yemo. Yemo quickly released a defensive cauldron he forged and put away the spacetime boat. The octagonal cauldron was still broken. Although his spirit controlled it, Yemo didn't want to use it yet. He wanted to use it after he repaired it. These void iron-winged bears were only level 4 to level 6. His level 6 defensive immortal artifact should be enough to stop them for half a day. Mistress, it's the void iron-winged bears again. What do we do? The purple-robed girl said shakily. Quickly change direction and open attack restriction. The white-robed female immortal regretted just being focused on the chase and forgetting about the cunning void iron-winged bears. Thud thud thud. The densely cluttered flame blades struck Yemo's defensive immortal artifact. In just 15 minutes, there were cracks on the immortal artifact. Another 5 minutes later, the immortal artifact shattered completely in a crack. Without it, the endless flame blades soon tore apart Yemo's immortal essence and struck Yemo's body. Yemo frowned. Individual void iron-winged bears were nothing, but their combined power was this shocking. Just when he wanted to call out Shadowless to help, he saw that immortal ship appear in his spirit sense. The ship started attacking void iron-winged bears and there were even magic artifact released. Seeing this, Yemo knew he had mistaken. This ship wasn't a ghost ship. If he knew this earlier, he wouldn't run and get caught in the void iron-winged bears. Knowing that it wasn't ghost ship, Yemo didn't dare to call out Shadowless and even warned Shadowless to not come out. He changed his face to a young ordinary face.
He couldn't let anyone have any clue of what he did at Small Heaven Domain in Hongyu Immortal City. EMO didn't plan to run anymore after knowing it wasn't the ghost ship. He focused on fighting these void iron-winged bears. He couldn't even be bothered using defensive magic artifact. With his immortal spirit body power, he could fight while practicing body refinement. EMO released waves after waves of dense lightning sword. He also kept hacking out Zisu. Illusion Cloud Domain Kill Strike brought out waves of 1 km long sword rays in the void. From afar, they were like vibrant purple rainbows that were extremely beautiful. In a short time, tens of miles of radius around EMO was filled with sword ray and lightning rays. Patches of void iron winged bears were killed and countless flame blades struck EMO's body. All sorts of wounds piled up on EMO's body, but they quickly repaired under EMO's body refinement cultivation method. Half a day later, EMO didn't know how many void iron-winged bears he had killed, but he was still surrounded by them. His body was covered in red, he was surrounded by the endless flame blades. Some void iron-winged bears even charged up to EMO wanting to bite him. Eventually, even those void iron-winged bears attacking the immortal ship were drawn over, attacking EMO like crazy. Lightning arcs, sword rays, flame blades, roars mixed up in this void, and the range kept expanding. If this wasn't the void but a place with light, one could see that this entire area was filled with grey blood. EMO was completely immersed in this slaughter. Every time when his immortal essence was about to dry up, he ate a pill, same with when his spirit sense was about to run out. EMO didn't know his pills were rapidly depleting and the pill poison was building up in his body, after those waves of lightning sword shot out. A domain of lightning formed in his mind. He could feel it even in the slaughter that there was this lightning he was about to grasp. At the same time, waves of purple sword ray shot out, forming an area of void around him. He felt he was about to have a new breakthrough. The immortal ship stopped not far ahead. They didn't run. All the people on the ship were dumbfounded, even the two immortal kings were dazed. Just what sort of person was this? He was this terrifying. He didn't seem to have reached immortal king yet. There was such a powerful great eternity immortal? Even Immortal King wouldn't be able to do this large area of carnage without domain. That white-robed female immortal looked at EMO in disbelief. She had the feeling that the person in the slaughter was under this special state. Sometimes, she couldn't even feel his presence. Who could have sudden enlightenment in slaughter? But if this wasn't sudden enlightenment, how could he be in that state, so powerful? The purple-robed female immortal breathed after a long while. Just when his lightning sword was about to break through, EMO felt his body suddenly crack, and in a short while, he felt his body increase another level. His body refinement went from immortal spirit body primary stage to middle stage, but then, he lost his sudden enlightenment. His lightning sword was stuck again. EMO had this itching feeling. He was on the verge of breakthrough, but he couldn't. EMO no longer had the mood to slaughter these void iron-winged bears one by one. He punched out, wave kill. With this, the nearby temperature immediately rose up. Before the wave kill even came out, the terrifying heat already swept the surrounding rumble. A destructive force was released. There was no confinements here, and wave kill spewed out like a horse without reins. The void was lit up by the flame wave. Endless void iron-winged bears were defenseless in the wave. Low-level void iron-winged bears were instantly disintegrated, and higher-level void iron-winged bears were killed even if they survived the first wave. The red flame wave was like the violent seas mixed with huge rumbling sounds. After the second wave, the third wave rose out of thin air. Chapter 1796, Void Exit. After 3 wave kills, EMO didn't feel his immortal essence run dry. Instead, he learned the 4th wave kill. EMO was overjoyed. Before wave kill ended, the void iron-winged bears loosened up. In a sharp shriek, the endless void iron-winged bears retreated. The nearby space cleared up immediately. EMO breathed easy and didn't use the 4th wave kill. If it was somewhere else, he might try it, but here, he didn't dare to. The 3 wave kills didn't completely use up his immortal essence and spirit sense, but he didn't know what the 4th wave would do. There was still an immortal ship here. Just when EMO ate 2 pills, he saw a 100-meter-long figure charge at him. In a petrifying roar, a huge mouth opened up towards EMO instantly. EMO felt the confinement of the void. Level 7 void iron-winged bears? EMO saw it clearly. EMO immediately used tens of spirit sense blades when he felt the pressure and broke free from this squeeze. At the same time, he used mobility technique. EMO didn't want to fight a level 7 void iron-winged bears head-on. The void iron-winged bears didn't stop at all after missing. It charged at EMO again. Clearly, it was furious that EMO killed this many void iron-winged bears. Rumble rumble.
two huge explosions sounded in the void. Yemo didn't keep using instant transmission. He saw the huge level 7 void iron winged bears stopped by two immortal kings. Yemo breathed easy. One immortal king might not be a match for the void iron winged bear, but two were definitely enough to beat it. The three clashed in the void and there were terrifying sounds under the explosions of magic. The level 7 void iron winged bear was powerful, but it couldn't beat two immortal kings combined. In less than 5 minutes, it roared and flapped its huge wings, flying away. The rest of the void iron winged bears completely disappeared. Yemo gave himself a clear water spell and cleaned himself before changing into a new set of clothes. Then he came up to the two immortal king and saluted with his fists. "Thank you two Chinbais for helping me." One of them was tall, one was short, but they seemed nice. Seeing Yemo come over, the two quickly returned the gesture. "Immortal friend, you're too polite. Our mistress is waiting on the ship. If you're willing, you can come on and have a seat. If so, then sorry for the disturbance." Yemo agreed. He had no sense of direction. Now that he was invited, of course he was going to go in. On the deck, the white-robed female immortal studied Yemo non-stop in amazement. She didn't expect Yemo to really be a great eternity immortal tertiary stage. He wasn't even great eternity immortal peak stage. Yemo looked ordinary and seemed very young, yet such a great eternity immortal had this powerful crowd attack immortal arts. The purple-robed female immortal pulled the white-robed female immortal. She immediately woke up and quickly said politely, "Luan Shinin, thank immortal friend for helping us. May I ask what your name is?" If Yemo didn't attract nearly all the attention of the void iron winged bears and used wave kill to scare them off, it would really be hard for their immortal ship to break free. "Goddess Luan, you're too polite. I'm Emoing. I was hunting some void flying snow and was taken away by void chaos flow. I lost direction and then I saw your ship. I thought it was the fabled ghost ship, so I left immediately." Yemo said, "So that's it. No wonder you turned away immediately after seeing us." Luan Shinin said with a sliver of disappointment. She didn't expect Yemo to be lost too. After a while, she thought of something and asked, "Brother Mo, have you seen ghost ship before?" Yemo immediately said, "I've heard of it." "Brother Mo, since you're lost too, why not take out immortal ship and we can find a way out together?" Although Yemo was lost too, but after seeing Yemo's terrifying crowd attack ability, Luan Shinin wanted Yemo to join them. Yemo knew what she meant, but he didn't have such plans. His space-time boat was no slower than her ship. There was no point in staying here. One, he couldn't cultivate. Second, he would be watched by two immortal king. But before Yemo could reply, the immortal ship rattled heavily. Before Luan Shinin went to check, the purple-robed female immortal said worriedly, "Mistress, we've encountered a huge void chaos flow. We can't come out. Open all the defense restrictions, don't go the opposite direction of the flow, accelerate towards the flow. Uncle Gyi and Uncle Ting help control the ship. We must make the ship pass the void chaos flow." Luan Shinin calmed down quickly and made the decision. Yemo approved. Immortal ships would usually avoid large void chaos flow. If one entered the void chaos flow whirlpool, he wouldn't be able to leave forcefully as it might break the immortal ship apart. In this situation, one had a sliver of chance only if they followed the chaos flow. Yemo knew now wasn't the time to go. This chaos flow seemed very long. After the immortal ship drifted for 5 days, the ship stopped. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out. The two immortal kings and many people on the ship were repairing the restrictions. The ship was heavily damaged, but it didn't disassemble. There's a mark on the location disk. The purple-robed female immortal rejoiced. Yemo immediately wanted to say goodbye, but he stopped his words. He didn't know if his ship would be able to detect a location here. If he left the ship and found there was no mark on his boat, then it would be embarrassing to come back. When Yemo came to the deck, Luan Shinin was already there. Her face looked tired, but she was full of surprise and joy. "Brother Mo, fortune and misfortune indeed come together. Life is unpredictable." Luan Shinin's tone was light. "Congratulations, Goddess Luan, of course thanks to your ship for finding the way out and bringing me out of the void. Where are we now? How long would it take to get to the nearest heaven domain?" Yemo smiled. Luan Shinin didn't mind and answered, "We're about 3 months away from you heaven domain. We're truly lucky." Yemo rejoiced. He hadn't been here, but he knew his spacetime boat would definitely be able to sense the marks here. Yu heaven was a grand heaven domain. If he used his spacetime boat, he might be able to reach Jinshang heaven in less than half a year. "Brother Mo, Shinin wants to invite you to Luanze immortal residence. What do you think?" Luan Xinin looked hopefully at Yimo. Chapter 1797, Encounter Immortal King again. Luan Xinin was really observant, and seeing that Yimo was about to reject, she smiled sweetly and said, "If we're quick we can make it to the greatest event of the residence."
What is it? Yimo subconsciously asked. Brother Mo, have you not heard of Luan's immortal residence?
Luan Xinin asked in confusion, seeing that Yimo didn't react at all when she mentioned the place a few times. Yimo said with slight embarrassment, "I've always been in solitary cultivation and rarely go out.
I've really never heard of it." No wonder. Luan Xinin explained, "We're the #1 immortal residence in Yu Heaven. If it wasn't that the leader went out seeking Dao and hasn't returned yet, we would have been an emperor's sect already. Even so, we're still one of the 3 great immortal monarch sects of Yu Heaven."
Yimo guessed this already. Luan Xinin had 2 immortal kings protecting her and had such high-level immortalship. There was undoubtedly an emperor's sect behind her. Our immortal residence gathers prodigy immortals to hold a flower viewing night.
Of course, in actual fact it's to select Dao partners for the excellent female immortals of our residence.
The 10 female immortal participating are the most prodigious disciples of our immortal residence.
Even the #1 beauty of the immortal residence is participating.
Brother Mo, your talent is exceptional. Mistress, you're going to participate too. You're one of the 3 best goddess of the residence. The purple-robed female immortal smiled. Luan Xinin blushed a little but didn't argue. Yimo was already losing interest. A flower viewing night and a Dao partner seeking activity. He didn't have the mood to participate. He saluted with his fists without hesitation. "I'm really sorry, Goddess Luan, I happen to have things to do, so I can't go. If I come past the residence next time, I will definitely come to visit."
Brother Mo, are you really going to go?
Luan Xinin seemed a little disappointed. She had seen Yimo's power with her own eyes. He might be admitted as a Dao partner. "Yes, please open the restriction, Goddess Luan." Yimo had lost the interest to talk. Luan Xinin could see Yimo's adamance and could only say, "Then if you have time, remember to come visit the residence. We will always welcome Brother Mo. This is a VIP card of the residence." Luan Xinin opened the restriction and handed Yimo a card. Yimo thanked and quickly bid farewell. He released his spacetime boat and soon left. "Mistress, this Moing is indeed very powerful, but he looks a bit ordinary." The purple-robed female immortal commented. Luan Xinin shook her head. "This person is this terrifying just as a great eternity immortal. His future is boundless. How many great eternity immortals do you see with a low-grade god artifact? Even our immortal ship can't catch up to his boat. It's low-grade god artifact for certain. His wave god artifact makes me feel he has a high-level heaven flame. If this person wants to stay at the residence, he would be so much better than those sect prodigies." Luan Xinin sighed. "Amongst the prodigies I have seen, only Chu Zhouyu who's staying at the residence can compare with him.
But even Chu Zhouyu is probably no match for this person. Mistress, will Brother Chu marry into our residence?"
The purple-robed female immortal asked. Luan Xinin thought for a moment and said, "Chu Zhouyu is equally very talented.
If he wasn't just an solo cultivator, he might be immortal king now.
But this person also has great ambitions. He is very prideful. It's not certain if he would marry into our sect." Yimo wouldn't know that Chu Zhouyu was at the Luanze immortal residence. He was on his spacetime boat checking the heaven domain mark. The nearest Hevian domain was indeed Yu Heaven, but Yimo didn't want to go there. He wanted to go to Jin Shang Heaven. He estimated he would need a year or so at max speed. If he went to Yu Heaven and took the teleportation formation, he might reach there in less than 3 months, but Yimo didn't intend to take the teleportation formation. Yimo chose to increase his power immediately. He believed he would reach Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage on the way to Jin Shang Heaven.
Then, he would go to the Immortal Graveyard and have his Immortal King Divine Damnation.
Once he was Immortal King, he would be able to escape even from Immortal Monarch. He didn't dare to have the Immortal King Divine Damnation in the void. It's many times stronger than his previous Divine Damnation.
Yimo needed to be very careful.
If he reached Immortal King, he would be a status immortal. Status immortal was the symbol of long life and power. Yan Zhoutian was definitely an Immortal King now. If he was still Great Eternity Immortal and encountered Yan Zhoutian, he would be over. Even the Uncle G incident made Yimo extremely uncomfortable. He could fight on par with Yan Zhoutian, but Yan Zhoutian could run from Uncle G while he couldn't. Yan Zhoutian had many means while he was just using a few immortal artifacts he had. There were many immortal kings in the Grand Heaven domain. He would encounter one anywhere. Emo let Shadowless and Small Ginseng control the ship again and told them to go Jin Shang Heaven before going into the Golden Page world for solitary cultivation. Half a year passed outside the teleportation formation. Emo felt the roaring immortal essence in his body. The pill poison had already been removed. He felt the power within him. Emo almost wanted to punch to test his power. Emo stood up again. He knew he was Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage. After his divine damnation, he would become an immortal king. Extreme Great Immortal Range was much better than Top Great Immortal Range. It was easy to digest and still had around 40% left after he reached Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage. Seeing Emo come out of the Golden Page world, Shadowless and Small Ginseng quickly came around them. Emo checked the map and saw there was just 2 months' journey until Jin Shang Heaven. Emo was very happy. Emo didn't take over control. He let Shadowless and Small Ginseng keep controlling the ship while he felt the force of the void before the boat. Calming down and feeling the vastness of the void would be beneficial. Half a month later, Emo felt his power grow more pure. Even his sea of consciousness started expanding. Emo knew that if he cultivating spirit will 9 transformations now, he would be able to break through soon. This day, Emo was trying to use spirit sense to move the asteroids in the void but felt some waves in his spirit sense domain. Someone was coming over and using spirit sense to watch him. This person's spirit sense wave definitely wasn't Great Immortal. Emo immediately let Shadowless and Small Ginseng go into the Golden Page world. At the same time, he took control of the space-time boat and hung Zisu on his back. In just tens of seconds, a blue dashing light came. An extremely pretty chariot stopped. An eagle-eyed man stood before the chariot. It was an Immortal King tertiary stage. Emo frowned. This was almost on par with Uncle G. The Immortal King clearly came for him, but Emo was worried. This person's flying magic artifact was only extreme grade flying immortal artifact. Space-time boat replicate. The Immortal King said with amazement as his eyes lit up. Emo was going to salute it with his fists, but hearing this greedy tone, Emo gave up on the thought. Chapter 1798, Difference with Immortal King. What was the immortal pet you put away? However, this Immortal King didn't ask about the space-time boat. This person was so rude. Emo was already annoyed. He casually saluted with his fists. It's just an assistant helping me control the flying immortal artifact, nothing worth mentioning. If you have no business, then I'm going. How dare you, did I let you go? Why did I detect a strong spirit item here and when I came over, it was gone? Is it the spirit item you put away? The Immortal King yelled. Emo was more annoyed. Did this guy think he was easy to abuse because he was Great Eternity Immortal? Bastard, but this reminded him that Small Ginseng can't come out casually. What has my immortal pet got to do with you? Emo's tone growing angry. Emo didn't need to suck up to him. Plus, he believed that with his Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage, even if he can't beat this person, he can run away. He didn't get away from Uncle G because he was only a Great Eternity Immortal Primary Stage while Uncle G was Immortal King Peak Stage. Ha, you have balls. The Immortal King laughed and grabbed at Emo. Seeing this guy underestimate him, Emo wasn't going to waste this opportunity. He released Rainbow and Wave Kill immediately. The force of these two god arts were unparalleled. Sword Ray covered the heavens and instantly tore apart the domain that this Immortal King didn't intentionally release and sliced across the void. Instantly, the Immortal King realized he underestimated Emo. Splurge. The rainbow hacked onto the hand of the Immortal King and blood flew everywhere, but the rainbow kept hacking down without any impediment. The Immortal King dashed and broke free from Rainbow's space confinement. However, his hand was hacked in half. Just one move, he was an Immortal King tertiary stage and was injured by a Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage. The Immortal King was furious. He ate a pill and ran his immortal essence. His hand healed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he released a blue spear, Rumble. The long spear attacked later but landed first and smashed Zisu. The rainbow sword ray dispersed and Zisu fell from the void. The powerful immortal essence backlash came and Emo spat a mouthful of blood. He quickly took back Zisu. Meanwhile, the Immortal King domain formed again. It was completely different from before and bound Emo. Emo knew that even if he could release 4-wave kill, he can't beat this Immortal King. The difference was too great. Crack. Emo released the first wave kill and the domain instantly became weak, but the first wave was used up. When it came before the Immortal King, it was worthless. The Immortal King tertiary stage was also very shocked.
Although he felt he could kill Emo, it was unimaginable that a great eternity immortal was this powerful. Since when was there such terrifying great eternity immortal? If this great eternity immortal reached Immortal King, what Immortal King could be a match for him?
Even as Immortal King primary stage, he would dominate all immortal kings. This person must die, otherwise there would be endless repercussions. Thinking about this, the Immortal King's spear turned into a blue sun, rumble, but before this blue sun attacked Emo's second wave kill came over. This second wave was ferocious heaven flame. The Immortal King's eyes narrowed, he saw it clearly. It was heaven flame, one that reached immortal flame. This great eternity immortal not only had low-grade god artifact but also this terrifying flame. His eyes heated even more. He must capture this person alive, he had too many secrets on him. But he knew he must not let the heaven flame reach him. Even Immortal King tertiary stage wouldn't be able to take it. The blue sun spear extended, turning into a huge blue wall blocking the second wave, rumble. The two clashed, creating terrifying rays of red and blue. In just a moment's time, the second wave was turned into nothing. Meanwhile, this blue wall retracted rapidly. In less than half a second, the wall turned into a 300-meter-long spear and pierced it where Emo was. As this spear went over, the space around Emo rapidly shrunk, as though when it shrunk to a certain point, Emo would be pierced by that spear. Thud. Void ripples formed. Immortal King couldn't tear open void, but this spear was so powerful that it created ripples. Clearly, this Immortal King only wanted Emo's essence spirit. After the explosion, the Immortal King knew his spear missed. A great eternity immortal actually ran away from him during a fight. How could he bear this? He immediately took his spear and chased over, but even if he made his immortal ship go the fastest, the figure on the location disc kept shrinking until completely disappearing. The Immortal King's face was green, but he didn't give up. He chased over along where Emo fled. He wasn't just going to get revenge. This great eternity immortal had too many secrets. Emo broke a sweat, shaking that Immortal King off. Luckily, his experience was ample. After knowing that his wave kill couldn't take an advantage, he didn't release a third wave and used instant transmission to get away instead. It's not that the wave kill can't kill the Immortal King, but his speed of using Immortal Essence was too slow compared to the Immortal King. This Immortal King could annihilate the second wave and kill him before he used the third wave. If his third wave could attack as quickly as the Immortal King, Emo believed he would even have the upper hand. But he knew it was impossible to be faster than this Immortal King under his domain. After this fight, Emo wanted to reach to Immortal King even more desperately. The difference between Immortal King and Great Eternity Immortal was a fundamental difference. He could kill ordinary Great Eternity Immortal tertiary stage at Great Extreme Immortal Peak stage, but at Great Eternity Immortal Peak stage he couldn't beat an Immortal King tertiary stage. This was the difference. Emo flew on the spacetime boat at max speed. After half a month, Emo called out Shadowless and let Shadowless keep controlling the boat to fly to Jin Shang Heaven. Meanwhile, he went into the Golden Page world for pill concoction. He needed E-King pill to reach Immortal King. Extremely rare prodigies didn't need it to reach Immortal King, but Emo knew that person wasn't him. He had a Pinyu immortal fruit tree. What Emo didn't expect was that in less than 10 years, the fruits had a faint purple color. This is due to the chaos chi in here. Small Ginseng explained. Half a month later, Emo concocted 5 cauldrons of E-King pill. Other than a cauldron of top grade. The rest were all special grade. Due to Emo's speed, he arrived at Jin Shang Heaven in less than 2 months. He picked a direction and charged at Immortal Graveyard range immediately. A few days later, Emo appeared in the depth of the range before finally putting away the spacetime boat. The bleak chi rushed over, but Emo didn't care. Chapter 1799, Crazy Immortal King Domain. The remaining small half of the extreme grade immortal range was pulled out too. Emo started setting up Spirit Gathering Immortal Formation. Half a day later, a level 6 Spirit Gathering Immortal Formation was set up. The immortal spirit chi nearby immediately became dense. Those bleak chi sensed Emo's fire element chi and all retreated. He also set up a level 6 barrier formation, even though he couldn't completely cover his traces, but it was better than nothing. Emo knew this divine damnation wasn't simple. He prepared 100 level 6 immortal artifact and a level 7 shield immortal artifact. It wasn't that Emo couldn't forge level 7 immortal artifact, but that it required too much materials.
Yemo even prepared octagonal cauldron and how heaven drum. Of course, Yemo didn't want to use it if he didn't have to. When he was surrounded by endless void iron-winged bear, Yemo didn't even plan to use how heaven drum, much less now. The E-King pills made with purple pengu immortal fruit emitted a faint purple aura. People would feel rejuvenated just by smelling it. Yemo took out a E-King pill and placed it in the center of his hand and started to use 3 birth chant to charge at that barrier. The immortal essence in his body flowed like a great river, but it was still far from that barrier. It couldn't even touch the barrier, much less tear it open. Yemo knew clearly that although he was great eternity immortal peak stage, his build-up was far from those great eternity immortal peak stage who had cultivated for countless years. Their immortal essence had built up to a certain degree that if they just had a E-King pill, they would have much greater chance of breaking through compared to him. But Yemo just reached great eternity immortal peak stage. His immortal essence and spirit sense was far from as condensed as others. If he didn't have bitter bamboo, it was impossible to try break through to Immortal King after just reaching great eternity immortal peak stage. It was impossible. Bitter bamboo gave him a stable mind state, but it couldn't give him the build-up. Other people could only keep building up, but Yemo had his own method. He had extreme grade immortal range and more importantly the 3 birth chant. At this moment, that small half of extreme grade immortal range was like being evaporated and gathered towards Yemo quickly. This immortal spirit chi devouring speed was many hundred times faster than when he was in the Golden Page world. If he had such speed in the Golden Page world, Yemo would have long been great eternity immortal peak stage. But if he dared to do this in the Golden Page world, he would have exploded already. He ran his 3 birth chant to the extreme just so he could charge at the Immortal King barrier. If he wasn't doing that, this cultivation speed was suicide. If the immortal spirit chi couldn't turn into immortal essence, it would tear open his meridians. This was why if cultivators failed to break through, then their power would go down. Even if one's immortal essence was ample to the extreme, there needed to be a time for it to settle down. But that wasn't suitable for Yemo. He didn't have time. Even with the time formation disc, he didn't have enough time. Plus, he needed more than just time. He needed to pile up cultivation resources. He spent most of his time looking for resources. When the terrifying immortal essence ravaged in his meridians, Yemo felt some danger. He tried to use his immortal essence to touch the Immortal King barrier, but he was still far from it. 2 days later, the virulent immortal spirit chi was controlled by the 3 birth chant. Yemo felt his immortal essence calm down and he immediately ate the E-King pill. With this, Yemo suddenly felt some new enlightenment. Yemo sunk into that enlightenment, forgetting about the charging power that came with the E-King pill. However, it still gradually let Yemo's power touch the Immortal King barrier. When Yemo felt that barrier, he suddenly shook. Ripples formed in his spirit sense and this indescribable force extended out. This was the primal form of Immortal King domain, Yemo immediately realized. He hadn't even reached Immortal King and he was at this stage. This was so much more powerful than the domain he learned before. Yemo forgot about trying to break through and just kept trying to extend his domain. 2 days passed again. Yemo found he actually formed a complete domain. The barrier breaking effect of the E-King pill had passed. Someone else would be very annoyed, but Yemo ate another pill. He didn't use the second pill for breaking through but instead kept using it for enlightenment, stretching his domain. 1, 2, 10, 15. Yemo kept eating E-King pills and expanding his domain. His Immortal King domain became more and more stable and controlled while getting larger. When there was only 3 pills left in his second bottle, Yemo just realized that he had gone into solitary cultivation in here for a month and he was just consolidating his Immortal King domain. If someone came here now, he would be asking to die. He didn't have much extreme grade immortal range left too. Yemo didn't dare to keep expanding his domain. He ate another E-King pill and started charging at that barrier. Rumble. Yemo felt his power touch that barrier heavily. Yemo rejoiced, but before he could charge at it again, there were crackles sounding from above him. Yemo knew that what was to come would come. At the same time, darkness spread above him and then 8 golden lightning bolts shot down, illuminating the immortal graveyard range into a golden color. The bleak chi spread out, but Yemo breathed easy. Luckily there were just 8 bolts. They were thick, but he should be fine. But soon Yemo sensed danger and before he could react, the 8 bolts changed directions and attacked Yemo from 8 directions. What shocked him even more was that after that they suddenly turned into 72 bolts attacking him from every direction. Yemo released 100 level 6 defense immortal artifacts and 1 level 7 defense immortal artifact.
At the same time, Yemo released Zisu and World Rock. Yemo's eyes went red. The divine damnation was set on killing him, but with his great eternity immortal peak stage power and immortal spirit body middle stage, he didn't believe he couldn't beat this divine damnation. From his perspective, there was no meaning in just staying defensive on this. After releasing all of his defense immortal artifact, Yemo suddenly flew up and raised his fist, smashed at the 9 golden bolts above his head. Rumble rumble, earth flew everywhere, the ground seemed to have been plowed. Before the lightning above him struck, 9 golden bolts rose out from the earth. Yemo instantly realized there were 81 bolts in this wave. The hidden 9 bolts were the lethal ones. Yemo took in a cold breath. If he didn't fly up to fight the divine damnation in the air, he wouldn't even have time to dodge the 9 bolts from below. Such evil divine damnation. Yemo was extremely furious, but he calmed down instead. He released Octagonal Cauldron immediately. This was the first time Yemo released so many defense immortal artifact. He spirit controlled them all, but he didn't use any god arts. Even with his powerful spirit sense, he felt a struggle, rumble, crack. The divine damnation kept striking Yemo's shield and the world rock while hitting Zisu. Meanwhile, Yemo's fist struck the 9 golden bolts and explosions sounded throughout the immortal graveyard range. Some floating ghosts were instantly annihilated by the spilt lightning bolts. Cracks sounded non-stop and the defense immortal artifacts were falling down in pieces like a hailstorm. Chapter 1800. Who was crazier? Yemo's defense magic artifacts clashed with the golden lightning bolts non-stop. The entire space was shaking due to this dense cluster of lightning. Some bolts were blocked, but some bolts penetrated the defense magic artifact and struck Yemo's body. Blood sprayed. Yemo's bones broke down inch by inch. There was no other way to defend against it. Octagonal Cauldron was a broken extreme grade immortal artifact, but it was very useful now. It blocked 7 of the 9 bolts from underground. Yemo kicked down on the remaining 2, splurge, crack, flesh flew and bones cracked. Even with Yemo's immortal spirit body he couldn't stop this golden lightning bolt that was thicker than a bucket. The world rock turned into a huge mountain while Zisu turned into a patch of purple sword rays. In a rumble, the world rock was smashed away by the golden lightning and the vibrant purple sword rays couldn't stop the tens of golden lightning bolts. Thud thud thud. After blocking the majority of the bolts, the rest of them struck his body. Thud. Yemo fell to the ground. With such powerful lightning bolts striking him non-stop, even the 3 birth chant can't refine them in time. Yemo's body was a mess. When Yemo was struck into the depth of the earth, he felt it even hard to breathe. If there was just one more bolt, even his essence spirit might be shattered. This divine damnation was trying to kill him. Fury spewed out of Yemo's eyes. Although he couldn't move, he charged at the immortal king barrier like crazy. He knew his divine damnation was different to others. Other people's divine damnation was more terrifying the longer it went on, but the most terrifying part of his divine damnation was the first and second wave. If he survived the first 2 waves and broke through, then the divine damnation later on would be nothing for him. Although he only had 1 breath left, Yemo's body refinement cultivation method still kept running. After devouring these golden lightning's bolts, his body refinement cultivation method kept strengthening his body. Meanwhile, his 3 birth chant used the lightning to charge at the immortal king barrier along with the immortal spirit chi. Rumble, lightning sounded again. The second wave didn't pause at all. It didn't give Yemo any chance for a breather. Seeing that it was about to fall again, Yemo pressed against the immortal king barrier even harder. The sky lit up even more and was about to explode. Yemo knew clearly that if he couldn't reach immortal king before the second wave, he would have to die. It seemed that this divine damnation had already predestined his death. It was because he prepared so well that he survived for this long. Yemo took out 2 more E-King pills and ate it. Terrifying immortal spirit chi instantly filled up Yemo's meridians. The immortal spirit chi and extremely dense lightning source were almost about to break Yemo's meridians apart. Even his immortal spirit body middle stage could only barely stop this barrage. Suddenly, the immortal spirit chi supplied by the extreme great immortal range and the E-King pill joined up and smashed open the immortal king barrier like a hammer when Yemo's meridians were just about to explode. Crack. It was almost too quiet to hear, but Yemo felt his body go lighter. The stacked up immortal essence and lightning source expanded. It was like water flowing into a larger container. Yemo felt his power rise like crazy. A terrifying power tens of times stronger than Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage surged up and this power kept rising. Even his spirit sense started to expand like crazy. This feeling of increase of power made Yemo almost feel he was dreaming. He had gone through breakthrough many times, but never had it been this crazy and clear. The remnant immortal spirit chi didn't disperse and kept charging at Yimo's body. Refinement cultivation, the torn meridians healed and the broken legs also repaired. Yimo's body refinement cultivation level increased rapidly. This divine damnation was terrifying to the extreme, but once blocked, the benefits were unimaginable. Yimo felt his power kept being released. His immortal king domain was released, it expanded many times bigger and began to perfect. A terrifying immortal king chi spread out in the immortal graveyard range. Summon element immortal spirit beast and ghosts all fled away. This force was too powerful, the divine damnation was too crazy. Yimo felt his body crack lightly again. The next moment, an even more powerful feeling came. Yimo clenched his fists and slowly got up. He knew that he reached immortal spirit body tertiary stage. Crack. Crack, rumble, explosion sounded above his head. 108 golden bolts of lightning rained down, splitting off into tens of directions, smashing at Yimo. Yimo looked up calmly at these lightning bolts. He didn't even release a single defensive magic artifact this time and just flew up. At the same time, he released lightning sword and punched out. He was going to keep using this golden lightning to increase his power and strengthen his lightning sword. Immortal Graveyard Valley was too distant in Jinsheng Heaven, not many people stayed here. Although Yimo's divine damnation commotion was huge, but not many people could feel it. But this didn't mean there weren't any. Two great eternity immortals outside the immortal graveyard range felt this terrifying divine damnation and that almost indiscernible immortal king pressure. A level 6 immortal spirit beast is breaking through to level 7 now? One great eternity immortal stared in shock. How could there be immortal spirit beast in here breaking through to level 7? The other gray-robed great eternity immortal asked in confusion. This is definitely the power of level 7 immortal spirit beast breakthrough. If we don't leave quickly, we would die if that immortal spirit beast's spirit sense scans us. The red-robed great eternity immortal said seriously. The gray-robed one nodded. Okay, let's go now. The two great eternity immortals sped off. In the outskirts of Jinsheng Heaven domain realm, the eagle-eyed man walked around for a long while before finally finding a small void whirlpool and going in. He always stayed in the void and knew about it much more than ordinary people. Soon he passed the realm domain. If Yimo was here, he would recognize this person to be the eagle-eyed immortal king he fought in the void. Yimo didn't expect this guy to chase him to Jinsheng Heaven. But his flying ship wasn't as fast as Yimo's low-grade god artifact, and plus he needed to keep searching for Yimo's tracks. That's why he was 1 month behind. If he didn't have a tracking disc, he would have long lost Yimo. You think I can't do anything to you just because you fled to Jinsheng Heaven? The eagle-eyed man sneered and kept searching. 5 minutes later, he chose a direction and flew towards it. 7 days later, the immortal king stopped two fleeing great eternity immortal. These two were the two who saw Yimo have divine damnation and ran away. One big greed immortal king master. The gray-robed great eternity immortal immediately answered. Have you seen a person like this? The eagle-eyed immortal king casually waved out Yimo's image in the air and asked.